For the folks back home that are following along with our show on the live stream, I want to thank TaylorFort.com for carrying the judging events here in the junior show. We are in Class 1 and we have 14 entries in this class. Our Angus show this morning will have 78 total entries. This is second call for Class 2 Angus females to staging in the South.
Class 2 Heifers. Class 2 Heifers, we need you in the north staging area. Class 2 Heifers. Class 2 Heifers, North Staging Area, Class 2 Heifers. Class 3 Heifers, get it on your mind.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure for me to be here this morning. Very nice day, I think it's going to be for the cattle temperature-wise. I think an interesting class here, and you're going to have some differences throughout the day, but there's a big age variation within this class. You go from April's, for June's all the way to April, so there's going to be some size variation, some differences in terms of skeletal maturity and where the cattle are. All day, I'm not going to try to pick everyone that looks the same. I'm just going to try to add up the positives, subtract the negatives, and come to the ones that I think are the most complete and fault-free, that will be the most successful to these people on down the road in terms of their show career, but also in terms of them taking them home and making cows. The young man's heifer we're going to go ahead and start with. I realize that she hasn't taken on just a great fill today. She's not the heaviest weight female within the class, but what she is she's the highest quality in terms of her femininity, her silhouette from the side, her angles in terms of her skeleton. I really appreciate the youthfulness, the freshness of this female. She ties really high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's long down her top and out over her hip, yet she maintains a lot of stability coming out of the back side of her shoulder. She gets out and travels as well as any we have. You know, these two heifers here are probably two of the bigger bodied heifers. Both heifers probably have a shot more condition on them, especially the young ladies. For a June, I'd maybe like to see her just a little bit more juvenile in terms of her composition. But what places her over the heifer in second, as I like her better out of her front end. She has more slope to her shoulder. She's set further back at her knee and front pastern. Female that you could sweeten her up and youthful, make her a bit more youthful up to her front end. From the shoulder back, I like this young man's heifer as well as any. This heifer is really powerfully designed. She's good in her foreribs. She's powerful down her top and out of her hips. She has a nice hind leg. Where you want to change her is when you get her out of her shoulder. She's a little straighter and more upright in the angle. She also has just a tick more throat to her. But I thought the heifers in second and third just have an advantage in terms of width and dimension over the young lady's heifer in fourth. The young lady's heifer in fourth probably follows the pattern, the youthfulness of the heifer that we have that starts the class, but I don't think she has the same quality of structural design at the ground. She's not got as much bone and foot size. She's not quite as collected on the move, but I think a nice female that when compared to the rest of the class, I think she's nicer balanced. I think she's where she needs to be in terms of size. This heifer here on the stand, you really like. She's big-footed and heavy boned. She's got some substance. She's not bad up through her front 1/3. Where you want to change her is when you get her out on the travel. She really wants to get up in her top. She wants to drop on her pins and get her hind legs up underneath her. The young man's heifer that comes out next is an intriguing female. She's one that's got a cool look from the side. She's pretty stout. I guess I question just a little bit her future in terms of growth and pattern. And I'd like to see her a little different in the way she's assembled up front, the way her shoulder ties into her forerib. But that's a quality heifer in terms of, you know, she's cool necked, she's got some bone, and the young man does a really nice job showing. The heifer here has some nice parts and pieces as well. A really attractive heifer that's got a lot of hair on her. You get underneath that hair, I question her heifer a little bit. She's a little taller, doesn't show you quite as much width and dimension or depth, but a nice female that's got some good qualities to her as well. As we get on down the line, probably some cattle that we'd maybe like to reconfigure in terms of their movement, but a really nice set to start off the day. I think a pretty easy class winner up on top. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you. Final call for Class 2, Angus. First call for Class 3 to staging, please. You need the mic.
First off, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to judge this show. It's great to be here in Texas, and I knew we'd have a tough Hereford show, and that holds true in this first class. Tremendous amount of age variation. We go clear from June up, but I think we have a heifer that comes to the top. I like a great deal. I think when you put the female together and talk about completeness and balance and femininity and correctness, she kind of rises to the top. I love the front end on this heifer. Young lady's done a nice job with her. At this calf stage of the game, I think they still need to look like calves, and I think that's the advantage she has. You get her out and move, the balance, the profile, the correctness to her feet and legs, put her to the top. I'm sure for a few of you, the second one you probably might want to change with third. The second female that I have in here primarily does just on mass and stoutness, and to me, she looks like a cow. I think when you get to looking at how she's put together through the sweep to her rib, she's got the most depth and body capacity of any of the heifers in here. Not as pretty fronted as the heifer we lead off with, but good enough, sound enough, good-footed on that. The young lady's heifer in third, I guess to me, gave up a little bit in terms of body depth. She's extremely long, it's very, very correct, but again, not as much balance, much stoutness as we saw in the heifer that we led off with. Young man's heifer here in fourth is a female that when you get her out, she starts to get a little heavier fronted, a little down-headed, but again, real useful, super sound female. And I think one of the things about this surface, it's not very forgiving. It'll show you kind of, I love judging on this. You see the feet and legs. Here's a real useful kind of a heifer when we go down. Get a little narrower gauge kind of a female that's a little greener in her makeup. I think her best days may be ahead of her. She's a female that when you study her is very long, very correct, but just needs a little more rib and shape to her. Young man's June heifer. This is the youngest heifer in the class. It kind of makes it a little tougher from a standpoint to compete in that. As I said, her good days ahead of her. Really a nice heifer. Really like the way she's made out through her hind leg and through her hip. Then we come into a really good heifer that when we see her on the move, she's just a little more restricted off her feet and legs, and ideally I'd like to see her stretch off those hind legs, give her a little more flex to her hock. High volume, high capacity female here coming next. Start giving up a little more balance, a little more front end and shoulder. Dark red heifer, again, change her feet and legs on her a bit. We go down the line, I think just not quite as much overall balance and correctness and quality for this group. So let's give them a good hand for the first class Hereford females.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique of our first class of our Hereford females in the North Judging Arena. Winning the class and taking the blue ribbon, Camden Chris from Valley View FFA. Our second place goes to Hadley Doris, Erath County 4-H. Placing third, Sloan Bierwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. Our fourth place heifer, exhibited by Mason Rader, Marion FFA. Fifth place goes to Lily Liao, Waller County 4-H. Sixth goes to Tyler Struckmeyer, Bland FFA. Seventh, Riley Hollis, Calhoun County 4-H. Our eighth place heifer exhibited by Tatum Hanson, Whitesboro FFA. Lane Johnson, I thought he played for the Eagles, places ninth from Alvarado FFA. And our 10th place exhibitor, Roxanne Keel, Austin County 4-H.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. And over in the South Arena, we'll have that set of results for you for the first class, and taking the our blue ribbon honors here in Class 1 was Crawford Kennedy of Stevens County 4-H. Your second place award went to Emily Goen of Troy FFA. Third in the class to Colt Delby of Yo FFA. Our fourth place to Addison Mathers of Ellis County 4-H. Fifth place went to Caitlin Lacey, member of the Kaufman County 4-H. Sixth in the class to Slayton Dawkins of Sinton FFA. Our seventh place to Maxie Lewis of Jack County 4-H. Eighth place to Hadley Howell, Somerville FFA. Ninth in the class went to Cole Louis Tompkins of Sweeney FFA. 10th in the class to Hudson DeBerry with the Lamb County 4-H. These are our ribbon winners in Class 1 of the Angus Show. We're now judging Class 2 Angus. Females born during March of 2022. And Class 3, final call, first call for Angus heifers in Class 4 to make it to staging.
Class 3 Hereford heifers, we need you in the north staging area. Class 3 Hereford heifers. Class 4, get it on your mind.
Really a nice class of females here, and I think these three sort up to the top, and I'm not going to tell you there's one that's absolutely perfect in terms of her structure and her movement, but I think as you analyze these three, the top two heifers excel the heifer in third in terms of just mass and power and dimension. Of that pair, I think the young man's heifer handles herself a little better on the move. She's more correctly angled up through her shoulder. She's set back nicer at her knee and pastern. You can tell this heifer is more comfortable as when she sets up more natural with more spread to her hind leg. Because she's got a little bit more set. She has a little softer pastern, and sometimes because of the surface, every once in a while she'll come up just a tick in terms of her pastern. But I think this heifer is an exceptionally balanced female whose neck ties very high out of the top side of her shoulder, a lot of sweep to her rib, a perfect out of her hip. She's pushing just a shot of chest. But I think a female that is the combination heifer that we have without here. I think the heifer in second is the other heifer that's massive. When you compare to the heifer in third, there's just more body, there's more hip, there's more pin width. A heifer that when you get her out here, she gets maybe just a tick straighter and not as relaxed. A heifer that's maybe a little deeper set about her neck, but I think a very nice female that follows that young man's heifer. The heifer that comes out next probably has as good a hind leg as any heifer we have in the class. I think this heifer is good in her top line. She's attractive out of her hip. She's a little straighter up to her shoulder as well, and she just lacks the overall dimension to her center body that the females that we have to start the class. The two heifers we have coming out next are both maybe a little plainer in terms of their overall design and makeup. I just felt like they were a little broody and more powerful than the two young ladies heifers that come out next. Those two heifers are probably a bit more attractive up front, just lacking in terms of overall dimension from the ground up and the rear forward.
We thank you very much for the overview of our placings in Class 2. This will be final call for Class 3 and second call for Class 4 to staging. Class 4 to staging in the Angus Show, staging on the south. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll have your results here for you in just a moment.
Class 3 Angus females, we need Kylie Cotton, Howesville FFA, and Luke Ward, Mount Enterprise FFA. We're missing your heifers for Class 3, North Staging Area. Kylie Cotton, Luke Ward. Class 4 heifers, start getting it on your mind in our Hereford show.
Final call, Class 3 Angus. We're about ready to move in your class. And ladies and gentlemen, the first place honors going to Keesler Ottmers of Gillespie County 4-H. Second place honors in the Angus show. Class 2 earned by Leyland K. Maxwell of Paradise FFA. Your third place ribbon going to Roy Melton of the Royal FFA. Fourth in the class to Laney Sickenhausen of Hardin FFA. Our fifth place to Stephen Jewell, member of the McClendon County 4-H clubs. Our sixth place in the show, Penelope Soto of Hayes County 4-H. And seventh to Anisha Chavez of the Dobie FFA chapter. Congratulations to these ribbon winners in Class 2. Your Class 3 females are February born in 2022.
Stephen Lastavica, you're needed in the security office. Stephen Lastavica to the security office. The police need to talk to you.
really nice set of March females that we have up here in our top end. I think it's close, but
Class 4 Herefords, we need you to the north staging area. Class 4 Herefords, north staging area.
Another really nice class of females. And up here on the top four, I think you have four that maybe just have a shot more quality and eye appeal to them. The top three, I think, take that one notch farther in terms of some look and some eye appeal. And I think the heifer we start with really excels from a structure standpoint. Really like this female in terms of the angle she has off of both ends of her skeleton. A heifer that still balances and is symmetrical from the side, and a heifer that's got some extra punch and shape to her. You get up on top of her, she has some width and dimension coming out of her top. She has some shape as you analyze her from her hooks back and her pins down to the ground. I think a nice female to start with. I think the closest placing is between second and third. Two heifers that are attractive in their overall kind. They both have good enough sweep to their belly. I like the young lady's heifer in second better in terms of her structure up front. I think she's laid back nicer at her shoulder. She's set back nicer at her front knee and pastern. And that's where she's going to get placed over the young lady's heifer in third. Young lady's heifer in third probably is just a little more attractive and high tying in her neck. A heifer that maybe shows you just a little more pin width. But I do want to reconfigure her up front when she gets a little straighter and wants to come out in terms of her front end just a little bit. The young lady's heifer that comes next is a big, massive, high-performing heifer with a lot of volume and length. A heifer that when you compare to the three in front of her, get a little plainer up through her neck, a little higher in terms of her condition. And you'd like to tweak this heifer off of both ends of her skeleton as well. I thought the next two heifers, although a little plainer in their overall makeup, or they just showed a little more substance and volume than the two young peoples that we have that conclude the class. Those two heifers are probably a little neater necked than the two that precede them in class. Just need to be a little stouter as you analyze them from the ground up.
Appreciate your overview. We'll have the results from the last class of Herefords given, and then we'll share with you our Angus class results.
Thank you, Harvey. And our Class 2 Herefords that were judged just a second ago, winning the class and taking the blue ribbon, Allie Renee Tiemann, Washington County 4-H. Second in Class 2 Herefords, Holden Rader, Marion FFA. Placing third, Emily Allen, Jackson County 4-H. Our fourth place heifer, exhibited by Kinley Carr, Quitman FFA. Fifth in Class 2, Callie Joe Allison, Collin County 4-H. 6 goes to Camry Stewart, Carmine FFA. 7th, Courtney Simmons, Bridgeport FFA. 8th, Delina Castaneda, East Central FFA. 9th, Ivan Reddit, Coryell County 4-H. And our 10th place female exhibited by Augustus Gamble, Poolville FFA. The Class 4 Hereford females should have all of Class 4 Hereford females north staging area. Mr. Harvey?
Ladies and gentlemen, over in the Angus show, we now have our Class 4 females in the arena. I'd like to remind you, Angus exhibitors, that classes 5 and 6 are our champion classes. So this will be first call to get Class 7. First call for our Class 7 Angus to staging. And in Class 3, congratulations goes to Brax Frederick of Stephenville FFA for earning the blue ribbon in that class. Second went to Abigail Koenig of the De Leon FFA chapter. Your 4th place award to Brian Avery Cardwell of Brazos County 4-H. Our 5th place, Peyton Alexander of Somerville takes the 3rd place ribbon. And Brian Cardwell taking the 4th place ribbon. 5th in the class to Bethany Seiler of Bront FFA. 6th to Addison Seiler of the Bront FFA chapter. 7th went to Jose Soto of Hayes County 4-H. And our 8th place to Karis Blake Keys of Bowling FFA.
We continue to have really nice classes here in your Angus show. I think this class fits together pretty nice for us. I think the top 2 females are the 2 that have a bit more quality and eye appeal from the side. And of those 2, I think there's just a little more cow power and the one that we use to win the class. As you analyze her, I think she's just a little deeper in terms of her center body. Everything gets off of a pretty nice hind leg. You'd like to give her a little more slope up through her shoulder and set her back at her knee and past her. And you'd like to tidy her up in terms of her base of her chest. But I just like the depth of that female. I think she's a little better in terms of her top line and hip than the young man's heifer we have in second. This young man does a really nice job, and his heifer has probably got a bit more shape as you analyze her in terms of muscle from behind. She probably is a little cleaner in the base of her chest, but she doesn't show us quite the attractiveness in the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, doesn't have quite the sweep to her rib cage, and isn't quite as attractive out through her hip. But a very nice female that I think when compared to the one in third is better structured and more attractive and cleaner underneath. A young man's heifer we opted to put into third because there is more depth to that heifer. There's more stoutness out of her hip over the heifer in fourth. You'd like to clean her up just a tick in her navel and reconstruct her off of her hind legs a bit. The young man's heifer that concludes the class probably is a little nicer in the crest of her neck and the base of her chest than the one that stands in front of her. A heifer that's giving up the most in terms of her overall width and dimension. Heifer she too you'd like to see travel just a little bit more coordinated off of her hip and hind leg.
Sorry, my handwriting's gonna be a little
Nice class of heifers, but a little harder to find an easy handle in this group. Well, a heifer that stands out quite so much. She's a very functional female, though, to lead this off. I think she's sounder. I think she's nicer pattern. She's nicer profile. Certainly, I like the way she ties in through her neck-shoulder junction a little better than the female we have in second. She's very long-bodied kind of a heifer, very functional, very useful. Probably could stand a notch more width when you get behind her. Young man's heifer in second is the pounds heavy heifer in the class. She gets a little plainer shoulder, a little plainer through her front end, but compared to the rest of the class, I just still think there's a more volume and more substance and usefulness to her. We started getting in a few heifers here in this class that kind of based narrow. Young lady's heifer here, we have in three, one of the better profile and pattern females in the group, and certainly sound fills her track very well. Just wish there was just a little bit more to her. We get to the next heifer that comes around. She starts laboring a little bit on these hind legs, doesn't have quite the stability to her hock, kind of wants to throw her hind end around just a little bit. And I think when you think about natural muscle, she too could use a little more in those cases. Heifer coming up next, again, one of the sounder heifers, but a heifer loses some in balance. And then we come into a pair of heifers that, to me, pretty narrow, pretty flat rib, just like to open them up just a little bit. Young lady's heifer winds this class up. I don't know whether it's an injury or what it is, but she's a heifer that just has quite a bit of problem laboring off her front end today.
Over on the Angus side, this will be final call for lineup Class 7 females to staging, and we'll share with you the results in Class 4, and we are going to be staging for our division champion drive here. But taking the blue ribbon in Class 4 was Carly Ann Huffman with Samuel Clements FFA chapter. Second in that class went to William Blake Landers of Runnels County 4-H. Your third place winner in Class 4, Angus, was Dalton Birdwell of Bryson FFA. Our fourth place went to Carter Marburger of Carmi FFA. And they're leading in our first place winners, as well as our second place winners in the 4 classes here for the division drive. And Mr. Pierce has some results for you, I believe.
Thank you, Harvey. Our results in Class 3 and our Hereford show on the north side. Winning the class, Camp Love, Callisburg FFA. Our second place exhibitor, Noah Chamberlain from Montgomery FFA. Taking the third place ribbon in Class 3, Kylie Cotton, Hallsville FFA. Our fourth place heifer exhibited by Rayleigh Useri, Bandera FFA. Fifth place goes to Jocelyn Garza, Zapata County 4-H. Sixth, Luke Ward, Mount Enterprise FFA. And our seventh place exhibitor, Bailey Dobbs, Robinson County 4-H. We're now leading in Class 4 in our Hereford Female Show. After the conclusion of Class 4, we'll go into our calf division drive. So Class 7 Hereford Females. We need you to report to the north staging area. Class 7 Hereford Females, get it on your mind.
Attention in the cattle barn, Angus, Class 8. You can move them up to staging. Class 7 is going to be a small class, so Class 8, first call to staging in the Angus show on the south. Class 8.
First of all, as we get out here for your Division 1 and your Angus, let's give these young people a round of applause. They've done an awesome job this morning. It was early, and stuff was looking great. Young man's heifer out of our first class is one that has a lot of quality to her, very eye-appealing, very good in terms of her neck. I appreciate the composition she comes to us in. She is giving up quite a bit of pounds and dimension today, but I think as this young man continues forward, this heifer has nothing to do but get better. She's going to take feed. She has the right silhouette and balance to just keep getting better. When you compare to the 3 right behind her today, she probably isn't quite mature enough to compete with these 3, but I think one that had a very nice future. I like a lot of things about the heifer in second. Really big-bodied heifer that has a really attractive look, way her neck sets out of her shoulder. A heifer that's good in terms of her top line. We talked about it in class, like she has a really good set to her hind leg. She's got a big foot and a soft pastern. Every once in a while she wants to come up just a tick there, and I'd like to just make her a bit more attractive in the base of her chest, but I like that heifer a great deal as well. The next heifer I think is a very nice female that's very unique. I like this heifer probably the best in terms of her structure and her angles. I think she's the female that's the most laid back off of both ends. She maybe comes in just a tick at her hock whenever you get her out on the travel, but as these cattle get older and mature and heavy in calf, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. This heifer has a nice silhouette from the side, and she has extra shape. You know, this heifer within this breed, I think, reads just with a little more muscle down her top and out over her hip, but doesn't really do it in a round manner. She maintains some flatness and femininity and angularity. Then the young lady's heifer out of the last class, I think a real cowy female that's really deep-sided and shows you a lot of sweep to her rib. You get these 4 cattle out here on the side view. She maybe doesn't show you the balance in terms of her chest floor depth back to her flank. Maybe just gets a lot straighter up to her shoulder. One more round of applause, and I'll go pick your champion in reserve within this division.
Thank you very much for that overview, Mr. Cates. And ladies and gentlemen, your division champion here in the calf comes out of Class 3. That's Brax Fredericks, the exhibitor from Stephenville, will move in entry 88469, second place in that class for reserve consideration. And our reserve honors in the calf division going to the winner of Class 2. That's entry 56925, Kessler Ottmers of the Gillespie County 4-H, taking reserve honors. Congratulations to Brax Fredericks for the division championship and to Kieser Ottmers for the reserve honors. Final call, Class 8. You need to get up here. We're moving Class 7 into the arena, Angus exhibitors. Final call for Class 8 to staging.
Getting these January heifer calves, I think it's close on our top pair. I think the young man's heifer that comes to the top, when she's out here, I really like the flex and reach and stretch that she has off of both sides. I think when you get to looking at the female, you'd like to change her through her neck, shoulder just a little bit, maybe make her a little more eye-appealing on the profile. But here's a pretty good Hereford heifer he's done a nice job with. I like the way she puts her feet down. Certainly a heifer that's adequate in her muscle. I think when you get to studying her, she's just got a little more balance and correctness, a little more angulation to her front end, perhaps in the heifer in second. Now the heifer in second, no question, beats her on weights per day of age and growth and performance. She's not quite as level from her hooks to her pins, not quite as nice through her neck shoulder junction. And then we get a heifer in third that's got a lot of size and volume to her, but she gets a little weak in her loin, gets her up in her tail head just a little bit more to go throughout there. Fourth place, when we bring this heifer around and head her up here in the top end, to me, she needs to be a little more correct on her hind leg. She just gets a little straight through her hock, doesn't travel out quite as nicely. I think at the end of the day, longevity-wise, I think the heifer above her has some advantage there. Huge heifer here coming up next. For me, she's a little on the outside where we need to be in terms of frame size. She's pretty good size, going to be an awful big cow. She's got a lot of quality to her, extremely long-bodied kind of a female, but just like to tone her down just a little bit, perhaps in her frame. The goggle-eyed heifer coming up next, really a nice female, very, very refined in her makeup, but she too is one that needs to reach off her hind legs and travel with a little more power and stoutness off behind. And then we get into a heifer that to me just needs to have a little more total rib shape and volume and get to the narrowness of her chest. She's a heifer I'd like to put a little more muscle to as well, but a nice set of January Hereford females.
We're now judging Class 7 in Angus, final call for 8, and this is first call for Class 9. Mr. Pierce, you have results?
Yes, sir, Mr. Harvey. Thank you, Dr. Nickel, for that critique of Class 4 Hereford females. Winning the class, Camden Elko, LaPorte FFA. Our second place exhibitor in class number 4, Austin Newman, Bonham FFA. Placing third, Catherine Chamberlain from Montgomery FFA. Our fourth place heifer was shown by Cadence Hawes from Godley FFA. Fourth place goes to Briley Turner, Mansfield FFA. Our sixth place heifer exhibited by Haley Goddard, Iowa Colony FFA. And seventh place goes to Carolyn Johnson, Smithville FFA. We'll now bring in our first and second place females from classes 1 through 4. Stage those in the north judging arena. And from these heifers, our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select our champions in our heifer division. Out of class 1, the winner was shown by Camden Crisp, Valley View FFA. And our second place heifer out of class 2, shown by Hadley Doris, Erath County 4-H. Out of class 2, Allie Renee Tiemann showed the class-winning heifer, Washington County 4-H, and second, shown by Holden Rader, Marion FFA. Class 3 winner, Camp Love, Callisburg FFA. And our second in class 3, Noah Chamberlain, Montgomery FFA. And the class that just previously left the arena, winning that class, Camden Elko, LaPorte FFA, followed by in second, Austin Newman, Bonham FFA.
Really a nice class of winter heifer calves here, and I think a nice top pair with some differences that go either way. But I think when you just simplify things, I think the young man's heifer that wins the class not only is the bigger volume female that handles herself really nice on the move. I like the way that female's designed about her foot just a little bit better than the heifer we have in second. This heifer is probably, plenty good size and far along for a November, but she's fresh in her condition. I love the way this heifer is designed, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder comes into her top line. I prefer the way she's designed about her loin and tail head set better than the heifer we have coming in second. This heifer maybe gets almost just a little outside of herself, but she has a softer hind leg with more flexibility down into a bigger foot than the heifer we have in second. The heifer we have in second is a bit more fresh. Female, I like her size. Heifer that's really attractive up to her front one third. She's got really nice structure off of her front end and is set back at her shoulder and knee. I would like to give her a little more toe spread and change her front feet. Heifer that sets up in her tail head just a little bit. And then when you get her on the move, she's good at the ground, but she's a little straighter from her stifle to her hock. Doesn't allow her to get out and reach with as much range of motion as the heifer we start the class with. The heifer we have in third, I think of the remainder of the class, is the most attractive female. She's better in her top line and deeper back through her rear urban flank than the heifer that comes behind her. She just lacks the overall quality to compete with the two in front of her. These two young men that are doing a nice job. I thought the young man's heifer coming out next just had a little more width, a little more depth than the more attractive heifer that we conclude the class with. That heifer just needs to have a little more dimension all the way through.
Thank you very much for the overview in our class. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon here in Class 7 is Brigham DeBoard of Ellis County 4-H, your second place, going to Naomi Cavenger of Palmer County 4-H. Our third place award earned by Sarah Fella of Wharton County FFA, Wharton, Texas FFA. And fourth in the class, Marcy Avila, Hebronville FFA chapter. And fifth, representing Jacksonville FFA, was Isaac Ramono. Congratulations to these exhibitors. We're now ready to move Class 8 of our Angus show in. I want to thank Mr. Rydell Tanner from the Angus Association, your field man, for being with us today and helping us move cattle into the arena. Always good to have Rydell on hand. Thank you for being with us. Also, ladies and gentlemen, attention, I think Larry West, have you taken your medicine this morning? We have found a prescription bottle for you. If you could make your way to the announcer's stand, we'll be happy to return your medication. We're now into Class 8 of your Angus show. Final call for Class 9. First call for Class 10 to staging in the Angus show on the south. Class 10, first call. Class 9 is going to be a quick four-head class, so Class 9, first call to staging. Class 10, be moving that away.
Well, I think we had an awfully strong first division.
just because the cattle that I think are good within this class, some of the better cattle, are definitely different in their overall type and kind. You know, I think all three of these heifers have some structure things up front in the way they're assembled that I'd like to change. But I think when you break it down past that, the young man's heifer that we start off with, when you get off to the side of them is when you can see that, you know, that heifer is the most balanced and symmetrical female. Not only does she have all the power that you would ever want in one, when you get off to the side of them, up through her front 1/3, she's nicer in the way she's designed about the crest of her neck and through her throat latch. She's more attractive at the base of her chest. And then when you get off of the side of her, not only is she longer, but she maintains more balance from her chest floor back to her flank. I'd like to see that heifer move a little different when she comes at you. She wants to push on the outside of her skeleton, and then thus that makes her shorten up just a tad off of her back end. And, you know, I think that the heifer in second probably comes just a little square at you and isn't quite as pigeon-toed, but I also think that heifer's a little tight in terms of her knee when she gets out and travel. But where I criticize her compared to our class winner is there's not as much heifer there. And then when you get off to the side of her, she's not as elegant in the way she's designed about her neck and chest, maybe a little higher right there in the tip of her tail head, but another really nice female. You know, the heifer in third, although she's giving up some width and dimension, there's times I had this heifer win in the class too. If she had just a notch more slope to her knee and set to her knee, I could probably justify the lack of power and dimension to get this heifer up higher. I like her size, I like her depth, I like her freshness, I like her hip and hind leg, but she has given up quite a bit of mass to those two in front of her, and she too is just a little tighter out of her front end in terms of her movement. The two heifers would come out next. You know, the young man's heifer on the move, I really like her. She can get out and travel. The young man needs to probably keep her just a little more collected when she gets to the stand, give himself just a notch better chance, because I think this is a good heifer that's got some power and dimension. She's got a nice hind leg to her. You're doing that's how you want to get her set up every time, because there you can see that she has some balance and some eye appeal. But you know, there was some times we had a tough look on her when she was getting a little stretched out. You would like to set her down in her tail head, making her just a little nicer in her throat latch. This young man does a really nice job showing that he gets every bit that he can out of this heifer. This heifer's got a little chest, a heifer that's not ultra-dimensional from behind, but she's got some foot size and some cushion at the ground, and this young man does an excellent job getting her set up at all times. The next few females coming down the line are cattle that has some substance to them, just not maybe the quality or the overall structural design as those cattle up on top.
Thank you very much for the overview here in Class 8. This will be final call for Class 10 to staging. We'll be moving in Class 9 in your Angus show momentarily. Final call for Class 10 to staging. We'll go ahead and let the comments go.
Another nice set of Hereford females, and again, the quality has just been extreme on the top end. And again, I think one of the closer decisions in this pair, when you get them out and move, is where I think I really like the way we've got them. You know, the young lady doesn't get her heifer set up quite stretched as nice, but when you get to looking at them structurally and how they're put together, two nice females, a lot of freshness to this heifer, and it leads this off. Really good in her structure, really good to slope to her shoulder. When you get out and move her, really stretches off of both ends. I like this female a great deal for the femininity and freshness that she has. Ties into her neck shoulder junction just a little nicer than the heifer in second, but an awfully good heifer the young lady has here in second as well. And it doesn't hold her top line together quite so well. But here's two high quality females in this November-December class. Really a big female here in three. Heifer's got a lot of volume and capacity, a lot of length to her. Just a little plainer, a little coarser through her front end and shoulder, not quite as feminine as you look at her, but a really functional, useful kind of a female that goes in there in pretty good shape. A young lady's heifer that comes around the corner here, she labors a little bit off her hind end and wants to toe out here just a little bit in front. The young man's heifer coming here next, really like her on the stand. She just needs to reach off those hind legs a bit, just doesn't quite fill her track quite as well. massive dark red heifer that we have. Again, structurally, I don't find her quite as appealing as the female we had above her, but I think the couple of heifers at the top end, just a tremendous amount of stoutness. Maybe on the upper end, perhaps we start getting awfully big here in this case. Young lady's heifer coming here. Again, take some of the shoulder off of her. We'd like her just a little bit. Big boy, the heifer's here alongside it, but doesn't turn out through her hind end. It kind of rounds off through her rump, a little low in her pins. Really a big heifer here with quite a bit of coarseness to her. And then we get a couple heifers that, to me, just need to have a little more quality to move up the line. But these young people have done a nice job. Let's give them a good hand for this class.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols.
In our Angus show on the south, first place honors went to Barrett Howell of Somerville FFA. Second in that class to Kaylin Kaiser of the Dublin FFA chapter. Third place to Kylie Byler of the Bangs FFA. Your fourth place award to Connor D. Berry, Lamb County 4-H member. Fifth in the class to Lane Cartwright of Palo Pinto County 4-H. Our sixth place, Bryson Steiner of the West Texas FFA. Seventh to Wyatt McCam, Arlington FFA chapter member. Eighth in the class to Madison Nicole Cross of Holland FFA. Ninth in the class went to Adriana Holguin of Hutto FFA. And 10th place to Freddie Gonzalez of Zapata FFA.
Nice class of summer-born heifers here that I think fit together pretty good. The young lady's heifer that wins the class, I think, does so pretty handily. I think she's the most effective combination of balance and substance and putting it together into the most complete functional package once you get the cattle on the move. From there, I think it becomes a tougher sort between the remaining three. The young lady's heifer that we go ahead and use in second, I thought was just a little neater up through her neck, a little better in terms of her chest and chest floor to flank balance than the heifer we have right behind her. The heifer we have behind her, I think, is a little smoother in terms of her shoulder design and a little nicer in the way she's designed out of her hip than the heifer that comes out next. Just want to balance this heifer up a little better from the side. The young lady's heifer that concludes the class probably has more muscle than the two right in front of her, probably has the most structural challenges once you set the cattle into motion of the three. But I think all three were close. I think you can do them different ways. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Go ahead. In the Hereford.
I'd like to take this opportunity to give the results on Class 7, Hereford females. Winning the class, Riley Harris, Kaufman County 4-H. Second in class number 7, Paisley Miller, Austin County 4-H. Our third place heifer exhibited by Slade Smathers, Llano County 4-H. Fourth goes to Alexa Rowe, Aledo FFA. Fifth place heifer exhibited by Peyton Halls, Godley FFA. Sixth goes to Kelby Forey, Chisholm FFA. Our seventh place heifer exhibited by Kayla Schneider, Klein Oak FFA. Eighth place goes to Darwin Maradega from Pearland FFA. Ninth, Jesse Rojas, Liberty FFA. And our 10th place heifer exhibited by Haley Foster. We need Class 9 Hereford females to the north staging area. Class 9 Hereford females, north staging area, about to lead in Class 8.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share with you the results from our last class of Angus, and we'll introduce this class moving into the arena this time. This is your Class 10 females. And next up will be our division. So you folks with Angus heifers in Class 13, this is your call to bring them to staging. Class 13 Angus, please move them up to staging for us. We'll have a division drive immediately after this Class 10, and we're going to need 13 in the holding area. Taking first place honors in Class 9 was Riley Grace Gowan of Bell County 4-H. Second in the class to Destiny Williams, Waller County 4-H. Our third place to Lacey Williams of Waller County 4-H. And our fourth place to Texan Wynn Ralston of Hansford County 4-H. Congratulations to the Class 9 winners in the Angus Show.
Jay Shipley, New Caney FFA. We need your Hereford female to the north staging area for Class 9. Jay Shipley, New Caney FFA. Please report with your heifer to the north staging area.
Well, I sure think this class is really, really good from top to bottom. I think the top 4 heifers up down here are very, very good. There's some differences all the way down the line, but I think it'd be hard to argue that, you know, the heifer we're going to go ahead and use with is the most eye-catching female. I know she's got quite a bit of hair to her, but I think even underneath the hair, she's still an elegantly designed female that's really fresh in her condition. Her balance from the side is really good. The way she's designed coming out of the back side of her shoulder when compared to the heifer in second, and I know part of it's hair, but she is more attractive at her pin set and out through her tail head. A heifer that's got a big foot and a powerful hind leg to her. I like her better in her balance underneath as well. She's a little tighter in her chest floor in relationship to her rear flank. You know, this heifer could take probably a half-inch longer stride out of her front end, but I think, you know, when you compare all day, you know, I don't know, we've seen a perfect one in terms of their structure, and I think there maybe is a slight advantage in terms of length of stride off of her front end to the heifer in second. I just think there's too many extras and advantages that go to this young lady's heifer to get her out of the first place hole. I think the heifer in second, like we said, maybe does reach just a bit nicer off of her front end. I liked this heifer when she came in. I just thought, you know, she's pretty much a no-nonsense cowy female. I like the flatness of her shoulder. I like her hind legs set. A heifer that just doesn't show us maybe the extras that we have in the one that wins the class. But I prefer her in terms of her balance over the one we have in second. Or third. Heifer in third is probably nicer and longer and leveler hip than the one in second, but she's got a little bit more chest. She has a little less shape, and she's just a notch straighter out of her shoulder. But I thought her advantages in terms of the way everything is fit together allows her to place over the heifer in fourth. I appreciate that both of these heifers appear to be a little farther along in terms of their gestation than the 2 we start with, but I think the advantage of this heifer is the way she's designed down her top and in her loin and out over her hip over the heifer that we have in fourth. Heifer we have in fourth, the young man does a nice job with. This heifer wants to push him, but he's doing a nice job with her. This heifer is very fresh in her condition. She looks like she's going to have a nice udder. I do like the heifer in terms of her structure. Because she's a little flatter haired, you know, it's not as easy to hide some things, but she could be stoutened up in terms of her bone just a little bit. But I guess what placed her fourth when compared to the heifer in third was her loin and tail head and in behind her shoulders. And I too know that some of that doesn't always look its best the closer you get to calving, but I do appreciate that female. I know the heifer that comes out next has given up some pounds to the ones behind her, but I just thought she was more attractive and better in terms of her structure. The 3 heifers we have remaining, just maybe want to get them a little more collected, both at the stand and on the move.
Thank you for the overview in Class 10. We'll have those results for you momentarily. Class 13, Angus, this is your call to have all of those heifers in. We're moving into our middle division judging here, and Class 13, Angus, need to be at staging. And taking first place honors in Class 10 that just leaving the arena is Candace Kennedy from Stevens County 4-H. Second in the class to Kenley Bozeman of the Idalou FFA chapter. Our third place went to Cassidy Bozeman, Idalou FFA. Fourth in the class to Cade Landers, Runnels County 4-H. Our fifth place ribbon to Olivia Fine, Brazos County 4-H, that's a Brazoria County 4-H member. And sixth place in the class to Riley Zapalak of Schulenburg FFA. Seventh to Kylie Alexander of Brazoswood FFA. Your eighth place went to Dale Grayson of Deer Park FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 10.
Another nice class of Hereford females. The young lady looks happy to win it, and she deserves to win this class. I think when you get to looking at it, I mean, the heifer doesn't have a lot of hair, and as you kind of see is what you get. But a very functional, useful female that where she excels this class is her movement and her structure. We've got a couple down here we'll talk about that I really wanted to get them up, but for me, you got to get out and move. You got to get out and stretch and flex, and this heifer really does that. She probably doesn't hold her top line together quite as nicely as some of the other females, but you get her out, you study her flexibility, her durability, and longevity, I think kind of brings her to the top. Very functional, useful kind of a heifer in second that's probably not as long through her front end, but certainly here's a heifer that's got a ton of muscle to her and a lot of rib and capacity. I really appreciate the volume that this female has. She is just a big-bodied, big volume kind of a female that I like a great deal. Now, a heifer I really tried to use higher and higher, I like pretty well, is the heifer in 3, but she just lays in a little straighter through her shoulder. She doesn't come off her hind leg. She sure got the look. I mean, you get her set up here, you're judging them on profile. She'd be where your mind would go, but I guess as I study the female out, she doesn't fundamentally go as well as I'd like to see, and that may not be part of her every day, but it is today. And so when we get her down here, she just needs to travel off of both ends. I'd like to slope her and angle her to her shoulder just a bit. Again, the young man's dark red heifer here, one of the longer-bodied heifer females we've had. Again, a heifer that wants to get a little higher in her tail head, but certainly a female that's got a lot of quality as well. Young man's heifer coming next. We start getting down the line here. To me, real functional, useful kind of a female. Got a lot of volume and rib and a lot of length. Again, when you study her shoulder, you like the way she comes up the front end. The young lady's heifer coming here next starts to get a little narrower gauge. I'd like to spring her out a little bit, have her just give her a little more width in her lower rib. Young man's heifer here is a female that gets a little heavier shoulder, a little off in her front end. The young lady's female coming toward me, again, just too narrow. She comes right at you. Just need to spring her apart just a little bit. Then we get into the set of heifers that just have some problems with balance and movement. Young lady's heifer, young man's here in front of me. Just, again, a fair amount of muscle to this heifer, but, again, doesn't hold herself together quite as well. And we give up some performance then in the next heifer. Heifer coming here, just a little coarser and plainer shoulder, and then a pair of heifers that not quite enough performance to move up the line. But a nice set of Hereford heifers, particularly up on the top end.
Final call for Angus Class 13 to staging. Class 13, final call to staging.
Class 10 Hereford females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 10 Hereford females. Well, our results in Class 8 Hereford heifers that was just previously judged. Winning the class, Survey Sexton, Gonzales County 4-H. Second in that class goes to John Gilbreth, Dodge City, FFA. Third in that class, Augusta Sexton, Gonzales 4-H. Our fourth place exhibitor, Luke Williams, Collin County 4-H. Fifth in that class, shown by Maddox Tedford, Aledo FFA. Sixth place goes to Kinsey Stewart, Lee County 4-H. Our seventh place exhibitor, Logan McCarver, Gillespie County 4-H. Eighth in that class, Kennedy Gordon, McLennan County 4-H. Our ninth place exhibitor, Andrew Kimbrough, Trinity County 4-H. And 10th in class number 8, Bethany Haynes, Luling FFA.
Can you make this announcement? If anyone is parked in the gold line on row 7A on the fence by the ticket booth, they will need to move immediately or they will be towed.
Attention in the cattle barn. Attention in the cattle barn. If you are parked in the gold lot, row 7A on the fence by the ticket booth, you need to move your vehicle immediately or it will be towed. Again, if you're parked in the gold lot, row 7A on the fence by the ticket booth, you need to move your vehicle immediately or it will be towed away. We're currently judging our junior division in our Angus show on the South Judging Arena. So you Class 13 Angus heifers, you need to be in the South staging area. Class 14 Angus, start making your way down to the South staging area. Got Class 13 ready. Class 14, you won't be long. Start bringing them to the South staging area in our Angus show.
As we get out here for your Division II, really a nice lineup. We had some really deep classes. I thought the second class within this division was challenging, different shapes and sizes and, things that you can do. But I think when you get them back out here, I'm very pleased with the quality. The heifer out of the first class, the heifer that was second to her, I probably preferred a little bit in terms of her size, but I thought this heifer was just better. I thought she was more collected on the move. This heifer doesn't really have a big hole in her. You get off to the side of her. She's balanced nice for one that's that long and extended. From the point of her shoulder back to her pins, she maintains her top line really good. Her uniformity in terms of her body depth good. I like her in terms of her structure. We talked every once in a while. She maybe want to get a little outside of herself, but I don't think it's bad, and I think she's really secure in the set and the function that she has to her hind leg. The young man out of the second class, I thought that there was 3 heifers in that class. The one that was third was a very nicely made heifer, just gave up quite a bit of dimension to the top 2. And then the top 2 heifers, we talked about how this heifer, we want to change the way she moves out of her front end. She wants to push on the outside of her skeleton, and that's what made that top pair close, because I did think the heifer in second moved a little squarer off of her front end. But I think when you got the cattle on the side, this heifer was the one excelled in terms of her side view presentation and her silhouette from the side. She also had more shape and dimension to her, but I have to admit, it does bother me the way that she gets out of her front end when you get her back out here in this lineup. Heifer out of the next class I thought was an easy class winner, bold made, big volumed female. You compare her to these other 3 females, not quite the extras in terms of balance and side view. A heifer that maybe has a touch more chest and is a little straighter out of her shoulder. You're going to talk about extras. It's the one in fourth, the heifer that was just really good from the side, very highly presented heifer, but even under the presentation of hair and clip job, that's a good heifer. That's really nice in terms of her dimensions and the way she's designed from the side, extra stoutness and dimension. Really nice female that was second to her in class as well. A functional female that I liked in terms of her structure. The female that just gave up in terms of some overall dimensions and qualities. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go select the 2 I like the best today.
And there's your junior champion in our Angus show, coming to us out of Class 10, shown by Cadence Kennedy, Stevens County 4-H. We're now leading in our second in that class for contention for reserve, shown by Kenley Bosman, Idalou FFA.
August Hereford heifer class, just the 4 head, but really 4 real good females. Heifer kind of rises to the top here, very functional, very sound kind of a female. She gets on the upper end size-wise where we want to moderate things a little bit, but I'm not going to beat her on that regard. I think as you study her, it's definitely longer, nicer fronted, a little cleaner condition than the heifer in second. The heifer in second's got a little waist, a little more waist to her, but another really nice profile female the young lady has. Doesn't come quite as long through her rib as the heifer that we lead off with. The young man's heifer here in third, I think the close decision is between second and third. She's not quite as nice the way she ties through her neck and through her shoulder, but certainly a heifer that travels very nicely. Fourth prize heifer is a female that needs to go a little freer, needs her on her feet and legs, but 4 real good August Hereford heifers.
And our reserve in our junior division in our Angus show goes to Brigham DeBoard, Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to all the youngsters who showed in our junior classes. Now bringing in Class 13, Southside in our Angus show. Results of Class 9 over on the north side in our Hereford show. Winning the class, Slade Beerwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. Placing second in that class, Lena Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. Third place goes to Keaton Kirkendall, Woodson FFA. And placing fourth, Jay Shipley, New Caney FFA. We're now leading in class number 10 in our Hereford Heifer Show. After the conclusion of class 10, we'll transition into our junior division drive. So class 13, Hereford females, get it on your mind. Class 13, Hereford females, be making your way to the north staging area.
Attention in the cattle barn, we've had a few lost items turned in up here to the announcer stand. Earlier this morning, we had a prescription pharmacy bottle turned in here. Appears to have the name of Larry West on it. If you're short of your medicines, you need to come and get your prescription pills. We've got them up here at the announcer stand. Also turned in was a wallet in the restroom area, and it appears to have an important piece of information owned by a Eustace Durwood Epley from Seadrift, Texas. So if you're missing a wallet, we have Eustace Epley's wallet here. Also, a cell phone turned in, and a little white box with some goodies in it. If you've lost one of those for your ears, come on up, and we'll be happy to return these items to the rightful owners. Angus, final call for Class 14 to be in staging. We need 15 to move up as well. 14, 15, both small classes. So bring up 14 and 15 in the Angus show to staging, please.
Really, really super stout set of females. A nice class here. Not very many, but we certainly got a lot of quality in these top three. I think it's real close on our top end. I think when you get to studying this heifer that leads off, she's just massive in terms of her body capacity and body volume. Really like the way she's got the width to her chest. She gets out and moves very nicely. Might want to clean her and tidy her up through her front end just a little bit, but by no means. She's certainly acceptable in that area. I think as you study her, there's just a little more rib and muscle to her compared to the other female that we have. The other female gets both heifers are in pretty good condition, but when you get to looking at the other heifer, just a little shorter rib and maybe carries a little more fat down through her flank. The third prize heifer, really a good female in her own right, extremely long-bodied. Again, a little maybe bigger frame. We might want to tone that down just a bit, but she sure fits in here in terms of her ability to get out and move. The heifer that comes here in fourth is a heifer that's a little shorter off her hind legs and like to change her feet just a little bit, give her a little more depth of heel in this heifer. Then we get into the next heifer that I appreciate the moderation she has, showing some nice udder size, another udder shape to her, but again, a little coarser in her makeup. And then we get a female that's just not traveling quite nice enough to move her up any higher today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on Class 10 Hereford females. Winning the class, Sage Bierwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. Placing second in Class 10, Braley Carr, Quitman FFA. Third place exhibitor, Bentel Levine, Refugio County 4-H. Fourth place, Shelby Taylor, Howe FFA. And fifth is Carlisle Brahman, Refugio County 4-H. And sixth place exhibitor, J.C. Epps, Fairfield FFA. We'll now bring back into the North Arena and stage for our junior drive.
Another really nice class of females, really good set of showmen, I think, in this class. That and on my side of things, that helps. That makes the job even easier when these young people come out here and present the cattle the way they need to be presented. It makes my job a lot easier. I think when you get the cattle out here, I think there was a top 4, then it became a top 2. And then I think of that top 2, the heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with is just put together a little better. I realize, she's given up some size, she's given up some length, and I realize that when you get one as big and long and powerful as the one that we have in second, and she is far along in calf, they're gonna break just a little bit in some certain places. But I think besides that, I think the heifer that we start with, you have to analyze and appreciate for her foot size and her bone, a heifer that balances very, very nicely from the side, and all of her pieces and parts in terms of her silhouette and her dimensions fit together. She's got extra stoutness. She's fresh in terms of her condition. I thought maybe, like the heifer that won the last division, she could take just a tick longer stride out of her front end, but at the same time, she's got good slope to her shoulder. She's set good at her knee, and I thought the longer she was out here, the longer strided and the better that she moved. The heifer that comes in second hit me pretty good when she came in because she's so long and she's so massive and dimensional, and a heifer that with all that length, she can still get out and stride. Where you want to change her is when you get her at the stop, she wants to come apart just a little bit when you compare to the one in front of her. She gets a little easier right behind her shoulders. When you get her out on the move, she comes down in her loin and up in her tail head just a little bit. And when you get her on the move, she comes in at her hock just a little bit. But I do think she has a little more reach off of her front end. I think that's a really nice female as well that just overwhelmingly dominates the ones in third and fourth in terms of overall width and dimension and length. I opted to use the little stouter made female that I thought was more correctly assembled at the ground next. This heifer gives up some mass and dimension to quite a few heifers we have within this class. But I think when you analyze the cattle from the ground up, she's a big-footed female, and I really like the shape of her foot. I like the way she travels about the ring. She's fresh in her condition. Probably just would like to see her a little farther in terms of her gestation, like make her a little bit more of her. Young lady in 4 is a really good showman, and she gets every bit that she can out of this heifer. This heifer is nicely presented, and the female is fresh in her kind. However, when you compare to the one right in front of her, doesn't handle her hind leg with quite as much authority. She's not as attractive in the way she's designed in her loin and her pin set, but that's a nice female for that young lady as well. I think the next pair is close. That pair got placed on movement. The young man's heifer, although not as stout and dimensional as the young ladies, does get out and reach with more flex off of both ends. No doubt the heifer comes out next, has more center body and spring to her rib. But I thought of these top-end heifers, she's the one that probably struggled the most when you set the cattle into motion off of both ends. As we get on down, some really good cattle. I thought these 2 heifers definitely had just more substance and cow power to them than the 3 that we have to conclude the class. Very nice class of Angus females.
Thank you very much. We'll share those results with you in just a moment. Final call for Class 15 to staging. We're moving in Class 14 into your arena shortly, and taking the blue ribbon in Class 13 was Braxton Tate Cole of Floyd County 4-H. Our second place winner went to Berkeley and Kevinger of Palmer County 4-H. Your third place goes to Ronnie Johnson, member of Pilot Point FFA. Fourth to Kylie Winger of Cisco FFA. Fifth to Brigham Kelly, member of the Fayette County 4-H. Our sixth place in the class went to Brooklyn Barnes De Leon FFA member. Our seventh place going to Abby Chesser of West Texas FFA. Our eighth place to Gabriela Gonzalez of Anna FFA. Our ninth place award to Vanessa Hadley of Yo FFA, and taking 10th was Layla Barron Cooper, Abilene FFA member. Congratulations to these ribbon winners in Class 13.
We're currently analyzing the cattle in our junior drive on the north staging area. The contestants in this drive for our junior champion is Class 7 winner Riley Harris, Kaufman 4-H. Out of Class 8 is Savay Sexton, Gonzales County 4-H. Class 9 winner Slade Beerwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. And our Class 10 winner is Sage Beerwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. Our second place heifers in the ring for our junior drive are Class 7, Paisley Miller, Austin County 4-H. Class 8, John Gilbrath, Dodd City FFA. Class number 9, Lena Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. And class number 10, Brayley Carr, Quitman FFA.
Let's give these Hereford exhibitors a big round of applause for their class winners in this group. So these kids have done a nice job. I like all four heifers. Obviously, as we get to going through age, they get further along in gestation and kind of makes things look a little bit different. Certainly not the one that I think is perfect in every way, but certainly four of them that I think a great deal of. We get to studying the females out here, big-bodied, high-volume, good sound females. We'll go out and pick our champions.
And there's your junior division winner in our Hereford Heifer Show, coming to us out of class number 10. That's Sage Beerwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. Now leading second in out of class 10, that was Slade Beerwinkle, coming to us for contention for reserve. And there's our reserve champion in our junior division, shown coming to us out of class number 9. That's Slade Beerwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. Congratulations to our division champions in our junior division. We'll now move on into class 13, first class of senior heifers in our Hereford show. I'm going to lead in class 13. So class 14, we need you in the north staging area. Class 14, Hereford heifers, we need you in the north staging area.
Really a nice class here, and I think you have a top 3 and then I think a top pair. That's the closest pair that we have within the class. Both cattle, I think, are good in terms of their structure. Neither perfect, but both sound. Once you get past that, I think when you get off to the side of the cattle, the heifer that we use wins the class in terms of balance and symmetry. She's a little nicer designed and tucked up in terms of her chest. She maintains more strength and dimension coming out of the top side of her shoulder and over her loin and at her pins. You know, she has the advantage both in terms of balance as well as in terms of width and dimension. She isn't as far along in terms of gestation. She doesn't drop quite as much sweep to the center portion of her body cavity. But I think when you compare to the heifer in second, from the ground up, she's bigger footed and heavier boned, and she has more dimension all the way through. That combined with her being nicer balance allows her to place into first. I like the heifer in second quite well because I just think she's a functional brood cow. I think the young man has her fresh in her condition. I like her in terms of her structure. I like the fact that he has her bred on time, and I love the sweep she has to her rib. Just not quite the overall quality that the heifer that we have that wins the class, not the overall dimension. The heifer in third is probably a bigger, stouter heifer than the one in second, but I don't think she's attractive up to her front 1/3. She gets a little plainer in her shoulder, not the sweep to her rib. The next pair of heifers, I think the young lady's heifer is just a little more feminine in her kind, the way she's designed about her head and through her shoulder and in her joint work. The young man's heifer probably has a touch more muscle, just a little rounder and coarser than the heifer right in front of him.
Alexander Gorch, Beaumont FFA. Alexander Gorch, Beaumont FFA. We need your heifer now at the north staging area. Your class is leading in. Alexander Gorsh, Beaumont FFA. Class 14 Hereford heifers, we need you now.
And ladies and gentlemen, over on the Angus side, we'll have those results for you as they move in class 15 for judging here. In class 14, taking the blue ribbon there is Styles Patton of Milan County 4-H. Our second place award went to Wesley Wagner, member of Falls County 4-H. In third was Jaden Joby, Bridgeport FFA chapter. Fourth place to Carson Pack of Stephenville FFA. And fifth in the went to Cole Gilbert, Columbia FFA chapter. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in class 14 of the Angus show. We're now judging class 15. This is the final class of our senior division. We'll be lining up those for division champs here shortly. And then doing the Grand Angus drive. So you limousine exhibitors with heifers in class 1 and 2, y'all need to be getting them standing ready, and as soon as we move in that division drive, we'll call up class 1 of the Lemmy show.
Our last class over here in your Angus side, a pair of senior yearling females. The young December heifer we're going to go ahead and use. Ideally, you'd sure like to see her probably getting a little closer in terms of having a baby right now. But I think when you compare her to the heifer in second, there's just a little more eye appeal and quality up through the female's front end. There's a little more substance of bone and foot size, just attractiveness. I appreciate the heifer in second because this heifer's got some muscle. Heifer that does appear to have a little more, swoop to her rib. Heifer that travels pretty nicely when you set her into motion. Just want to make her a bit more eye appealing and attractive when you analyze her from the side. But let's give those two young ladies a nice round of applause.
Thank you much, Mr. Cates, for the overview in our Class 15. And taking the blue ribbon in that class was Carly Stevenson from Eustis FFA, and the second place went to Kaylee Whitty of Judson FFA. And this will bring us to our Senior Division Champion drive in the Angus Show. You limousine exhibitors, Class 1 and 2, y'all get them ready to come to the ring holding area. We'll move right into your show following the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Angus. We're now moving in our division, Senior Division champion, and representing Class 13 was entry number 74526, Braxton Cole of Floyd County. The second place there was earned by Barkley and Cavinger of Palmer County. In Class 14, your blue ribbon winner there was Stiles Patton of Milam County. The second place in that class earned by Wesley Wagner of Falls County. And in Class 15 that was just completed here, first place winner representing the class, Carly Stevenson of Eustis FFA, and second, Keely Willett of Judson FFA. This is your Senior Champion Division class. All previous calf and junior champion and reserves for those divisions need to be in the staging area, standing ready for the grand drive.
Well, a very pleasing division for me. I think the quality was good and deep in every class, and I'm very happy with the cattle that we have back out here, the first and seconds. The heifer that wins the first class, I think, does a lot of neat things. A heifer that does catch your eye and is presented very nicely, but even past her presentation is one that I think you have to appreciate for having that much power, center body, and dimension. And putting it into that nicely balanced of a package and still getting out and hitting her stride when you set the cattle into motion. Another really good heifer that we have out of the second class, one that ties nice out of the top side of her shoulder, one that is very level and down her top, has a really attractive hind leg to her with good set and good foot size. When you compare to that one right in front of her, she doesn't appear to have quite the overall dimension to her, but I think another really nice female. Then our December heifer that won the last class, she was just nicer balanced and better structured than the one that was second to her, but you probably need to see her a little bit farther and long. I like both the seconds over there out of our first two classes. That the second out of the first class was just truly intriguing to have that much size, length, and dimension, and still be able to hit her stride pretty good when you get her on the move. Maybe just out here, up here's a little out there in terms of her size and length, and that causes her not to fit quite together as nice in terms of her top line. I really liked the second out of that last class as well, just the broodiness, cowiness, and femininity. Good structured, big-bodied. Young man said a nice job getting the heifer in gestation. she maybe just lacks that overall dimension and quality of a couple of the heifers we have out here, but I really like that female. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go select 2 for you.
And we thank you, Mr. Tyler Cates, our judge here in the Angus Show. 15. 13. What's his number? 13. Braxton Tate Cole there of Floyd County taking the senior division, and we'll bring in entry 92673 for reserve consideration. And reserve goes to our Class 14 first place winner there, Stiles Patton of Milam County 4-H, taking reserve senior honors. They'll be circling back around for the grand drive.
We need Kaiser Sloan Audemars for grand drive.
And he's a 6. It shows he's a 6. Well, we need our Kyler.
They were 6th place. They wouldn't be in the
Well, no. Look. Is he there?
Yeah, Kaiser Sloan Audemars.
Attention in the barn. Kyler Sloan Ottomer, we need your heifer, the reserve from the calf division. We need you in staging. We're about to move the champion class into the arena at this time. Calf reserve, entry number 56925, needed in staging immediately.
Another good class of Hereford females. I really like the top 2 heifers that come here to the top end. We're getting far enough along in calf. We ought to start seeing a little udder development. We're seeing that in these females. I think if you look at the dark red heifer that we have, she comes with just a little more mass and power to her. Certainly sound enough. You get her out here. You maybe want to tie her together a little nicer neck shoulder. I think the heifer in second maybe beats her in that regard. But you get to study the total muscle and shape and high volume and capacity in this female that we lead with. Like her a great deal. Young lady's got a really nice functional female in second. Nice udder development on her. I think when you get to thinking about she's not far along from having a baby, and young lady does a nice job hitting her set up. Long-sided, very nice pattern, very profiled, very long-fronted kind of a female I like quite well. Then we get into a third place female. It gets a little coarser perhaps, not quite as well presented out here, not quite as much udder development. But when you start getting in the group, she is the other big-bodied, high-volume, high-capacity, big-ribbed heifer that's got quite a bit of muscle shape to her, and I felt she needed to run here in third. Well, a very attractive, very feminine design heifer in fourth that we have. Heifer that's just not quite as stout as some of the other heifers we had up above, but I do like her when we get her out here on the move. We start to get our 5th prize heifer here. Gets a little short-strided off those hind legs, as does our 6th prize heifer. We start feming some females that need to travel with a little more power and authority behind. The dark red heifer coming up next, turning the corner. It's a female that needs more muscle to her. She starts to get a little narrower when you get over her top. And then we get down to a pair of heifers, the boy in the cowboy hat. Really a heifer I thought about using for a while, but I'd like to see a heifer get out and travel just a little bit more. She labors particularly off this front end, a little more front than we have. Young man's heifer coming up here next. Not quite as much balance, too much front end in proportion to the back end. Then we start getting into another pair of heifers here, kind of a long-toed heifer coming around here, and then a pair of heifers that just don't have enough to them to run with the rest of this class. Nice set of females up on our top end.
Class 1 limousines to staging in the south, please. Class 1 limousine to staging, please.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on Class 13 Herefords. Winning the class is Weston Murphy, Hamilton County 4-H. Second place goes to Kinley Guidry, Rural FFA. Third in that class, Ainsley Williams, Van Alstine FFA. Our fourth place exhibitor is Callie Harris, LaPoigneur FFA. Fifth place, if I can find it, Daniela Galindo, Pearland FFA. Our sixth place exhibitor is Savannah Grimes, Brownsboro FFA. Seventh was shown by Whitney Stansel, Maypearl FFA. Our eighth place exhibitor is Keely Warnken, Schulenburg FFA. Ninth was shown by Brody Pfizer, East Central FFA. And our 10th place exhibitor, Alexander Gorsh, Beaumont FFA. We're now leading in Class 14 in our Hereford show. No Class 15. There's no Class 15, so we'll go straight into our senior drive. And so all you previous division winners, get it on your mind in the Hereford show.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. And ladies and gentlemen, here in the Angus Arena on the south, you have our division champions lined up. They're being evaluated, and our judge will be making his selection here for the grand in the Angus breed, as well as picking the reserve grand.
Well, I'm not going to talk more about the cattle because I felt like within the divisions we broke them down a little farther. And I'm not going to just give a grand drive speech in every breed, but I know this is probably one of the bigger breeds, and the quality sure is deep. But it's a pleasure for me to be here. I love that we started off the day with a prayer. I think that these young people have to be reminded not only that they're lucky to be able to do this, they're lucky to live in this great country, but they're also extremely lucky to have a God that loves them. And I think that it's great when I come down to Texas and Oklahoma as well, and you do recognize the Lord. And I think that we should give the show a nice round of applause for that. Great set of cattle, good division of calves, but I think that, we show cattle, a lot of cattle, and I know how hard it is to get these yearlings, these calves bred, and then get them here as yearlings. So, I think if we can throughout the day, we are going to try to use yearlings and give an advantage. But thank you to the show. So far, the cattle are coming to us in a great manner. Excellent quality, excellent kids. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And ladies and gentlemen, our Grand Champion Award going to our senior champion, entry number 74526, exhibited by Braxton Cole of Floyd County 4-H. We'll move up that reserve out of the senior ranks for reserve consideration. And taking the reserve grand honors is your senior reserve, entry number 54969. That's Steiner Patton of Milam County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors on their accomplishments here in the Angus show. And you limousine exhibitors, Class 1, this is final call for Class 1 to staging. Class 2, limousine, lightweights, you need to move up into the ranks and being standing ready.
Class 1 Scimitars be getting on your mind. We're in our last class of seniors in our Hereford show. Then we'll go through the division and champion drive. So Class 1 Scimitars, you'll be in the north staging area. Start getting on your mind. Class 1 semis.
Just an announcement on procedure, folks. Cattle who have shown in their breed can only be released at the conclusion of the breed show. So you Angus exhibitors are free to get your release processed and move if you need to. We need to make sure that our Grand and Reserve stay back because we will have a Supreme this evening and presentations at the conclusion of all of our judging in the ring.
All right, we finished up our Hereford show. Really kind of a challenging class to sort with, and a young man's heifer does kind of come to the top pretty handily. She's got the most to offer, the most in one package. She's not super powerful, but she's got a nice udder. She's got a lot more femininity to her than the other females in the class. As we get to studying her out here, I think super sound, really good profile kind of pattern, kind of a female. We get on down the line, it gets a little tougher then. I'm going to use a heifer that's got probably a little more stoutness. And when you study her, I just like to make her a little cleaner in her joints and make her a little more feminine in her appearance. But compared to the rest of the group, she's sounder on her feet and legs compared to some of the other heifers that we have. Extremely long-bodied heifer here in 4. It's a heifer that's extremely long through her rib, but kind of weak in her loin and comes out through her tail head. Young lady's got a nice feminine female here in 4th. She's just a little frailer and featured, a little finer bone for my liking. And then we get into a pair of heifers coming around here that need to have a little more sounder feet and legs on them and a little more balance and eye appeal to them. But certainly I appreciate the work these young people put into these heifers. We've had a nice Hereford show wind up with this class.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on Class 14 in our Hereford Heifer Show. Winning the class is William Tackett from Iola FFA. Our second place heifer was exhibited by Brianna Hodges, Tioga FFA. Our third place exhibitor, Cole Baker, Water Valley FFA. Fourth goes to Lexi Foster, Coleman County 4-H. Our fifth place exhibitor, McKenna Epps, Fairfield FFA. And our sixth place heifer was shown by Harrison Patterson from Tioga FFA. We're now leading back into the North Judging Arena. Our first and second place heifers out of Class 13 and 14. Winning Class 13 is Weston Murphy from Hamilton County 4-H. Our second in Class 13 was exhibited by Kenley Guidry, Royal FFA. Out of Class 14, we just previously announced winning the class, William Tackett, Iola FFA, and second, Brianna Hodges, Tioga FFA. From these 4 heifers, our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols from Manhattan, Kansas, will select our Grand and Reserve Grand Senior Division winners. Class 1 semis, start getting it on your mind. Class 1 Scimitars, start getting it on your mind. Semi show will start pretty quick.
You got everything? Thank you, Mr. Cates. You're doing a mighty fine. Limousine exhibitors, Class 1. We're ready to move here in your first class of Lemmy females. We have 10 entries in this class. Class 2 limousines, you need to be at staging, please. Class 2 limousines to staging. We're now moving in and judging Class 1. Have 10 entries in this class.
We get into our last division of Herefords. I think we've really got a nice set of 4 heifers out here to compete for overall champion. You know, we get this far along, they're starting to think about coming mamas and starting to look a little different in their shape and their pattern. But certainly I think the 4 heifers fit together very nicely. These kids have had a nice Hereford show. We'll go out and pick our champions.
There's your senior champion Hereford female, goes to Weston Murphy, Hamilton County 4-H. And the reserve comes out of the same class, and that's Kinley Guidry, Royal FFA. Congratulations to all the youngsters who sold in our senior classes. We'll now bring our previous division winners in and select our grand and reserve champion, Hereford female. Simmental exhibitors, Class 1 Simmental exhibitors, we need you to the south staging area. Class 1 Simmental, start bringing your heifers to the south staging area. We're now leading in our previous division winners to select our grand champion Hereford female. I'd like to announce those division winners. Our heifer calf champion, exhibited by Camden Chris from Valley View FFA, and our reserve champion heifer calf, exhibited by Allie Renee Tiemann from Washington County 4-H. In our junior division, our champion was shown by Sage Bierwinkle from Spring Lake FFA, and the reserve champion junior division female was exhibited by Slade Bierwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. And as we just finished our senior division, our champion in our senior division, shown by Weston Murphy, Hamilton County 4-H, and our reserve in our senior division, exhibited by Kinley Guidry, Royal FFA. From these 6 females, our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, Manhattan, Kansas, will select our grand and reserve grand champion Hereford females.
Attention in the cattle barn. We need our class 2, 3, and 4. These are all small classes. Have room for all of them. And our superintendent's asking that we have staged class 2 through 4 in the staging area at this time. We're limousine classes 2, 3, and 4 to staging. What's that? Limousine.
Simmental heifers, we need you at Class 1 North Staging Area. Class 1 Simmental heifers, we need you North Staging Area.
And attention limousine exhibitors. As soon as we get into class 4, we got some small breed classes, and you division in classes 7, 8, and 9. Y'all be listening up, because once we get to about class 4, we're going to ask all of y'all to come at the same time, because they're very small classes.
Well, I've certainly enjoyed the opportunity to judge the Hereford cattle here in San Antonio. I knew the Herefords would be good down here, and they exceeded my expectations. These young people have done a tremendous job. Let's give all our Hereford exhibitors a big round of applause for this morning's show. I listened to just a bit to Tyler's comment. I want to second what he said about how great it is to open with the pledge. And I didn't know the pledge to the flag of Texas. I'm going to have to learn that. But I did think it's great that we do that. You know, coming to these shows, a dear friend of mine said it's a place where you can lose old friends and make new enemies. And it doesn't need to be that way. And certainly as you come in here, it's just one guy's opinion on one day. And I had the real advantage coming down. Really don't know much about the kids, and that's good. And so I evaluate the cattle, and we come out here for our champion. I think I have to find the one that, to me, has the most to offer. And it's hard when you start comparing these different ages that we have throughout here. But I'm really pleased with the 3 that we have in contention. I think really a nice set of Hereford heifers. It's been a joy to judge the kids today. I congratulate all of them, and I'll go out and I'll pick our champions. Let's give them another big round of applause.
And there's your grand champion Hereford female of the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, exhibited by Camden Chris, Valley View FFA. Will now lead in Allie Renee Tiemann and a reserve heifer calf to contend for reserve grand honors. And your senior champion is the Reserve Grand, exhibited by Sage Beerwinkle, Spring Lake FFA. I'd like to thank Dr. Dave Nichols for doing an outstanding job of working through our Hereford females. We'll keep working him, and we'll start in on Class 1 scimitars. Let's get them led into the North Judging Arena, Class 1 scimitars. Class 2 semis, let's start lining up. Class 1 scimitars, we need you in the North Judging Arena. Class 2 scimitars, start lining up at the staging area, north side.
Really a nice class here, and I think up here, I think 4 females that put together some nice things, and I think there's just some differences in terms of type and kind. The heifer we're going to go ahead and start with isn't the biggest, stoutest, and the heaviest, but she's the best quality. I think she's the best structured, the best balanced female, that if I was taking one home and going to show them next year, this is the one I would choose to run with. I think when you compare to the heifer in second, she's square and more correct in the way she's designed out of her shoulder and her front knee and pastern. She blends just a little nicer behind her shoulder, and a heifer that sets down with more collectedness off of her back leg as well. Definitely giving up some advantages to width and dimension and size to the heifer right behind her. I thought these were the 2 higher performing, longer bodied heifers. And of the pair, I think when you analyze the cattle coming and going, there's just more natural width to the young lady's heifer. She's got more chest floor and foreribs. As she goes away, she's got more natural width at her pins. I just want to change this heifer a little bit in the way she's designed and moves out of her front end to allow her to get up into that top hole. I like the heifer that's third when she first came in, because she's nice necked and she's flat jointed and she's pretty soft at the ground. As you get to analyze her and comparing her heifer that needs to have just a little more softness to her center body. A heifer, when you analyze her as she comes and goes, is just a little narrower underneath. But I think if that heifer continues to feed and body down, there's some parts and pieces there for her to get pretty good as well. The young lady's heifer that comes next, I thought was a feminine, cowy one that has a more center body and has a more maternal look to her than the one right behind her. I know it's hard to look at this heifer in fourth because she has long hair and she hasn't been clipped down real tight. But you analyze this heifer, and although you want to make her a tick stouter, this heifer is pretty good structured and has some look and some balance to her. The heifer right behind her, there's probably bolder made, but not as soft in terms of her rib and good in terms of her structure. As we get down towards the bottom of the class, probably some cattle we just want to modify in terms of their movement more when you compare to the heifers up on top.
And we thank you for the overview of our placings here in Class 1 of our limousine show. And first place honors going to Casey Parrish of Hardin FFA. Your second place winner comes to us from Eastland FFA, and that's Kelly Gaston. Our third place winner in the class went to Cole Keaton of Lubbock County 4-H. Fourth to Allison Runnels of Hondo FFA. Your fifth place award to Chloe Menfee of Mansfield FFA. Sixth place to Gracie Garza, Royce City FFA chapter. Our seventh place to Cash Wooten, member of Magnolia FFA. Ninth and eighth in the class to Lawton Emmons of ARP FFA. Your ninth place ribbon went to Bo London of Tioga FFA. And rounding out the class was Riley Jenkins of Angelina County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 2 in the arena here in the limousine show on the south. We have 6 entries in this class. The final call for Class 3 and 4 to staging in the limousine show. Bring them in, check them out. You folks, be mindful that classes 5 and 6 are champion classes. So this will be first call in the south for the limousines in Class 7 to make their way to staging and check in. Thank you. kind of a heads-up announcement for those of you with other breeds. We're projecting here in the South Arena that our lunch break will be taken after the Charolais show. So we'll move right into our Charolais show following the conclusion of the limousine show. And we'll be announcing a projected time for our lunch break before we go to the Red Angus, but we will be observing a lunch break for our lineup staff following the Charolais show here in the South. Attention in the barn for Hereford exhibitors. There was a set of registration papers found and turned in here to the announcer stand for McKaylee White of Blackwell, Texas, heifer.
As we get into your second class of limousine heifers, it's one of those classes that when they walked in, I felt like the heifer that's going to go ahead and win the class did so pretty handily. And then I think from there back, there wasn't at first a logical second. I definitely didn't think there was a logical bottom end heifer, as I think the cattle are really good all the way through. They're just different, and there's some advantages that go different ways. Once you get third through sixth, I think you can mix them all up however you want. But I never wavered from the heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with. I think she is the heifer that combines both being the soundest and the most flexible with being balanced and being as big volumed as any. I think that's the place you need to start. The heifer in seconds maybe could be a little neater at the top set of her neck and down through her throat, but I thought she was the next cowiest, soundest female that still had some balance and femininity. Big sweep to her rib, nice slope to her shoulder, still square enough in her overall design, just not the overall attractiveness of the heifer we go ahead and start with. You can do what you want with the heifer in the third because she is a plainer heifer that's got a little bit more throat and a little bit more condition down through her chest, but I thought she was the boldest made and the soundest moving of the four heifers that we had remaining. I think you can move her wherever you want in this lineup, but I gave her an advantage of being a broody cowie when it gets around the ring. I think the next one will be one that'll be interesting to watch. She's a little bigger and longer, but I do read this heifer with some quality underneath her hair. A heifer that's got some flexibility. You know, she gets just a little tighter right there in her rear pasterns. But I think a heifer that, with some time and get her clipped down a little tighter, I think a heifer that's got some good parts and pieces. You can go either way you want with the next two. I went with the one that was a little bigger bodied and a little bigger footed and heavier boned. The young man's heifer that comes out next, I like her hip design better and her levelness out over her hip. She probably ties higher out of the top side of her shoulder, but she probably struggles the most on the move of the females we have within this class.
And we thank you very much for the overview, Mr. Cates. And first place honors here in Class 2 going to Ryland Smart of Liberty County 4-H. Your second place winner was Caitlin Ayers of Panola County 4-H. Our third place to Hallie Hoffman of the Gillespie County 4-H. Fourth place in the class to Peyton DeFore, Godly FFA chapter. Fifth in the class went to Kason Kaiser, member of Hudson FFA. And rounding out the class, sixth place award, Ryan Mayor, Harris County 4-H member. Congratulations to these exhibitors. We're now into Class 3 of our limousine show. We have 3 entries in this class. Final call for Class 4. And once again, we are also needing Class 7 to staging. 5 and 6 being your calf division champ. So we need 7 up here standing ready following the division drive. First call, Class 7 limousine.
Class 2 Scimitars, we need you in the north staging area. Class 2 semis, Class 3, get it on your mind. I'd like to make an announcement. We found some Hereford registration papers. Present owner, McKinley White, Blackwell, Texas. So if you're accidentally dropped your Hereford papers, we've got them for you up here at the announcer's booth.
In the north ring, Dane or Kayla from the cattle committee to the north staging area, please. Or who? Dane or Kayla to the north staging area, please.
We're currently evaluating Class 1 in our north staging area, or Scimitar heifers. Evaluating the class is Dr. Dave Nichols from Manhattan, Kansas. Certainly appreciate Dr. Nichols being here and sharing his time and talents with us at San Antonio. Class 2 semis, we need you in the north staging area. Class 2 Scimitar females.
3 nice females here, and I think together they fit together pretty nicely and placed together pretty easily. I appreciate all 3 of these showmen got in and got out, and they really did a nice job getting their cattle exhibited. I think what it comes down to is the young man's heifer we're going to go ahead and start off with. I think it's just the most attractive, highest quality female that has a big advantage when you analyze her up to her front 1/3 and the sleekness that she has to her neck. A female that is set nice about her shoulder, really long-bodied female that is high-placed about her pins. She probably is as good as any when you get her on the move. You know, I'd like to strengthen her in her loin just a little bit when you get her out on the travel. You could maybe drop her down right in terms of her rear rib and flank, but I just think she's the highest quality female we have. I like the broodiness and the cowliness of the heifer in second. She probably is a little nicer designed about her tail head, a little deeper in her flank, but with that, she comes a little plainer out of her front end, pushing a little more condition up there. Not as attractive in terms of her hind leg and foot, but a functional female that I think will make a nice real cow. You know, this heifer in third is certainly not one that you talk a lot of holes in, because she is strong down her top and she is bold in the way she's designed over her loin, out of her hip. She has a good hind leg. She's a little outperformed within this class and doesn't have quite as much sweep to her belly as the 2 we have in front of her. But this young man's brought us a nice heifer as well. Congratulations to those 3 exhibitors.
And we thank you for the overview here in our Class 3. And first place honors going to Keelan Boyce of LaPan FFA. Second went to Addison Wild, member of Falls County 4-H. And third place to John Taylor Brown, Johnson County 4-H member. We're now moving in Class 4, our final class in the calf division. Class 7 and 8 need to be at staging in the limousine show. Final call for 7, first call for 8 limousines to the south staging area. Here in your limousine show on the south, the final class in the calf division in the arena at this time, females born during the month of January 2022. And this is final call for Class 7 to staging and second call for Class 8. And we do have room for Class 9 as well. If you want to bring them on, check them in with this lineup crew. We have small classes and things move real fast. We do not want to see an exhibitor miss their class.
Wow, what a set of heifers. Give all these exhibitors a big round of applause for a huge class with tremendous quality down the line. Really, about any kind you want in here, you can find. Just kind of depending on what your priorities are. Young lady had a heifer that finally, when she quit fighting her on the halter, she looks a whole lot better. And the more you study her, she's really a pretty good female. When she's out here in these calves, and I appreciate that, how tough that can be for these kids. And I think when you get her out and move, there's just more good in her from a standpoint of how she puts things together, her completeness, her balance, the eye appeal that she has. She's not the prettiest fronted, but she's certainly adequate in that. She's got more width to her top. She's got more muscle and still handles this very, very well when we get her out here. The second place heifer, a super high quality female as well. To me, she's a little shorter fronted in her makeup, a little shorter in dimensions, but I really like the moderation that she has, and I love the hip that she has coming out through her back behind. So I think it's extremely close in the top end. The one that was tough for me is the heifer in 3. This is the pretty heifer, the group. Here's the heifer that when you sit on profile, she's as clean up front, nice as her head and through her neck as any of the heifers that we had. You compare her to the other 2 heifers, there's not as much power working in her. She's not as much rib to her, not as much muscle shape, but here's a super high quality heifer as well. Now, for some of you all, you're not going to like the 4th heifer as well as I do. She's the cow to me. She's a little cowier in her makeup, certainly not as pretty up through her front. But you talk about sound, functional females that have got a lot of rib capacity and muscle. Here's a heifer that does it. I'd like to clean her up through her front end, but here's a real useful female the young lady brought us. Really like the boy's heifer that is the youngest heifer in the class out here. She gets a little shorter through her front, labors a little bit when we get her out here on the move, but certainly a female that's got gobs and gobs of quality. Give up a little bit of power and mass and performance in the next heifer, but to me, she is the next real balanced heifer, super, super structured female that we had. That's why I dropped her in here. Boy's black heifer, another good sound-footed kind of a female, not quite as nice through her front end. The white-faced heifer, or the white-stripped heifer, is a heifer that starts to get a little more out at her shoulder. We get on down the line. Just varying quality throughout, just a tremendous amount of quality top to bottom. Super, super tough class of Simmental heifers to open this up.
We'll be moving into our division drive here in just a moment. And now your results over in the north.
Thank you, Harvey. Our results of Class 1 in the Simmental show on the North Judging Arena. Winning the class is Braley Kidd from Floyd County 4-H. Second in Class 1, Abigail Spivey, Eustis FFA. Third goes to Kaylee Peoples, Rockwall County 4-H. Our 4th place exhibitor is Brianna Jones, Eustis FFA. 5th place goes to Matthew Wybro, Belleville FFA. 6th was shown by Madison Moore, Robertson County 4-H. Our 7th place exhibitor, Aaron Rexroad, Floyd County 4-H. 8th goes to Mackenzie DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. 9th, Finley Nossoff, Cooper Lubbock FFA. And our 10th place female was exhibited by Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA. We're now leading in Class 2 Simmental females in the North Judging Arena. We need all heifers, Class 3, to the North Staging area. Class 3 Simmentals, we need you at the North Staging area.
Really a nice class of limousine heifers that I think fits together pretty logically. The heifer that's got the white on her that we're going to go ahead and start with, a very maternal, feminine female, got tremendous sweep and depth to her center body cavity. A female that's clean and flat about her joints and gets out and travels nicely. You know, her necktie is really high. She's good in her chest. She's slender about her neck. She has just a tick of chin, but that doesn't really bother me. That kind of goes with that great big sweeping rib. You know, this heifer that we have in second is really good, and I think a logical second. You know, this heifer's got quite a bit of hair on the top of her neck that makes her look like she's a little deeper in the weight and the set about her neck, and she doesn't have the swoop to her center belly that the one that starts the class. But you read this heifer in terms of her angles, in terms of her structure. She's a really sound heifer. She's good in her lines and has some width. You take a little hair off that top of her neck, and she gets a little more fill in terms of her center body. I think that heifer's got a nice future. The heifer that comes out next, I thought just as got more cow to the two who come out next. She's a little more moderate in terms of her frame size than the one that leads in behind her. She ties higher out of her neck and is more relaxed in her spine. The young man's brown tinged heifer that comes next is a little bigger boned, a little heavier muscled. Just comes to us in some parts and some pieces. The young man's heifer that comes out next is shapely and moderate. The female is just a little coarser all the way through, but a very nice class of limousine heifers. We'll look forward to seeing your Division One once we get them out here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cates, for the overview. In our Class 4 in the limousine show, we'll be staging our animals for the calf championship drive here in just a moment. We'd like to share the winners with you. And taking the blue ribbon in Class 4 is Brooklyn Elizabeth Bevins of Johnson City FFA. Congratulations. Our second place in the class went to Gracie Bankston of Mansfield FFA. Your third place winner, Alicia Hamilton, member of Klein Kane FFA chapter. Fourth in the class to Dalton Pritchard with the Liberty FFA chapter. Our fifth place to Eli Seagull of Livingston FFA. Congratulations to each of these ribbon winners in Class 4. And we'll be moving in our first and second place, Classes 1 through 4 for the Calf Division Championship. Final call for Class 7 and 8 to be at staging. We have no entries in limousine Class 9, so you exhibitors don't get tripped up on this because we'll have the champion class, which is 10 and 11. So our staging area can accommodate our 9. Our staging area can accommodate Class 10, so this will be first call limousine Class 10 to staging. Have a moment. We'd like to recognize the individuals that are representing their class here. Class 1 represented by the class winner there, Casey Parrish from Hardin FFA. The second place in that one went to Kaylee Gaston of Eastland FFA. And I think our judge is ready.
Very pleasing lineup once we get the cattle back out here. That first class was somewhat challenging in a lot of different shapes and sizes, and we talked about this heifer was outweighed and outperformed by a lot of cattle within that class, but she was simply the best. She was the best in terms of her structure and her balance, and a heifer that, although is pretty juvenile and giving up some pounds and some performance out here, I'd like to be in your shoes and have this one to show next year. I think you keep it the way you're going, that's going to be a very nice female. The young man's heifer out of the second class is one that I think does a lot of things right and doesn't do too much wrong. I think when you analyze that heifer, she's really good in the angles of her skeleton, really sets down not only true, but soft and square in terms of her movement. You know, she's a nice fronted female that gives you a good silhouette. And this heifer's got plenty of punch and dimension as well. Heifer out of our next class, really a high quality, attractive fronted heifer that's really long, heifer that's got some shape to her. She gets a little weaker in her top and her loin, doesn't have quite the body and substance that a couple of the other females have out here as well. The next heifer in the lineup is one that's really nice in terms of her center body, really deep and bold in her rib cage, a heifer that's flat about her shoulder. I think a heifer that has a nice, attractive hind leg. A heifer that you talked about, maybe it's just a little pointier at the point of her tail head and has just a tick of throat to her, but I love the flatness of joints, the size of foot, and the sweep to her rib cage. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go select the two I like the best today.
Yep, class 2.
And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The champion here in the calf division going to entry 73159, exhibited by Ryland Smart of Liberty County 4-H. We'll move up entry 91615 for reserve consideration.
Class 4, Brooklyn.
And ladies and gentlemen, your reserve honors here in the calf going to the winner of Class 4. That's entry 72408, Brooklyn Elizabeth Bevins of Johnson City FFA, taking the reserve calf honors here today. This will bring us to Class 7 in the limousine show, and we have 6 entries. Females born during November, December of 2021. We need all the rest of the animals in this Division 2 staging. We need Class 8 standing ready. We have no entries in Class 9, so we need Class 10 to be at staging as well.
Another nice class here of fall heifers. The young man's heifer that wins the class, I thought, did so pretty handily. I thought she was the most effective combination of being the nicest balanced, probably having as much dimension as any, and still probably being as sound as any as well. Heifer that works off a real nice functional hind leg with all that width and dimension. She gets just a little straighter up through her shoulder, but I think she's easily the heifer that needs to win the class. I think it's closer between second and third, but I like the moderation and body of the heifer in second over the heifer in third. The heifer in third's probably got more slope to her shoulder. She's higher tying out of her neck when you analyze the females through their front end, but I'd like to moderate her just a little bit and give her a little bit more body. And that's an advantage that we give to the young man's heifer that comes out next. She is bolder made and deeper bodied. We're going to change this heifer as when you get her off of her hind legs, she struggles and gets shorter striding. She also is a little bigger chested, not as attractive up to her front 1/3. The next two heifers, I thought there was just more to the green ear-tagged heifer in terms of center body and depth of flank. The heifer that rounds out the class probably has more muscle shape to her, but she's probably the shallowest in terms of her center body cavity, doesn't balance up quite as nicely. Nice class of females. Let's give those young people a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have those results for you as soon as we've got the overview of our class in the north.
Some real challenges in the second class of Simmental heifers. And again, I realize that everybody's going to have a different opinion on these. And for me, the black heifer that comes to the top just fundamentally is sounder on her feet and legs. You know, she's not as pretty and freaky through her front, but she's certainly a wide base, free moving kind of a heifer, and that's why I kind of get her to the top. The heaviest muscled heifer in the group is the black heifer in second. Heifer's got a tremendous amount of thickness through her top and back through her hind end. And again, she too travels a little more flex and go off her hind leg than the two red heifers. The two red heifers I liked a great deal. When they hit the ring, I thought this is where we were going to start. But as we get out here, you know, they travel and just lay a little straighter through their shoulder, particularly this heifer in 4. But the heifer in 3 just still like to give a little more flex off the hind leg. She just hammers it into the ground just a little bit more. And this surface is really good to judge on because you can really kind of see it out here. Here's a really high quality heifer. When you get her on the stand, I think she would be the place to start. The profile on this female is very, very nice. She's very long fronted, very pretty pattern, very long out through her rump and through her hip. I just have a problem when we get out here and see her struggle off those hind legs a little more than I want to deal with. And then the heifer in second is just a little more the same thing. A little shorter bodied and actually struggles a little bit off of both ends. When we get to the big red heifer, here's a heifer that pounds-wise probably puts as much weight per day of age as any of the heifers in the class. She is a little heavier through her front end, a little coarser in her makeup, but she is sounder than some of the other heifers that we have remaining, and a female that's got a world of potential in terms of the volume and capacity she has. Really pretty red blaze-faced heifer that we've got here. Young man, when he sets her up, it's probably as nice a pattern and profile as any of the heifers, but again, a little narrower gauge, a little smaller, finer featured heifer than some of the other heifers that we had. Another real heavy muscle black white-faced heifer that we have through here, but she gets a little rounder out through her rump, a little lower in her pins. Then we start getting into some heifers that to me give up some structural correctness and balance to be placed any higher.
And we thank you for those comments. Back to our limousine show, we'd like to share the results in Class 7. Taking the blue ribbon there was Tucker Parkson of Hockley County 4-H. Your second place went to Owen Halfman of the Gillespie County 4-H. Our third place to Tristan Purswell, Liberty FFA member. Fourth in that class went to Jack Lewis, Kinney County 4-H. Fifth place to Ashley Matthews of Dayton FFA. Sixth to Danka Daughtry, Austin County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. We're now in Class 8 of your limousine show.
I'd like to take this opportunity to give the results for Class 2 in our Simmental show. Winning the class is Miles Henley from Cotton Center FFA. Second in that class, exhibited by Brianna Dietze, Royal FFA. Placing third, Colin Smith, Anderson County 4-H. Our fourth place exhibitor, Kendall Rayfield, Cooper Lubbock FFA. Fifth in that class, which is Class 2 Scimitars, Cooper Mao, Fayette County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Slade Saha, Matagorda County 4-H. Our seventh place heifer was shown by Madeline Ritchie, Commerce FFA. Eighth place goes to Bly Ogburn, Granbury FFA. Ninth, exhibited by Briggs Han, Gonzales County 4-H. And our 10th place heifer, shown by Presley Turner, Mansfield FFA. We're now leading in class number 3 in our Scimitar show, North Judging Arena, class 4. We need all Scimitar heifers in class 4 to the north staging area. Just got handed to me a wood-handled Scotch comb that was dropped in the north judging arena. So if you're missing a wooden-handled Weaver Livestock show comb, I've got it in my hands. Come and get it. North staging booth, or announcer's booth.
I think just a tick more challenging class here in your Septembers, and the reason it's the most challenging is because the two best heifers that are put together are the best. You would like to see more to those cattle, just in terms of pounds and performance and width and dimension. But I think when you get past that, there's no doubt that this is the highest quality, best structured, nicest balanced heifer. That's the most balanced in terms of her symmetry and in good in her lines, and gets out and travels the nicest. She takes that advantage in terms of balance over the rest of the class over the heifer in second. She's more uniform in her body depth from her forehead back to her flank. She's more powerfully designed in her upper rib shape and out over her hip. She's bolder in terms of her bone and foot size as well. You know, the heifer in second, when she sure came in the lineup, I didn't say, you know, I'll bet you that heifer is second in this class, because I'd like to see her bigger footed and heavier boned and more of her. But you analyze her and compare her to the three heifers we have remaining, I think she's a little more moderate. She's a little softer bodied, and she is the soundest of the remaining 4 cattle. The young man's heifer coming out next, if she's just standing still, is the one that at least goes second and plays for first. Where I want to change her is in terms of her movement. I'm probably as critical on this heifer as I am any of them within this class, but I just think there's enough balance and quality and substance for her to get over the 2 heifers right behind her. I think that's probably the closest pair that we have within the class. I thought the young man's female was a little more feminine, a little truer in the way she comes at you out of her front end. The young lady's heifer is a little stouter, but she's the one I want to change the most in terms of her look up front and her front end structure. But a nice class.
And we thank you, Mr. Cates, for the overview here in Class 8. We'll have those results for you following this announcement to you limousine exhibitors. We have 2 real small classes in the senior division, and no class, short 1 class, so we need every heifer, class 13, 14 in. We have no entries in 15, so bring them all to staging in the senior division. Now your results from the last class judge, Class 8, first place blue ribbon winner there is Blake Morrow and his heifer. Blake's from Bridgeport FFA. And second in the class went to Lane Davidson, a member of the Potter FFA chapter. Third place ribbon to Tucker Wade Allen of Uvalde County 4-H. Your fourth place went to Bradley Mays of Liberty FFA. And fifth to Kimber Pierce of Judson FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 8. No entries in Class 9 in your limousine show, so at this time, we're judging the 4 females in Class 10 born during May and June of 2021. There was a packet with a number for the Heifers found over in the north staging area, believed to belong to Brody Fuzzer of San Hedwig, Texas. Hereford exhibitor 47570. Your number and leather carrier right here.
Nice class of intermediate females here, and I think the closest pair is probably up on top because I think the heifer that's in second probably is the most moderate and the boldest and the deepest in terms of her rib cage, but I think the heifer we start with is the best structured, is more extended, has more length and more attractiveness in terms of her shoulder and her slenderness of shoulder. She's no prettier in terms of the set of her neck than the heifer that we have in second, but I think she takes a real nice long stride when you set those cattle into motion. She's got enough to her and enough body. I liked the heifer in second, and initially I probably had her winning the class because I thought she was the deepest and the boldest. A heifer, when you got her out on the side, gets a little more compact, not quite as attractive as the heifer we start with, but good functional cattle. You have two heifers in third and fourth that need to have more body. Your option is to go with the more attractive heifer that's a little frailer, but probably does show us more levelness and attractiveness over the young man's heifer that's got more bone and foot size, but probably is the shallowest bodied and isn't as attractive up through a front 1/3, but a nice class there as well.
Thank you very much for the overview of our placings here in Class 4 and taking the blue ribbon. Class 10 forehead class was Carolyn Bedoa of Schulenburg FFA. Second in that class went to Easton Council of the Brenham FFA chapter. Your third place to Camden Lane Berry, Alvin FFA. And fourth to Charles Grubb, Scurry Rosser FFA chapter. Well, this will lead us into our division drive here in the junior division. We had no entries in Class 9.
Really a nice set of Angus or Simmental heifer in this class. I think when you get to look at this pair of females, really a nice set, and these two young ladies do a whale of a job. When you finally get them put together and get them set up, I think there's just so much more power in this heifer that leads with. She's not perfect, but when you get her on her feet and legs, she just gets out and moves so well and flexes. And maybe I'd change her just a little where she ties to her neck, shoulder in there. But she's got more rib, she's got more width to her chest, she's got more sweep to her rib, and she's got more muscle through her top than the heifer in second. Now, the heifer in second is certainly a nice female, and I love the flexibility that she has. I like the condition she shows in. I think when we get to look at both of these heifers, just a little more mass and total volume to them than the really good heifer the boy has here in 3. The heifers in 3 probably gives you as much profile as any of the 3 heifers we have in the top end. As you get behind her and study her, she's not as wide through her rib, not as much muscle shape as we get through her. And same way on the 4th prize heifer. Here's a heifer I really like. She's very flexible, very mobile, reaches well off her shoulder, but she's a heifer that when you study her, just gets a little more base narrow compared to some of the other heifers that we have. One of the heavier muscle heifers in the group is the young lady's heifer Turner in the corner. She's kind of a little too full today, and that makes her kind of detract from her appearance just a bit. Not really her fault, but it's kind of hard to evaluate that. But when you get and study her, she's certainly got a lot of muscle shape behind. The young lady's heifer coming here next just wants to get out through her shoulder, turns out through her front end. Blaze-faced heifer coming back because she comes right at you, just a little more narrow, and the heifer we wind up the class needs a little different set of hind legs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on our 3rd class of Simmental females. Winning the class, Class 3, Claire Todd, Needville FFA. Our 2nd place exhibitor, Addison Sopchak from Hardin FFA. 3rd goes to Cohen Bell from Sulphur Springs FFA. Our fourth place exhibitor is Kaylee Wybro, Belleville FFA. Fifth goes to Jara Johnson, Lamar County 4-H. Our sixth place exhibitor, Rainey Hayes, Littlefield FFA. Seventh was shown by Mackenzie McCullough, Austin County 4-H. And our eighth place heifer exhibited by Braden Hope, Runnels County 4-H. We're now leading in Class 4 in our Simmental heifer show.
As we get out here for your intermediate division, the heifer out of the winter heifer calf class, the December and November's, I think puts a lot of good things together. She's no doubt the boldest female. She's the most powerful from every angle. When she comes at you and leaves you from the side, she balances and is very symmetrical in terms of her dimension. A female that's rugged at the ground. Talked about, she could take just a tick longer stride off her front end. She has just a little bit at the base of her chest, but she's just the bold dimensional one, and she is the probably highest quality one in terms of where she's at for her size and everything within this particular division. There's a lot of quality in the heifer that's second, and she's probably as neat in terms of her side view presentation, where neck comes out of her shoulder, her levelness, the cleanness and flatness she has about her joints. We just want to see more of that heifer for a female of this age. Just need to see more performance and more dimension. Then that last class was a bit more challenging. I thought it was close between that heifer and the one that was second. I thought there was just a little more length and extension in this heifer. Both females were pretty good in terms of their structure, but we just opted for one that had a little longer pattern to her. I think there's a heifer that wins, and then I think it comes down to the one that's second to her in class and another one, but I'll go show you those two. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Ms. Cates, for the overview. And taking the honors here in the limousine show from Class 7, your representative there, Tucker Parkson of Hockley County with the division banner. Will move in the second place out of that class, entry 57-182 for reserve consideration. And your
Blake Morrow.
Class 8 first place winner going to get the reserve nod here. Reserve banner goes to Blake Morrow of Bridgeport FFA. Congratulations to Tucker and Blake for their accomplishments in the junior division.
Sorry. I looked at the wrong name.
Well, here in the South Arena, we're moving into our final division. Have 3 entries in your Class 13.
I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize Ms. Paisley Lightfoot, who's with us here today for our Simmental show, helping in the arena. She is the Texas Junior Simmental Simbra Sweetheart, so we certainly appreciate Paisley Lightfoot being with us here today to support our breed and assist in the ring here today.
And once again, we've asked all of our senior division exhibitors here in the limousine show to be checked in. So final call for Class 14. We have no entries in 15. Final call for Class 14 into staging.
We're rounding up Class 4 finalizing this class in our Simmental show. Then we'll move into our heifer division drive. So Class 7 Simmentals, we need you to the north staging area. Class 7 Simmentals will be on your class pretty quickly. Class 7 Simmentals, we need you to the north staging area.
Attention in the barn, we need all of our division winners. From Class 3, we need 52, 41, 45.
Class 14.
Out of Class 14. We need that entry again, 52145 from Class 14. You need to be in staging in the limousine show. If it's going to be a scratch, please send someone up to inform the lineup crew. We'll be showing next. Final call for 52-145, the staging in the limousine show. And we need to have our calf and reserve calf champions back in the arena for limousine grand drive, as well as the champion and reserve from the junior division be checked into staging. Previous division juniors and seniors into the arena, please.
I think we're in our last class before division, but really nice set of heifers, particularly these top two. I like both of them a great deal. It's close, and again, all day, you can place them however. I'm just honored to be here in San Antonio and appreciate the opportunity to give my opinion on them. Both these heifers, I think, were the sound heifers of the pair, of the group that we had. You look at this heifer, she's really classy, really stylish, the way she comes out of her neck and through her shoulder. I like the way she comes out, blends into her neck, shoulder, and comes back to her hip. She's a little stronger through her loin, makes her come out a little nicer through her tail head. And then you get her on the move, you really like her as well. The young man's done a nice job with her. Really a close pair. I really like the functionality of the heifer in second. To me, she's just cowy, and when you get to looking about her joints and cleanness and how she stretches off of both sides, she gets a little weaker in her top and makes her old tail head come up just a bit. But here's an awfully good heifer that stands second. We get in third. We get a heifer that starts to lose some of her balance because she's got a little more neck and shoulder and front end on her, but certainly a real useful kind of a female, and I think compared to the other heifers, probably moved a little better in my liking. Come into the fourth heifer here. It's a heifer that just kind of wants to get a little straight off of both hands. Certainly a lot of performance and pounds in this heifer, and appreciate the young lady having her out here. The old boy's heifer coming here next. It's been kind of hard to evaluate, and I always feel bad on those deals. You try to evaluate him, but this heifer hasn't given him much of a chance. But she's kind of PC in how she's put together out through her hip and through her rump. Young heifer coming here next is a heifer that's just got so much shoulder and front end and kind of detracts from her balance. And really appreciate the condition the heifer that winds up the class shows in. She's a little more extreme in terms of her skeletal size, but certainly a nice class of Simmental heifers to wind up this calf division.
Final call for limousine division, calf division, and junior division champs and reserves to be in staging. This will be the first call for Charolais heifers to the South Arena and Charolais Class 1 South Arena staging.
I'd like to take this opportunity to give you the results of class number 4 in our Simmental show in the north side. Winning the class, Tegan Goebel, Brazoria County 4-H. Second in class 4 goes to Taylor Gross, Snook FFA. Third goes to Dakota Norman, Montgomery FFA. Fourth place female shown by Isabella Holloway, Natchez FFA. Our fifth place heifer was exhibited by Huxley Allen, Chisholm FFA. Sixth place shown by Kayla Kimbrough, Trinity County 4-H. And our seventh place female was exhibited by Carly Freitag, Flatonia FFA. We'll now bring back our first and second place heifers out of classes 1 through 4 and stage for our calf champion drive.
Three really, really good females we have out here. And, I feel for the young man in third because that's a good female that's got a lot of power and dimension and center body to her. She just got in here with two that I think are pretty elite in terms of their quality. She doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal that the two in front of her have, and she maybe doesn't move quite as nice out of her shoulder design as the two right in front of her. I like both these heifers a great deal, and I think they're close, and I think you can go either way. Where I see the differences is not only the heifer that wins the class is probably more dimensional all the way through, but when you get on the side of them, she blends better from the top of her shoulders into her neck, and from the top of her shoulders into her top line. She's stronger and fuller and bolder than the heifer we have in the second hole, and she also is a little bolder in terms of her rib and a little deeper in terms of her center body. I love the heifer in second because I think they're both sound, but this heifer is, a little higher, tying in her neck, a female that probably gets a little nicer in the base of her chest. I think she moves off of a very functional hind leg. I just don't think that she's as dimensional as that one in front of her. And then when you do get at the side of her, and I realize some of this can be probably fixed with a little fit job, she's not as nice right behind her shoulders and the way she's designed down her top line in terms of her levelness, but two awfully good ones there. A young man's going to have a whale of a cow project here, and the heifer we have in third. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And thank you, Mr. Cates, for the overview of our placings here in Class 13. First place blue ribbon honors go to William Boyce of La Pan FFA. Second to Gage Lee, Walker County 4-H member. And the third place award to Sloan Moss of the Lufkin FFA chapter. We're moving in our final class for the senior division, Class 14 females, forehead in the class. Charlet exhibitors, Class 1, need to be at staging. We'll move right to you following the division and the grand drive here in the limousine show. We don't want anybody to miss Class 1, big Charlet, Class 17 head. They can take you in the staging area at this time, so bring them on up.
We're leading in our class winners in our calf divisions. We're setting up for our calf division drive. Winning our first class is Brayley Kidd from Floyd County 4-H. Second in that first class, Abigail Spivey from Eustis FFA, and Brayley Kids from Floyd County 4-H. Our winners out of Class 2, winning that class is Miles Henley, Cotton Center FFA. Second in Class 2, Brianna Dietze, Royal FFA. Our winners out of Class 3, first place, Claire Todd, Needville FFA. Second, exhibited by Addison Sopchak from Hardin FFA. And our Class 4 winner, Tegan Goebel, Brazoria County 4-H, and our second place exhibitor, Taylor Gross, Snook FFA. Calf Division Drive, Simmental Show, Northside. Class 7 Simmentals, we need you in the staging area at this time. Class 7 Simmentals, we need all those heifers to the north staging area at this time.
Really a good class here that I think fits together pretty logically in my mind. I think just a really ultra-functional female to start off this class. I like this heifer in terms of the angle she has off of both ends. I love the center body she has. A heifer that's starting to spring just a little bit and showing us she's going to calve within the next couple months. But I think this heifer transitions really well. I think she comes to us fresh. I think it'll just be nice to see this heifer, compare her with the two heifers out of the last class. Really a nice female in second as well. I like this heifer's balance. She has shown and exhibited very, very well. This young lady gets every bit out of this heifer. She just lacks the overall dimension of the heifer we go ahead and start the class with, both in terms of, some hip shape and some bone, but a very nice female there as well. Then I think the two heifers we have remaining, we're going to give advantage to the stouter, bolder heifer that is further along in terms of gestation and is making a nice udder as well. When you compare her to the two right in front of her, she's not quite as elegant and feminine as those two heifers that stand above her. Then young lady's heifer that we have fourth probably is a little sleeker fronted than the one right in front of her. Just needs to show us more body and dimension all the way through. Very nice class.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon here in Class 14, that goes to Bentley London of Tioga FFA. Second in that class to Tyler Baker, member of the Dickinson FFA chapter. Third place to Jace Walber of Kirk County 4-H. And the final placing in the class, fourth to Kaylee Rivas of Conroe FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. And
we get ready for our calf champion here. I'm really pleased with the four heifers we had. We saw quite a bit of variation in the Simmental heifer classes, and that's fine. I think we see a little difference for whatever different program you want to put together, but the 8 we bring out here I like extremely well. I think you study the soundness they have and the balance and capacity. I think really a good set. We'll go out and give you champions.
And there's your calf champion, comes to us out of class number 3, exhibited by Claire Todd, Neville FFA. Congratulations to you, Claire. We'll lead in Addison Sopchak from Hardin FFA into the lineup.
over in the South Arena, we're leading in our contenders for the Senior Division Championship.
There's your reserve champion, also coming out of class number 3, exhibited by Addison Sopchak from Hardin FFA. Congratulations to all the kids who showed in our calf classes. We're leading in class 7, Simmental females, class 8 to the makeup area.
These are your representatives for the Senior Heifer Division banner for that division champion. Representing Class 13, your first place winner there, William Boyce of Lipan FFA. The second in that class went to Gage Lee from Walker County 4-H. And Class 14, winning that class, was Bentley London from Tioga FFA. And the second place went to Tyler Baker, Dickerson FFA. We had no entries in Class 15. Ladies and gentlemen, listen up. We've had a show card number turned in to us, number 54349. If you have lost that with the little belt clip, why, we have it at the announcer stand. Be happy to get it back to you.
Again, if you're missing a Scotch cone, we've got one at the announcer's booth. wood handled, Weaver show comb. If you lost a Scotch comb, we got it.
As we get out here, there's probably, there's more breaking down to do within the 4 cattle that we have out here, because 4 really, really high quality females. And, I think both the heifers out of the first class and the class winner out of the second class are all probably, in contention here. Depending on which way you go, and that's taken nothing away from the young ladies heifer over here. But for the numbers we had, I think just exceptional quality, and there's differences. I mean, there's times that cattle hit you a certain way, and you think you're going to go one way, and then you come back another way. So I'll just tell you what I see in the cattle and break them down for you, and maybe that'll even help me come to a conclusion in a simpler manner. The heifer that wins the first class, I think, is one that's probably as hard to poke a hole in as any heifer we have out here. In terms of her structural build and her foot size and her foot shape, I probably like her as well as any. She's probably as dimensional underneath in terms of her chest floor, her forerib, and width and dimension as you watch her go away. A heifer that is really nice in the way she's designed off her hip and hind leg. A heifer that she gives up some swoop to her belly to the one right behind her. A heifer that's maybe not as slender in her neck and as high tying as the heifer right behind her, or the heifer that was second in class, but she transitions really nice from her crest into the top of her shoulder, and from the top of her shoulder into her back. Probably has that advantage over the heifer that was second to her, the one right behind her. The one right behind her, when she's parked, I like this one quite a bit. I like the flatness she has to her shoulder. I love the center body cavity. I love the length she has from her hooks back to her pins, and the levelness she has. I like the fact she's showing us that she's going to calve here pretty soon. Where I'd change this heifer is when she comes at you, she wants to roll just a little bit out of her front end. She wants to get a little pigeon-toed. And this heifer, whoever trims this heifer's feet does an exceptional job. This heifer, he's got her squared up pretty good, but she does want to hook and curl just a little bit off of her back feet as well. But boy, that heifer is, in terms of a balance and cow look to her, I think that heifer does a lot of good things. The heifer that was second out of that first class we talked about, really feminine. Her neck ties high, long, great hind leg, just not the dimension as the heifer that beat her in class. Didn't transition as good in her top line and the crest of her neck, but an awfully nice female. I think it's really close. I think you can do different things. I'm actually going to walk these cattle one more time and then pick your champion, but I think we can go ahead and give them a nice round of applause for an excellent set of females.
Thank you, Mr. Cates, for the overview, and we'll be seeing who he likes for our Senior Division Champion banner winner here shortly.
Announcement to you Shorthorn exhibitors. We will take a quick 15-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the Simmental show. So you Shorthorn exhibitors thinking about when you need to be ready, we'll take a quick 15-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the Simmental show.
Over in the South Arena, we will be observing a lunch break at the conclusion of the Charlet show. And taking the division championship here in the senior division, going to the winner of Class 13, William Broyce of La Panne FFA. We're moving up entry 61152, the second in that class for reserve consideration. And our first place in Class 14, taking the reserve honors here in the senior division, that's Bentley London of Tioga FFA. Congratulations to William and Bentley for their senior division banners. Over here in the South Arena, we'll be staging our division champions for the Grand Drive. And representing the calf division is Ryland Smart, Liberty County 4-H member. The reserve in that calf division went to Brooklyn Elizabeth Bevins of Johnson City FFA. Representing your junior division, taking the banner there was Tucker Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H, and the reserve junior went to Blake Morrow of Bridgeport FFA. And here, just named in your senior division of the limousine show, champion banner went to the heifer from William Boyce of La Panne FFA, and the reserve honors in the senior division to Bentley London of Tioga FFA. These are your division winners in the limousine show competing for grand and reserve grand champion heifer honors. This is final call for Class 1 Charlets to be at staging in the South Arena. We have 17 head in Class 1 of the Charlet show. Final call, Class 1 Charlets to the south.
Loose heifer, north side. Loose heifer, north side.
We didn't have quite the numbers in your limousine show, but I certainly think we had the quality that runs deep all the way through, and the division champions are exceptional. that last division really offered a lot of heat to it. You know, the first division did as well. I think the two calves that came out of that first division are really good and going to have a very, very bright future. This heifer out of our middle class is certainly one that's dimensional and balanced and well presented. And then I think, you know, there was 3 really good heifers in that last class, and I think you can do different things, but I'm comfortable that we used the one that did the most things right and had the fewest holes in her within that division. But I've really enjoyed this show. It's been, you know, things that kind of fit together pretty well. Part of that is because the cattle are so good, they're presented good, and they've been shown good. So let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go select the 2 I like the best today.
And ladies and gentlemen, your senior division champion taking the grand honors here, William Boyce, LaPan FFA, with his entry number 89106. Moving up that reserve, entry number 84502. And the reserve honors are going to go to your junior champion, folks. And that exhibitor is Tucker Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H with his entry 778.
No, she went with senior.
Excuse me, that's senior. It went to senior. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Senior champion. Went the reserve in the senior division that moved in that slot. Bentley London Tioga FFA taking reserve grand honors. A sweep by your senior division.
Kind of an interesting Simmental heifer class, and got a lot of different kinds. I think the heifer comes to the top kind of pretty handily. I'd like to clean her up just a bit. She's a little fatter than ideal, I guess I'd like to have. But I think when you study her and put her together, just like her overall volume and mass correctness, I think she kind of is where we need to come. I'd like to clean her up, as I said, make her a little nicer through her neck and through her front end. Boy's heifer in second is really a nice female as well, and she actually is a better, I like the condition she shows in much better than I do the heifer that starts with. She's got a nice udder development going on her here in this case. She's very nice profiles presented out here. I think she really logically comes in here in second. Probably not as much muscle as the heifer behind her, but certainly adequate and very feminine in her makeup. Appreciate the young man hanging with that. That heifer wanted to be a little ornery this morning. But she's got a nice heifer. She obviously gets out and travels well. We know that about her. And he's done a nice job with her. And I think it's close between second and third. She, too, gets a little heavier through her front end. Fourth place, we just start getting a little narrower gauge, not quite as much power in these females, not as much stoutness, not as overall dimension. And this heifer also gets a little poor balance when we get to looking at it. The white-faced heifer coming around is a really nice, long-bodied female, very feminine. I'd just like to change her on her pasterns. She gets really straight on her pasterns when she gets out here and moves. She needs more slope and angle to that pastern into her feet and legs. Then we get into a black heifer here that, as we study her up here, doesn't have quite as much overall quality, not as much balance to her. The red heifer gives up quite a bit in size, and also when we get to looking out here, it's not just size, it's just from a standpoint of narrower in her design, a little more plainer in her makeup. Heifer comes up next is a heifer that, to me, is a little finer feature, a little frailer, and when she comes right at, she's just pretty flat in her shoulder. And then we get a heifer, I just like to change her hind leg structure quite a bit on this female.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on Class 7 Simmental females. Winning the class is Finn Romanchuk, Montgomery County 4-H. Second in Class 7, Darius Wilson, Alvin FFA. Our third place exhibitor is Joe Ellis, Hill County 4-H. Fourth in that class, Julissa Medina, Gainesville FFA. Placing fifth is Clayton Carlick, Samuel Clemens FFA. Our sixth place exhibitor is Ricardo Leal, Sinton FFA. Seventh goes to Wesley Poole, Jim Wells County 4-H. Eighth, Garrett Lawson, Cy-Fair FFA. And our ninth place exhibitor is J.C. Phillips from Teague FFA. We're now leading in Class 8, Simmental Heifers. Class 9, Simmental Heifers. We have one heifer in this class. We need that heifer to the north staging area. So Class 10, get it on your mind. Class 10 Scimitars, get it on your mind. We're judging Class 8. Class 9 only has one entry, so that'll be quick.
I've been cold.
I'd like to thank Ms. Paisley Lightfoot, who is the Junior Scimitar Cimbra Association sweetheart, for being here with us today, supporting her breed and helping out in the show ring here today. Paisley Lightfoot, thanks for being here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in the South Arena, we're moving into our Charlet show with a big class of Class 1 females that were born between the month of April through June of 2022. This will be first call for our Class 2 in staging. Charlet's Class 2 and 3, we can take both of those smaller classes into staging. We don't want anyone to miss their class because of the traffic in this barn. If you're stuck off in the back corner, we want you to be here when your class moves in so you are not delinquent, and we want you to be able to have your calf looked at and evaluated. Classes 2 and 3 to the staging area, please. Over in our Charlet show, we're once again pleased to have a special award provided to the grand champion female from Arlette Charlet Ranches. It's given in honor of Mr. Bill Arlette and provided to us by Mr. and Mrs. Bill Arlette Jr. from Arlette Charlet's. Special buckle to our grand champion heifer exhibitors in the Charlet show today.
really a good class. A lot of numbers to sort through and a lot of differences probably within this class from, the one that's going to stand at the very top and the top end compared to the bottom end. You're also got 3 months of age difference within this class. I like things about all of the top 4 or 5 heifers, but I think the one that's the most complete and puts the most good things together into the most fault-free package is the young lady's heifer. When you ask yourself what's the best structured one, she's probably as good as any. When you ask yourself which one's the most dimensional, she's probably as dimensional as any. She puts that together into a nicely balanced package. She's not as fluffy-haired as some of the other ones, but I think she's the one that's the hardest to find a hole in. I really like the heifer in second. I think, she's young, but I think when you analyze this heifer and project her down the road, you really got to like her neck and the way it sets on top side of her shoulder. A female that's still bold in terms of her dimension, works off of a nice functional hind leg. When she comes at you, she splays out just a tick, and she is giving up some hip and some dimension to that one on either side of her, but I like that one's femininity and freshness and future. I like the heifer here in third from her shoulder back, and I know that they're going to have a little bit looser hide up front, but that is where this heifer probably goes third in comparison to our top 2. I think if that heifer grows into that, this heifer's got some other parts to her that are really good. I think she's shapely down her top. She's level out of her hip. She has a nice foot to her. Heifer that when you analyze her and compare to the one right behind her, she's not quite as soft in her overall dimension, but she's higher placed about her pins. She's taller fronted and cleaner through her chest. I like a lot of things about this next heifer. When she came in, she hits you pretty hard because you do really like the depth and spring that she has to her rib cage. You like the softness of her hair, and you can tell the time has been put in at home. This heifer just doesn't put everything together as well when you get her on the side. She's a little lower fronted and breaks behind her shoulders just a tick. She's a little shorter out of her hip, and it just makes her look a shot more compact. The next young lady's heifer, if you can pick this heifer up in her pins or give her better tail head hair, it'd change a lot on this heifer because I like her foot size and I like her bone. Heifer that's got some balance and some softness to her, just doesn't have that as attractive look to those ones in front of her. Next young man's got a shapely heifer. It's got a lot of dimension to her. Just needs to be a little better structured up front, but certainly I think compared to the next couple, there's just a lot more to her. As we get on down the line, good cattle that the young people certainly need to be acknowledged for the hard work they've put in. Just cattle that didn't have quite the overall dimension and quality as some of the heifers stood up above them. Let's give us a big class a nice round of applause.
I think a super set of females in this class, and boy, this top pair is tough. I like both of these females. This heifer has kind of a weird mark on her face here that makes her stand out, but it's not just that. She's just got an awful lot of good about her as well. She's extremely long-bayed, long-bodied, freewheeling kind of a female. I love the slope to her shoulder. I love when we get her out here on the move. She's got plenty of muscle. She handles it real well, and still to me looks very cowy in her appearance. Now, that doesn't take anything away from the young man's heifer in second, because she's a good one as well. She actually probably gives you just a tick nicer profile of her through her hooks and her pins than the heifer we start with. I think she's a tick shorter, but comparatively, really a nice pair of heifers. Both of them super sound, very mobile, high volume, high capacity, big ribbed, high volume females. Third place female, again, super long. Probably not quite as much overall stoutness to her, but certainly a real feminine made kind of a heifer. I like the way she gets out and travels and move. I like the slope and angulation to her shoulder. Not as much muscle working in this heifer as the heifer just above her. That black tagged heifer we come out here, she's a heifer that starts to get a little more front end and neck and shoulder on her compared to the other heifers above her. Certainly not a bad heifer, but not as much balance I see as the first three. One heifer that really gave me a challenge is the the September heifer the boy has. You know, she's the right condition for me. Out here in the show ring, she probably doesn't show quite as much mass and power, but this is kind of what a September heifer should look like in terms of her condition and her body shape. She just kind of gets out massed and out powered out here, but I don't want to be too critical on her because I think here's an awfully nice female that's just super flexible, super sound in her joints. When we get to the heifer here, we get a little more front end, start to get a little straighter back behind. Red heifer, really a nice heavy muscled heifer, probably one of the heaviest muscled heifers in the class, but not as much bounce and eye appeal to her. Same thing, heifer coming around here next. We start to get some heifers that don't handle their rear legs quite as well. This heifer kind of want to get her hind legs underneath her. Young lady's heifer coming here, really like the back 2/3. She just gets a little plainer and heavier headed through the front end. And then the boy's heifer here, again, I'd like to change the way we come off these hocks. Same thing for the heifer behind. Wind up with a class with a pair of heifers that get pretty flat, not quite enough rib shape for me to move them up higher.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on our 8th class of Simmental females. Winning the class is Bodie Shipman from Johnson County 4-H. Second in Class 8, Mason Metzler, Johnson County 4-H. Third in that class, exhibited by Cayman Cody, Toller FFA. Placing 4th is Madison Mosley, Early FFA. Our 5th place exhibitor is Jack Peterson, Grayson County 4-H. Placing 6th, Matthew Wagner, Mineral Rails FFA. Our 7th place heifer was shown by Madison Ashbrooks, Louisville FFA. Our 8th place heifer shown by Cade Stuckley, Pilot Point FFA. Placing 9th, Bailey Mocott, Austin County 4-H. And our 10th place heifer exhibited by Jesse Mocott, Austin County 4-H. Only one heifer in Class 9, so I hope we all have Class 10 exhibitors ready in the makeup area. After the conclusion of Class 10, we'll transition into our junior division drive. We need Taylor Grace Simpson from Early FFA. Taylor Grace Simpson, we need your heifer in the makeup area. Class 10, you're about to go in. Taylor Grace Simpson, Early FFA.
And over in the South Arena, we'd like to share with you the results of Class 1. Charlotte, we're judging Class 2 at this time. But taking the blue ribbon in our first class, had 17 head. We have 10 ribbons to recognize, and the first place honors went to Ryland Ann Bevins of Johnson County 4-H. Second goes to Kinsley Atchison of Mason County 4-H. Your third place in that class went to Caden Willett, Falls City FFA member. Fourth to Jackson Moss of Montgomery County 4-H. Your fifth place to Laney Smith, Chapel Hill FFA. Sixth in that class to Calvin Chapman of Peyton Springs FFA. Seventh to Casey Randall, member of the Concordia Lutheran FFA. Our eighth place in the class to Savannah Lee Kelly of McClendon County 4-H. Ninth to Aaron Blahuda, El Campo FFA member. And 10th place to Elena Rubles of the J.B. Anderson FFA chapter.
We just got a single entry here, but the young lady brings us a very nice female, a heifer that's good on her feet and legs, long-sided, long rib kind of a heifer that's extremely long out through her hooks to her pins. Nice female.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique of our single entry in Class 9. Class 9 won by Sawyer Mao, Fayette County 4-H. Congratulations, Sawyer. It's leading in Class 10 Simmental females. Again, at the conclusion of Class 10, we'll transition into our junior division drive. So Class 13 Simmentals, start getting it on your mind. Class 13 Simmentals won't be long.
In this particular class, a lot of differences, and when this young man's heifer came in, really hit me hard, and it's hard not to notice the swelling she has. But earlier this year, we were exhibiting cattle at the Atlantic National Angus Show in Maryland, and our very best heifer got her head stuck between two panels, about died, and at that particular show, she sure didn't look her best because her head and her neck and her swelling kind of look like this one. You take that away from this heifer, and I think there's no doubt she's the high quality heifer. You read, her throat behind that and her chest, and this heifer's nice up through her front end. You get past that, and she's the good built one in terms of her structure and foot size. She's the heifer that's going to win the class. I think a pretty logical second. This heifer is very feminine in her overall makeup. She's long fronted, she's long bodied, she has good sweep to her rib. She's a little longer toed and a little shallower heeled and not as powerfully constructed as the one that we used to win. But I think she's sounder than the heifer that comes out next and better off of her hip and hind leg. The next heifer's got more shape than the one right in front of her. As you analyze her down her top, just want to make this heifer more collected off of her hip and hind leg. The young lady's heifer that comes next has an advantage probably off of her hip and hind leg, but she's not probably as soft through her center body. She's a little notch bigger and coarser up front. The heifers we have coming on down the line, just cattle we'd like to get out and see travel just a bit nicer, but the young people doing an exceptional job. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And we thank you for the overview here, Mr. Cates. And first place honors in the blue ribbon in this class went to Creed Cooper Vineyard of Wise County 4-H. Our second place to Michaela Watson of Bland FFA. Your third place honors to Madison Smith of Smith County 4-H. Fourth in the class to Emma Harden of Axtell FFA. Fifth in the class to Peyton McCarty of Santa Fe FFA. Sixth place to Emily Williams of Commerce FFA. And seventh in this class, Fisher Page, a member of the Matagorda County 4-H. And rounding out the class is Ryan Doogie of Poth FFA. Over in our Charlet show, final call for Class 4 to staging, and we'll have our calf division drive following 4. This will be first call to bring up Class 7 Charlets. Need them standing ready. Don't want any youngster to miss their class, so better to be early than late and see a closed gate. Second call for Charlotte in Class 7 to be at staging. We'll have our division drive. Only have 3 head in Class 4, so this calf division is going to wrap up in a hurry. Class 7 Charolais to staging. Better be early than late and see a closed gate.
Real nice class of Charolais heifers here, and we get the 2 soundest, I think, broodiest females up here on top. And of that pair, I think the young ladies is just more attractive as you analyze her up through her front 1/3. Her neck ties higher out of her shoulder. She's tighter through her throat latch and better at her hip. It's just a nice, complete heifer, not overwhelming anywhere in terms of her dimensions, but everything just kind of fits in place. The heifer that's the most like her is the young lady's heifer we have in second. She's got the same structural build. She's got some softness to her rib cage. She's a more moderately framed female than the heifer that we have coming out in third. Heifer that I think when you compare her to that heifer in third, right now she just shows us a little bit more substance through her center body, but I would like to, raise this heifer up a little bit and make her more attractive up through her front 1/3. This heifer coming out next, I think, she's green. She's probably plenty tall, but a little different, a little tighter clip job. This heifer is really good in her structure. She's big-footed. She's got some flexibility. She's got some angulation. And for her frame size, she's got good rib shape. I think this heifer has got some good parts and pieces. She hasn't wanted to cooperate real good, but I think her structure and her flexibility allows her to place over the young lady's bigger-bodied heifer that we have coming out next. This one's the one that's the most ready to roll today in terms of her condition. I do like this heifer's balance up through her front 1/3. A heifer, though, when you get her out on the travel, you want to see her better off of her hind legs and free her up in that aspect, pick her up maybe just a tick in terms of her pins. The young man's heifer that comes out next, really powerful. She's big and she's bold, but that works to her disadvantage as she gets a little tighter, more upright in her skeleton. The young lady's heifer coming out next is sounder, but she's probably the flattest made heifer we have. And the young lady's heifer that we have coming out next is the one I probably changed the most in terms of her balance and structure whenever we analyze her and compare her to some of her counterparts.
And thank you very much, Mr. Cates, for the critique here in our Class 3 first place honors going to Madeline Elizabeth Bremen of the Refugio County 4-H, second in that class, going to Kelly Lee Munston of Rockdale FFA. Our third place goes to Rachel Gutierrez, member of the Robertson County 4-H, fourth in that class to Emma Adams of Lamar County 4-H. Your fifth place to Kason Ramirez, Kaufman County 4-H member. Sixth to Ashley Grace Wood, Garza County 4-H. And seventh place to Aubrey Page of Matagorda County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Moving into our Charlet show at this time are the Class 4 entries. Have 3 females in this class of heifers born during January 2022.
Really tough class when we get in here. You know, these calves are not far enough along. We start to see some udder development, and we have kind of varying degrees of condition in here. And I guess for me, I'd like to see us lean things up a little bit. I appreciate deep side and deep rib, but, you know, some of this gets a little more fed on than I think maybe actual. But I'm going to moderate size here a little bit with the top 2 that we have. I think the female that comes to the top is a little more modern or mature skeletal size. I think when you study her, she is sounder than some of the other heifers, and she's got more refinement to the udder that she's developed at this point in the game. She's got tremendous amount of rib to her. I like the way she comes out through her hip. Again, not the prettiest fronted heifer we've got in the group. I think the heifer in second actually beats her in that category. The heifer in second, not quite as much total stoutness and mass to her. A little coarser in her udder compared to the heifer we start with. Heifer I really wanted to start with is the heifer in 3. And again, just one given day, but here's a heifer that doesn't come quite out of her shoulder quite correctly. She hits the front end just a little tighter and straighter. Watch that front leg come off. She needs more slope and angle to her shoulder. She comes off her front end just a little harsher than I'd like to see. But young man, you've got a really nice heifer. A heifer, tremendous amount of rib and tremendous amount of eye appeal and balance that you get her out here. Young lady's heifer next, just a little more leathery fronted. You know, doesn't quite have quite as much eye appeal when you get to looking at the front end here, but a heifer that I like the refinement to her teats that she has, the condition she shows much better than the heifer we have in 5. The heifer in 5 is certainly the eye appeal pattern and profile heifer of the group. As I study her, she gets a little fatter, a little poorer in her udder development at this stage of the game, but here's an awfully good heifer for me today, just a little more in that down through the lower 1/3 down through her udder. I'd like to change. Boy's got a good heifer here coming in about 6, long body, but again starts to give a little more balance. We start to see a little more front end and shoulder on these cattle, but a good useful kind of calf that traveled very, very well. Young lady's heifer gets a little flatter to her rib and not quite as much overall dimension from end to end compared to the heifers up above. Massive red heifer that we have, just to me a little coarser in her makeup. Again, a little fatter than ideally we'd like to have. Young man's blaze-faced heifer here is a heifer that needs to come off her rear legs with more flex to her hock and more give in those cases. Black heifer that we have back here kind of gets outsized and out-pounded in here and a little frailer featured. And then an extremely big framed heifer that winds up. Tremendous amount of growth in this heifer, but not quite as much femininity. Nice set of females.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on our 10th class of Simmental. I'll let you talk.
As we get out here in your January class, I think you can do different things here, but we've tried to all day use the cattle that we had thought were the most complete and the best structured, and that's this young lady's heifer down here. She's got the best angle off of both ends of her skeleton. She gets out in strides with the most collected movement. You'd like to see her bigger bodied and a little higher placed about her pins, but I think she's the most functional. I think it's probably even closer in the next pair. I think this heifer's longer bodied and nicer balanced and leveler out over her hip. And she, although she's pretty straight out of her shoulder, she is better structured off of her back end than the young lady's heifer that's third. Yes, the young lady's heifer that is in third is probably the heaviest heifer, and maybe the deepest in terms of her center body, but she's the one you want to change the most in terms of the way she's designed, in terms of her feet and legs within these three females.
Thank you very much. And in Class 4, first place honors going to Kristen Lynn Worley of Grand Oaks FFA. Second place to Emma K. Landers, a chapter member from Grand Oaks FFA. And also from Grand Oaks FFA is the third place, Shirley Faye Holston. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
I'd like to take this opportunity to announce our results on Class 10 while we're staging our contenders in our junior drive and our Simmental show. Winning the Class 10, Siley Shulock, Hill County 4-H. Second in Class 10, Taylor Simpson, Early FFA. Our third place heifer exhibited by Brecken Schickman, Johnson County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Ava Harbaugh, Marion FFA. Fifth goes to Haley Bono, Montgomery County 4-H. Sixth, Jacob Correa, Clear Springs FFA. Seventh, shown by Presley Robertson, Brazoria County 4-H. Eighth, Gus Smith, Comal County 4-H. Ninth, Michael Felwell, Abilene FFA. And 10th, Case Travis, Thorndale FFA. We now have our class winners and second place exhibitors from classes 7 through 10. From these heifers, our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select our junior and reserve junior division winning Simmental females. Class 13, we need you to the north staging area. Class 13 Simmentals, we need you to the north staging area.
And ladies and gentlemen, over in your south arena, we'll be staging for the calf division drive momentarily. Representing your Class 1, we have Riley Ann Bevins and her heifer from Johnson County 4-H. Representing Class 2, we have Creed Cooper Vineyard of Wise County 4-H. Representing Class 3, Madeline Bremen of the Refugio County 4-H. And representing Class 4, entry number 54099, Kristen Worley, Grand Oaks FFA.
I think we've had a super strong Simmental division here. I'm really pleased with the heifers we come back out with. The heifer in our third class obviously didn't have any other heifer behind her, but I think the other three heifers fit together quite nicely in terms of their rib, their depth, the correctness that we have. We'll go out and pick our champions. Let's give our Simmental kids a good hand.
And there's your junior division champion, Simmental female, comes to us out of class number 8, exhibited by Bodie Shipman, Johnson County 4-H. In reserve, also coming out of class 8, exhibited by Mason Metzier from Johnson County 4-H. Let's congratulate all the exhibitors in our junior classes. Did a super job. We'll move in now to class number 13. That will be the first class in our senior division. Class 13 will walk you into the north judging arena. So class 14 Simmentals, we need you at the north staging area. Class 14 Simmentals, start lining up.
Want to remind folks we're going to be taking a lunch break at the conclusion of your Charlet show over here on the South Arena. Probably be a 20-minute lunch break or so. Give our lineup crew and ring help an opportunity to grab a bite, and then we will resume following the lunch break with the Red Angus.
Christopher James Zupon, LaPorte FFA. We need your heifer, Class 13. We're about to lead in the show arena, north side. Christopher James, Z-U-P-A-N, Zupon, LaPorte FFA. We need your heifer now. Class 14, start lining up, north staging area. Class 14 is rather small, so Class 15, get it on your mind. Scimitars, north side staging area.
Now that we've got our first and seconds for this calf drive out of the staging area, need Charlet Class 8 as well as Class 7. So you can check in your Class 8 Charlets to the staging on the south side.
As we get out here for your division, first division of your Charlet show, certainly different shapes and sizes and some give and take within each class in terms of where these cattle are, in terms of, you know, their condition and their skeletal maturity. But I think when you get out here and you break these cattle down, as you can talk about them, heifer out of our first class, I think, does a lot of nice things. I think she probably is the truest in terms of her structural design, taking the most correct reach and angle off of both ends of her skeleton. I think she's also the stoutest heifer, that when you get up on top of her and analyze her from behind, she's got the most shape and dimension. Really a nice rib cage in this heifer. We talked about she has just a tick of throat. She doesn't have as a soft a hair coat to fill in behind her shoulders as what the one right behind her. But I think this heifer just puts a very pliable, functional skeleton together with one that's really opened up and still balances nicely. The young man's heifer's got some really nice parts and pieces to her. You know, the top side of her neck's really nice. She's good in her chest. Very nicely presented female. She's got some foot size and some bone. You know, we talked about, you know, it's unfortunate that that heifer has had a rough week and got her head stuck, and that does take away from, we're going to let that go. But I'd like to see her stride out just with a little more flex off of her back end and take a little longer stride there. Really a nice female here in the third slot as well. One that's feminine and angular and flat in her joints. A heifer that's smooth in her overall makeup. She's deep in terms of her center body. She's not overwhelming in terms of her volume compared to the two in front of her. And she's maybe just a notch tighter hinged about her knee when she goes. But I think another nice female. That last class was challenging, but this young lady's heifer won that class because she was definitely the soundest. There's a heifer in here that's in the seconds that's certainly in competition, and those were deep quality classes with a good set of seconds. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go pick the one I like the best today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cates, for the overview in our calf division. And ladies and gentlemen, the banner for the division championship going to Riley Ann Bevins of Johnson County. Coming out of Class 1, we'll move up second place there, entry 77530.
I think the second is definitely worth mentioning out here because I think that heifer's got some good parts and pieces to her. I love the way her neck ties out of the top side of her shoulder. She's so juvenile and youthful in her overall design. I really like her hip and hind leg. you know, we talked about she wants to toe out when she comes at you a little bit, and she's given up a little bit of pin width and shape down low, but I do think that heifer's very nice. I think it kind of comes down to these three heifers out here. I think you can go different ways. I'm actually going to walk them one more time because I know it's reserved in this division, but I think they're all good and they're all really close. So we'll do one more walk and then we'll pick you a reserve.
Final call for Class 7 and 8 to staging in the Charlet Show. And folks, the reserve honors going to your winner of Class 3, and that's the heifer exhibited by Madeline Brayman of Refugio County 4-H. Congratulations to Madeline on the reserve here in the calf division of your Charlet Show. Okay, folks, it's time to move into our junior division. Class 7 coming at you now. Class 7 females are born during November and December of 2021, and we have 5 entries in this class.
Again, an announcement for you shorthorn exhibitors. We will be taking a lunch break about 15-20 minutes in the north judging arena following the completion of our Simmental show. So you shorthorn exhibitors will take a 15 to 20 minute lunch break following the conclusion of the judging of our Simmental females on the north judging side.
really a nice class, different shapes and sizes, and I always think these falls, and then particularly these late falls, are kind of in an awkward juvenile or awkward teenager standpoint, but I think when you break the cattle down, the heifer that's the best in terms of her structural build is the young lady's heifer we're going to go ahead and start with. She's not only is the best in terms of her angles and her movement, but with that, a heifer that's really impressive when you get up on top of the heifer, really bold in the way she comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's as stout as anything when you get in behind her. She's not the deepest bodied heifer, but this young lady can flat show this heifer, and when she gets her set up, a heifer that balances pretty nicely, but she's going to win because when compared to the heifer in second, she not only is quite a bit more opened up, but she is the best moving heifer we have within the class. I like the heifer in second. She's flatter shouldered and probably does have just a little softer rib cage in her than the heifer that we have that starts the class. Heifer that's got some bone and foot size. She's a little crestier about her neck. She's not quite as strong in terms of her top line as the heifer we start with. Not quite as set back in terms of her knee, but another nice female. The young lady's heifer that comes out third is more dimensional than the one that stands right in front of her. A heifer she's got some reach to her. She just gets uncoordinated and wants to get a little funky in her pasterns. And then when you analyze her, she gets a little coarser in overall design, a little bigger naveled and a little plainer up front. But I thought this heifer just had quite a bit more dimension to her and power than the heifer that comes out next. I think you can do different things in the next two. This heifer, I preferred her moderation and depth over the heifer that concludes the class, but we'd like to see this heifer get out and travel with a more collected stride. And that's an advantage we give the bigger framed heifer that comes out next, but I just didn't think this heifer had as much width and dimension as depth as the cattle that we had up in front of her.
And we thank you, and ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon here in Class 7 was McKenna Elizabeth Mitchell of Ponder FFA. Second in that class went to Parker Kellison of Floyd County 4-H. Your third place award went to Sydney Grice of Clear Lake FFA. Fourth to Abigail Smith of Robert Lee FFA. And winding up the class, fifth place award, Charisma Valencia of Louisville FFA. Moving in the arena at this time are your Class 8 females in the Charlet Show. We have 8 entries in Class 8, females born during September and October 2021. Class 9 Charlets need to be in the staging area, as well as Class 10. Only have 2 head in 10 and 3 head in Class 9. You need all of those in the staging area at this time. And then Class 13 can move up as well.
Big class of Charlet females, but 2 that kind of filter to the top here. 2 nice females that come in here. Young man kind of outshows the boy in second, but when we get to looking at the females, she was a good heifer that has got a lot of rib to her, a lot of capacity, a lot of good eye appeal to her. Like her when we get her out on the move, tremendous amount of muscle and body and volume in this heifer. Heifer in second is a really nice female, and again, it's great the young man's out here. She kind of pushed him around a little bit. When you really study the female, she's really extremely long body. She got nice udder development on it. She's very long through her front end. One of the longest sided, levelest design females that we had. He's done a nice job with her out here coming in our second hole. Heifer here in third. Heifer I'd like to a little better the longer she's out here, the more she labors. She just gets a little restricted off of both ends. It's certainly a powerfully designed, rugged, constructed heifer that's really nice pattern and profile as well. She beats the heifer in 4, the way when you get her on the side view, she's got more extension out through her neck and through her front end. Young lady's heifer up here, coming here in 4, gets a little poor balance when she starts to get out here on the move, kind of wants to get her top up just a bit. But certainly as you study the female out here, tremendous amount of muscle and mass. Boy's heifer here, the Blaze Fray heifer, really I like. A female just doesn't fill her track quite enough. When you get to watching her out here, she needs to reach and fill up from behind. Heifer coming up here next gets a little tight in her rib compared to the other females that we have. I had a heifer I pulled in, and then I moved her up a couple, 3 notches. not very far away from having a baby, and don't want to penalize her for that. She is obviously more moderate than anything in here, but she's not a small heifer, and he's done a nice job with her. Kind of go to the other extreme, a heifer here that has a little more frame size and not quite as much stoutness to her structure. It's a heifer that I'd like to just tone her down a little bit in that regard. Next heifer gets a little flatter in her rib. Red heifer, extremely long-bodied, straight line, nice profiling heifer, but when you watch her move, she can't get off these hind legs very well. So I'd like to change the way she's made out her hip structure, lower her tail head just a little bit. Kind of a big heifer here that gets a little shallow-bodied, and then a female that needs to move a little sounder off of both ends to wind up the class.
Thank you, Dr. Nickel, for that critique of Class 13 and our Simmental Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class, Cashdale, Rains County 4-H. Second in Class 13, Nolan Seal, Shelbyville FFA. Our third place heifer, exhibited by Hollis Holmes, Goliad County 4-H. Fifth in Class 13, shown by Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H. Our sixth place heifer, exhibited by Kaylin Freytag, Flatonia FFA. Seventh goes to Shay Sigmund, Giddings FFA. Eighth place heifer, exhibited by Cheyenne Durheim, Klein Oak FFA. Ninth goes to Casey Gilbert, Huffman FFA. And our 10th place heifer, exhibited by Landry Varga, Wilson County 4-H. Now leading in Class 14 in our Simmental Heifer Show, North Judging Arena. Class 15, you need to be lined up. Only have 2 in Class 15, so we'll transition right into our senior drive. So won't be long. We'll need our CAF division winners and our junior division winners back to the north staging area.
Nice class here. You get these 3 heifers up here on top. I think they're comparable in terms of their dimensions and their all 3 of them are good enough in terms of their structure. But I think the heifer that wins the class is the most eye-appealing and the highest quality from the side. So when you compare to the heifer in second, she's the more attractive. Up through her front 1/3, she's a little higher placed about her pins. A heifer that's got good shape through her center body. For a heifer of that size, she has good width and muscle to her. She has a big advantage over the heifer in second, the way she travels out of her front end. Female that comes straighter away, female that has a little bit more set to her knee. I think it gets closer between second and third because I do think the heifer in third is more collected out of their structure off of her front end than the heifer that we have in second. But I really think the heifer in second follows the pattern and the volume and the length of the heifer that we start with and the attractiveness. But we do want to just modify this heifer in the way that she is in terms of her structural design off of both ends. Like we said, that gets an advantage that we give to this one in third, and this young lady can get this heifer stuck in third as well. She gets all that she can out of this heifer. But that heifer, with being good structured, she comes a little coarser to us. That heifer is probably not as attractive. It's the little, she's not as pretty colored, but boy, that girl can show that one, and she's big-footed, and she's good structured. I like her flexibility over the heifer in third. I think she's leveler. She's not quite as round out of her hip. female that's a little softer in her rib cage. I think the next pair is close. I thought the young man's heifer had a bit more muscle. The one behind her is probably a little nicer fronted. Both heifers are a little straighter off of both ends and need to be a little deeper. The young man's heifer right neck behind her has probably got a little more softness through his center body, but not as much look and presence. And the two young people they have down here on this end doing a very nice job at cattle that maybe just don't have that overall quality and look to them of some of the cattle we had above them.
Thank you so much for the critique, Mr. Cates. And first place honors here in Class 8 go to Jaden Mata with the Dimmitt County 4-H. Second in the class to Katie Summit of Fannondale FFA. Your third place honors to Bella Parker, Toller FFA. Fourth in the class to William Hurd, member of Rudder FFA chapter. Our fifth place to Ethan Adams from Lamar County 4-H. Sixth in that class going to Justin Chisholm of Sci-Fair FFA. Seventh to Wyatt Artit of the Giddings FFA chapter. And eighth to Emily Phillip of the Crawford FFA. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners in Class 8. In your arena at this time, 3 entries here in Class 9. Females born during July and August.
This class Simmental Heifers, really a nice pair to come to the top, and we've had some great kids out here, and it's what makes it all fun. You know, really from a standpoint of this pair of heifers, it's a trade-off for me because, you know, the heifer at the second is a little nicer to look at from the side view, but I've preached about walking all day, and there's no question the heifer I'm leading with gets out and goes a little better than the heifer that we have in second. Heifer we start with is a powerful, stout, high volume, high capacity female, got lots of capacity, lots of muscle to her, and not a plain-headed heifer by any stretch of imagination, but side view-wise, the other heifer in second is a little nicer through her neck and through her shoulder. I just like to see her get out and go just a little freer when we get going, but these two heifers come to the top real easily. Not to take anything away from the girls' heifer in 3. I think we have to be careful when we say the girls' heifer in 3 is small. There aren't any small ones here. She's smaller compared to these two, but she's not a small heifer, and she's a nice female. From a standpoint of structure, she's got a lot of good about her. She's got a lot of mobility off of both ends. She's got a lot of flex to her front end. I love the way she ties through her neck and through her shoulder. She just kind of gets outpowered by the other two heifers that we have. Young man's got a good heifer here in 4. Going to make a good cow for him. She's not quite as far along. And then we got a heifer that's certainly a nice job the young lady's done bringing him out here. Just doesn't show quite as much quality as the other two we have at the top. But a nice set of heifers in this class.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique. Class 14, Simmental females win the class. Brazos Kirkwood, Irion County 4-H. Second in that class, exhibited by Carly Rayfield, Cooper Lubbock, FFA. Third place goes to Keegan Forey, Prairie Land FFA. Fourth place female exhibited by Jackson Chapman, Jim Wells County 4-H. And fifth goes to Faith Chapman, Jim Wells County 4-H. Now bringing in our last class in our Simmental show, Class 15. Have 2 entries in this class. Following the completion of this class, we'll move into our senior division drive.
As we get out here for this class of summerborns, you know, this heifer we start with is pretty big for a summerborn, but she's easily the best heifer in this class. She's easily the big volume heifer that's the best in terms of her structure. When you compare her to the heifer in second, distinct advantage in terms of depth of center, really a wide-made heifer that is going to make a nice cow. I think it gets closer between second and third, but I think the heifer in second is just truly sounder in terms of her structure. She's better in terms of her movement. And when you get off to the side of them, she's more attractive. Her neck ties higher. She's a leveler out over her hip. No doubt the heifer in third is cowier through her center body and offers more performance today. But this heifer you want to modify the most in terms of her movement. She gets a little lower fronted, just doesn't piece everything together quite like you'd like to see. But another nice Class 3 young people that do an excellent job.
And thanks for the overview here in Class 9, and taking the blue ribbon is Emma Caffey of McClendon County 4-H. Our second place went to Jacob Mosley of the Buffalo FFA chapter, and third to Brianne Billingsley of the Montgomery FFA chapter. We're now moving in Class 10 females, have 2 entries in this final class in the division. Females born during May of 2021.
This really what it's actually all about when you get right down to it. Can these females go ahead and make cows? And I think when we get to thinking about that, you know, as much as we talk about all the heifers we've seen, at this stage of the game, at this age, they ought to have a baby at side. And I'm not smart enough to tell you which one of these calves is better than the others. It's pretty hard to tell when they're this small. This calf's a little older probably here in front of me. I think it's certainly a case where 2 high-quality females, be proud to own either one of them. And it is a trade-off between the cows on these case. The udder refinement on the second cow is phenomenal. The size of those teats is just unbelievably refined and nice, and you like that about it. I don't like the way the udder hangs quite so well. She tends to be a little goat-uddered. Heifer here in front, certainly more level in her design with her udder. 2 high-quality females out here for this. I think a little bit of differences in the calf, a little better calf, certainly a little better udder in terms of this front one. But certainly a lot of femininity, a lot of quality in the female behind. Congratulations, all 4 of you kids.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique of Class 15. Winning the class, Abigail Drobick, Flatonia FFA. Second in Class 15 goes to Gance Allen, Chisholm FFA. Will now lead.
Just 2 here in your May summer class, but 2 really good showmen. I told these young ladies, you know, neither one of them missed a beat the whole time they were in here. Did a really nice job getting their cattle walked at the right pace, set up all the time. Once you get past them both being good showmen, I just think the young lady's heifer that we used to start the class with has too many advantages over the heifer in second. She's really a big, bold heifer that you have to appreciate. She's got her pretty far in terms of gestation length. She actually looks a little farther along than even what she told me, a heifer that's dropping some udder. But, you know, that heifer is very good and handles all that power very nicely. I like the heifer in second. She gives you an attractive look. She's a little more tucked up in her chest flora than the one that wins the class. Just doesn't show us near the mast or a center body. Wants to toe out a little bit when she comes at you. But a very nice pair of heifers the young ladies did an excellent job with.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon in this class, Lexi Lynn House of the West FFA chapter. Second going to Brooklyn Samara of the Columbia FFA. This will bring us to our division drive here in the junior division.
Now leading in heifers for our senior division drive, our class winners out of Class 13, Cash Dale, Rains County 4-H. Our Class 14 winner, Brazos Kirkwood, Irene County 4-H. And our winner out of Class 15, Abigail Drobick, Flatonia FFA. Also leading in our second in those classes out of Class 13, Nolan Seal, Shelbyville FFA. Second out of Class 14, Carly Rayfield, Cooper Lubbock FFA. And second out of Class 15, Gance Allen, Chisholm FFA. From these females, we'll select our champion in reserve females in our senior division.
Final call for the Charolais Heifers in Class 13-14 to staging, and 15 as well, single entry there in Class 15. Need the whole division in the staging area. We've got room for you, and it'll move along fairly quickly. So check them in with the lineup crew, senior division of Charolais show.
We get to our last division of our Simmental show, and we've had a good Simmental show top to bottom and not disappointed in this division at all. I think when you come out here with the females that we have, high volume, high capacity, sound made females that I like a great deal. Again, congratulations to these young exhibitors.
And there's your senior champion, Simmental female, coming to us out of Class 13, exhibited by Cash Dale, Rains County 4-H. And our reserve senior champion female comes to us out of Class 14, exhibited by Brazos Kirkwood, Irion County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division winners, as well as all the exhibitors of senior heifers. Now we need back into the arena. Let's get them staged for our grand champion drive, our heifer calf division champions, our junior division champions, as well as our senior division champions. Let's get them staged and into the North Judging Arena.
Here in your junior division, very happy with how it all turned out within this division. I think noticeably the showmen were really good in this division. This heifer out of the first class, this lady exemplifies that quality of showman. This heifer won her class because not only was she the stoutest and the most dimensional, but she was the most correct in terms of her angles and her structure. And this young lady always gets her set up to where she shows as good a balance as she can. She could be a little deeper in terms of her center body, but I think that's a little bit the age that heifer is as well. The young man's September heifer that comes out next, she's got some size to her, but with that size, she has some balance and she has some flexibility. This heifer's hair on her tail head is not laying just right, and it takes away just a little bit, but you read this heifer out on the move, and her balance is good, and she maintains her pin width really good. I think she's a nice combination of structure and balance and having some substance. The heifer out of our summer boring class, as we talked about, shot big, but so powerful, and still with all that power, still moves good. She's maybe not as attractive and level and feminine as a couple of the other heifers out here, but I think a nice breeding piece for that young lady as well. Then the May heifer is one that you really like for her power and dimension and length. A heifer the young lady has got heavy bred in terms of her calf. You get out here on the side of this heifer, she's pushing a little chest. The heifer that when compared to a couple of the other ones, as far along as she is, she could maybe show just a little more rear rib and flank, but I like that one pretty well. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go pick the two I like the best.
And ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion goes to the Class 8 winner, Jaden Mata, Demet County 4-H, and we'll move in entry 90825 for reserve consideration.
We're now in our champion drive in the North Arena in our Simmental Heifer Show. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our previous division winners. Our heifer calf division was won by Claire Todd from Needville FFA, and a reserve heifer shown by Addison Sobchak from Hardin FFA. Our junior division winner, Bodie Shipman, Johnson County 4-H, and our reserve junior division champion is Mason Metzler, Johnson County 4-H. Our senior champions, Cash Dale, Rains County 4-H, and our reserve senior, Brazos Kirkwood, Irion County 4-H.
And ladies and gentlemen, your reserve goes to the winner of Class 7. That's entry number 61434 from McKenna Elizabeth Mitchell of Ponder FFA, taking reserve junior honors. Well, this will bring us to our final division in the Charlet Show.
We come to pick our champion, Simmental female. I think we've had an outstanding show. I mean, the Herefords were phenomenal. The Simmentals have been phenomenal. Such an honor to be here to give my opinion on the heifers that we have. And again, this breed has so much to offer, and certainly I think your junior program, these kids have done a nice job. We've got 3 really good heifers up here in front of me, a little different maybe in their makeup, but certainly I think from a standpoint of functionality and soundness, good females that should go ahead and make good cows. I think they fit the bill. Let's give these kids a good hand.
And there's your grand champion, Simmental female of the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Junior Heifer Show, coming to us out of the junior division, shown by Bodie Shipman, Johnson County 4-H. Now lead in Mason Metzler's heifer, contention for reserve.
Moving into the South Arena at this time are your Charlet Class 13 females born during March and April of 2021.
And there's your reserve grand champion. Also coming out of the junior division, exhibited by Mason Metzler, Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve grand champion exhibitors, as well as all of the youngsters who exhibited Simmental heifers here today. I'd like to make an announcement. Again, if you are fortunate enough to have been named grand or reserve grand in your breeds, we'll need to get those bios turned back to the announcer's stand as soon as you possibly can for the Supreme Drive tonight. Again, you Shorthorn exhibitors, be back in about 15 to 20 minutes to start our Shorthorn Junior Heifer Show on the North Judging Arena. We're going to take a quick lunch break, 15 to 20 minutes, north side, then start up with our Shorthorn Heifer Show. So you Shorthorn heifers, if you're in those young classes, get it on your mind.
This will be final call for entry number 7552, Ashlyn Martinez. You're needed in the staging area. If you're going to scratch, please send someone up and inform the lineup crew. Ashlyn Martinez needs your heifer in staging.
Shorthorn exhibitors, we need you at the north staging area at about 12:35. We're finished with the semis. We'll start back with the shorthorns around 12:35 on the north arena.
While we have a moment, I'd like to remind you folks that we are going to observe a lunch break here at the conclusion of your Charlet show. Probably run close to 20 minutes, and we'll be calling those Red Angus in the first couple of classes up after that lunch break, and need to get them here to the south staging area. Our Red Angus classes, I think we've got 8 in Class 1 and 10 in Class 2, so we'll be probably calling those two together. So y'all have a heads up, about 20 minutes. From the conclusion of the show, we'll be rolling into the Red Angus show. Where'd they find it? Okay, back in the alley behind the announcer stand, they had a wallet turned in. Got a picture on it in the front, kind of a tractor picture. If you lost that, come claim it at the announcer stand, please. Attention, Charlotte Heifers in the division winners for the calf and reserve calf, as well as the junior champion and the reserve, need to be making their way to staging to check in for the grand drive.
Two really good females here, and I went back and forth on them, but at the same time, I've tried to let my final decision and my most important decision all day be how the cattle are on the move. And I'll admit, this heifer probably is plenty long pastured, could probably use a shot of rear heel, but she is set further back at her knee. She's cleaner about her hock and her joints, and she travels a little squarer behind with better reach off her back end. And that's not to say that the one in second isn't sound. I think that the depth on these heifers is a wash. I think that the dimension and the width is probably a wash. I give an advantage to the heifer in second at the crest of her neck. I think she's just a tick leaner. But ultimately, I think when you get the cattle out and you set the cattle into motion, the young man's heifer has an easier reach, and because of that, she maintains her balance better on the move. She maintains her loin and her top line better on the move. But I think an outstanding pair of heifers that can go either way. For me, the softness of skeleton and squareness of structure is going to sort the pair. I appreciate that both heifers are far along in gestation. Both of them, they have different udder designs, but both of them very acceptable. When they hit the ring, I guess this heifer is the one that came to me the fastest because she's got a notch more bone than the heifer that we had from first. I think she's a bit more chiseled in the way she's designed out of her front end. She's got a little softer haircut, just beautiful in terms of her presentation and the way she's shown. There's just more places I wanted to change this heifer than the heifer that we start with. But the biggest thing I want to change with her is the way she handles her hind legs. And as I said, she's not unsound, but she's a little coarser jointed. Wants to bring her hind leg in and shuffle out just a bit. I think the next pair of the heifers in this class are dissimilar in terms of their type and kind. You got a kind of a stouter, blockier heifer coming out next, but I thought that heifer balanced a little better from the side and was nicer in her chest floor and deeper back through her flank. The young lady's heifer probably reaches better out of her front end, is a little longer. Just want to balance that heifer up better from the side. The young man's heifer, by far the best structured, biggest bodied of the remainder of the class. You get on down here, cattle, you just want to soften up a little bit, but a very nice class of females.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon here in Class 13 is Duke David Garski of McLendon County 4-H. Second in that class to J.C. Marie Husky of Hoffman FFA. Third in the class to Landry Lifesti of Milam County 4-H. Fourth goes to Haley Garrick of McLendon County 4-H. Fifth to Chase Henson of Crum FFA. Your sixth place award to Marilyn Roja of Pearland FFA. Our seventh place to Larkin Schill of Robertson FFA. And wrapping up the class is Aubrey May Smith's entry from Manville FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Moving in the arena at this time are your Class 14 females. We have 5 entries of females here in the class with heifers born during January through February 2021. Once again, a reminder that we will be observing a 20-minute lunch break here in the South Arena for the Charlet side. Also a reminder for those exhibitors, this is a go and blow show, no grooming aids, and they'll be checking on the entry of the staging area to make sure everybody's complying with blow and go. No grooming aids, please. And also a reminder to be bringing those original registration papers with you, along with your show card number to check in.
A nice class of January, February heifers here, and I think one that fits together pretty logically. Young ladies heifer that we have to start with, really a fresh, nice balanced heifer that puts a lot of good things together and a very symmetrical package from the side. I think she's moderate in her frame, but she's big in her rib, and the young lady's done a nice job getting her bred. It'll be interesting to see her back out here with those 2 heifers out of the last class. I think a logical thing to do next is use the big stout cow with the big stout calf to run into second. This cow is, she could be just a little better in behind her shoulders, but, this cow is in production. She's stout, and you can tell she's going to transmit that stoutness. This calf is big boned and good structured, and I think a nice pair to be in second. I think from there, a logical place is a young lady's heifer in third. She's just a bigger bodied female that has more substance to her, more flexibility all the way through. Then we're going to use the more moderate framed heifer that comes out next over the young lady's heifer that concludes the class that's just a little taller and longer.
Thank you, Mr. Cates, for the overview here of our Class 14 and taking the blue ribbon. Miss Carly Rathman of Lubbock County 4-H, second in that class to Chase Quarkell Godwin of the Lake Creek FFA chapter. Third place to Ashlyn Martinez, the La Pryor FFA member. Fourth in the class went to Anna Butts of the Cooper Lubbock FFA. And Soraya Hosseini of the Judson FFA taking the 5th place ribbon here in Class 14. This brings us to the Final class in our senior division, single entry here. And then we'll be moving into our senior division drive. Final call for you, previous division and reserve winners for the calf champion and the junior champion in the Charolais. You need to be at staging right now. Everybody hear that?
As we near the end of your Charolais show with just one senior yearling, but the young ladies brought us a nice heifer, and you know it's so much work to take on this project and then to get one to this age. You know this young lady's put in the time and the effort each day at home, and she's doing a very nice job out here. It's a really long-bodied heifer that still has some power down over her top. Maybe like to see her just a little deeper today, but let's give that young lady a nice round of applause.
And congratulations on the blue ribbon here in Class 15 to Catherine Francis Butts of the Cooper Lubbock FFA chapter. She'll be circling that heifer back around for the senior division drive. And representing Class 13 in that drive, the winner there is Duke David Gorski of McClendon County 4-H. Second in that class went to J.C. Marie Husky of Huffman FFA. In Class 14, representing that class, the winner, Carly Rathman's heifer from Lubbock County 4-H. Second went to Chase Godwin of the Lake Creek FFA. And representing Class 15 that was just judged, once again, that was Catherine Francis Butts of the Cooper Lubbock FFA chapter. This is your senior division drive. Had a comb turned in here with white hair. I believe it belonged to a Charolais exhibitor. Be happy to turn it back to you if you come up to the announcer stand and claim it. Red Angus will be starting up following the lunch break at the conclusion of the Grand and Reserve selection here in the Charolais division. We'll have a special Buckle Award presentation from the Arlette Ranch. Mr. and Ms. Bill Arlette Jr. continuing to sponsor a unique buckle for their champion, grand champion female here in the Charolais show, in honor of Mr. Bill Arlette Sr.
As we get out here for your champion and your last division, certainly some decisions to be made, and when the quality is really good and they're presented good and they're shown well, it makes even more decisions to be made. But trying to do what we've done all day, I think the heifer out of the first class, you know, that pair of cattle was extremely good, and I had that pair placed back and forth, but I'm comfortable with where we went that day. And, you know, I told you this heifer's got a shot more crest to the top of her neck, but outside of that, you know, I do think this is the most flexible female we have out here that's the truest in terms of her stride. Really just gives you a maternal, soft look from the side, very level in her overall design. You know, you compare that heifer to the one right behind her. She gets out and travels just with a bit more reach off of both ends. And then we talked about how she handled her hind leg just a notch better than the one that was second to her in class. I think the heifer that was second to her in that class is ultra chiseled up to her front end. I think she's extremely bold in terms of her center body. She's got a lot of hip shape. A heifer that's got good slope up to her shoulder. We talked about she gets off her hind leg. We wanted to change her just a tad. She got a little coarser jointed, came in at her hock just a little bit, but I think that is an exceptional female as well. I think this heifer that comes out of the next class does a lot of really good things as well. I think this heifer is extremely attractive up to her front 1/3. She's probably as little necked as any heifer we have out here. She's also probably as big and bold to her center body. A heifer that when you get her out on the travel, you know, I guess I'd probably consider her third in terms of the way she strides, just because she's a little tighter hinged about her knee and doesn't have quite as much set to her hind leg as a couple of the other ones out here, but another exceptional female. Then the young ladies have out of the last class, really long-bodied, and with that length has a lot of power and dimension. Just needs to be a shot deeper. You have to appreciate the cow over there. Not only is she big and powerful, but she has a big, powerful bull calf. I'm going to continue trying to do what I think's right and stick to my guns. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go show you the two I like the best.
Thank you, Mr. Cates, for the overview here of our Shirley Senior Champion Drive. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the division honors here, Duke David Gorski of McClendon County 4-H, and we'll move in that second place from that class 13, entry number 48847, J.C. Husky of Hoffman FFA. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe you went to the 13, yeah. In class 13, taking the reserve honors, class 13 sweeping it, second place there, J.C. Marie Husky of Hoffman FFA, taking reserve honors here in the senior division. Well, we be circling around the senior and reserve champion and the reserve there in the senior division. But at this time, we're moving in our calf champion selected earlier today. That's Rylan Ann Blevins of the Johnson County 4-H. And your junior heifer exhibited by Jaden Mata of Demet County 4-H. And our senior division just selected Duke David Gorski of McClendon County 4-H. We also are bringing in our reserves. The calf reserve went to Madeline Brahman of the Refugio County 4-H. And the reserve out of your junior division, earned by McKenna Elizabeth Mitchell of Ponder FFA. And the reserve here in the senior, J.C. Marie Husky of Hoffman FFA. This is your grand champion heifer class here in the Charolais division.
As we get out here for your champion Charolais drive, I think the three heifers fit really well together. I think all the cattle are good in terms of structure. I think they're kind of where they need to be in terms of condition and freshness. And there's some differences within the cattle, but again, I think that heifer calf is really good, has a very, very bright future to her, and I think it'll sure be a contender this summer and all next year. I think the fall heifer is really complete. She's a little bigger, maybe a little awkward in the where she's at in terms of her body depth right now, but a good female. And then I think we had 3 exceptional females in that last division. I think there was differences in the cattle. You could tweak the cattle either way, but I'm comfortable with where we are. I think that we show cattle. I spend a lot of time in the show barn. I don't have to spend as much as I used to because my herdsman's a lot better than me. But it's a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of effort to get these cattle bred, keep them fresh, and get them to this point. And I think you have to take that into consideration. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go select your 2 that I like the best today.
And we thank Mr. Tyler Cates for serving as our judge here in the Charolais show this morning. And your senior champion going to Duke David Gorski of McClendon County 4-H, and we'll move up JC, and she'll take the reserve honors as well. JC Marie Husky of Hoffman FFA. Once again, the senior division sweeps the grands and reserves. Congratulations to all of our winners here in the Charolais show. Would like to remind you we are observing a 20-minute break. We'll be calling those first class and second class of Red Angus as soon as we get our crew back from lunch, and be moving on with the show in the South Arena. Like to remind you folks getting these ORBs ready that this is a go and blow show. No grooming materials, please. And they are going to be monitored at the gate.
We'll be starting our Shorthorn show just here in a few minutes, so need to have Class 1 ready at the north staging area. So Class 1 Shorthorns will be starting here in just a few minutes.
Like to remind folks, somewhere along on the junior show, the junior division of Charolais, we had a comb turned in up here in the announcer stand. If you lost one, it's got white hair in it, so chances are it might have been a Charolais exhibitor. Appreciate the bonus buckle provided to our grand champion Charolais exhibitor from the Arlette Ranch, Mr. and Ms. Bill Arlette Jr., donating it in memory of Bill Arlette Sr.
be leading in Class 1 Shorthorns in our North Judging Arena just real quickly here. So Class 2, start getting it on your mind. Class 2 Shorthorns, be getting ready. About to lead in Class 1 in our Shorthorn show on the north side. Again, I'd like to introduce and thank Dr. Dave Nichols from Manhattan, Kansas, who will be evaluating the Shorthorn, Chianina, and Maine-Anjou females for the remainder of the day. He's worked through our Hereford and Simmental, rather big shows there, 95 head in each of the two shows. Done a great job sorting through the cattle and working with the young people. So we certainly, again, like to thank Dr. Dave Nichols from Manhattan, Kansas, for coming to San Antonio and sharing his time and talents with us here today. Again, too, that you exhibitors who were fortunate enough to have been named Grand and or Reserve Grand in the breeds that have shown previously, such as our Herefords, Simmentals, Angus, Limousines, and Charolais, that we need to get those bios that were given to you filled out and turned back into the announcer stand as soon as you can. We'll need those to read and talk about you during the Supreme Drive tonight and also during the scholarship and buckle presentation. So if you've got a bio, get it filled out and turned back into the announcer's stand as soon as you possibly can. We're good. Donnie, we ready for the Shorthorns? All right, we got all Class 1 Shorthorn heifers. Let's get it on. Class 2 Shorthorn heifers. Let's start staging in the north side. We're leading in class number 1. It's Shorthorn time. Class 3 Shorthorns, we need you to the north staging area. Class 3 Shorthorns, we need you to the north staging area at this time.
Well, welcome back after lunch to our Shorthorn show, and I think we start with an awfully nice heifer. To me, she's the combination heifer of kind of some pieces in the class. She's not the stoutest, but she's got stout enough, and just a combination of the completeness and the balance that she has, the correctness, femininity, really a nice profiling heifer that travels extremely well, a heifer I like a great deal. Second and third is a little tougher to do here. Part of the boys' heifer in third. It's really hard to evaluate her when she's fighting the halter quite so much. Undoubtedly, the heaviest muscle heifer is the second heifer in second, and she is a heifer that I really like that about her. She gets a little shorter compared to the front heifer that we have, a little shorter in her neck, doesn't come out through her front end quite as nice as the heifer we start with. The boy's heifer, once she finally does behave herself, she is the most like the heifer ahead of her, and I guess I made the decision to use her because I think there's more width, there's more shape to her rib. She's got a little more width to her chest than the heifer that fourth, the red heifer. Now the heifer in four is a heifer that as you study her out here, you really like this female. Very stylish, very classy, very straight line. She gets a little tight rib to me and a little more extension to her frame. I'd like to tone her down just a little bit. Same thing for the young man's heifer as we come behind there. She's a heifer that when she really put together very nicely, she travels well. She's, to me, a heifer that's just a little flatter rib. We need to put a little more muscle in this female heifer when she gets out. Really is pretty balanced kind of a female, but I'd like to see just a little more to her. The spotted heifer we have behind her, really a good heifer in terms of muscle. Got more muscle than the heifer before, but doesn't tie herself together quite as well through her neck shoulder junction. The spotted heifer behind her is a heifer that gets a little bolder through her front end and shoulders. We get in that case. Then we get into a heifer that's just a little flatter and then a little pour off her rear legs. And two nice little heifers that just can't run quite with enough performance. But I appreciate this young man being out. He's got a lot of good years ahead of him, and he's having a good time. That smile's worth a lot. Young lady, appreciate you bringing your good heifer out as well. Let's give these kids a good hand for their first class of Shorthorns.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique of our first class of Shorthorn females. Winning the class, Kennedy Brogdon, Ellis County 4-H. Second in Class 1, Hallie McCauley, Rockwell County 4-H. Placing third, Lane Van, North Zulch FFA. Fourth place exhibitor, Polly Kerr, Montgomery FFA. Placing fifth, Stock Bronikowski, Waller County 4-H. Sixth place exhibitor, Sarah Druckenhammer, Plano FFA. Seventh goes to Emery Robertson, Wimberley FFA. Eighth place, Tyson Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Ninth, Ranger Burkhalter, San Saba FFA, and our 10th place exhibitor, Ashley Shearer, Austin County 4-H. Leading in Class 2, so Class 3, we need you in the staging area at this time. Class 4, start leading them toward the north staging area. Judging Class 3, judging Class 2, staging Class 3, so Class 4, get it on your mind. Landry Methvin from Plano FFA. We need your heifer now in the north staging area. Landry Methvin, Plano FFA. We need your heifer now in the north staging area. Landry Methvin. Judge needs the mic.
Another good class of shorthorn females. And again, I apologize to the young man in second. It is really hard to evaluate a heifer when you can't get her to go. And I know I'm not, she probably led perfect before she got out here in this green turf, but she's really hard to evaluate. And that's the case where I still think the heifer ahead of her is a little more feminine in her design. She's just a little more feminine and cowy in her appearance. Probably not as much muscle working in her, but I think that's actually to her advantage. She's a heifer that's very nicely balanced, very eye-appealing, nice-fronted female that you get into. The boy's heifer in second, just when she pulls back on that, makes her look a little straight-shouldered, and she does have a little more straightness to her front end. Undoubtedly a heavier muscled heifer. Heifer's got a lot of balance and eye appeal to her. We drop to our third prize heifer, and we start to get the female here that gets a little flatter in her rib. Doesn't have quite as much overall dimension to her. Like to widen her up just a little bit from both ends. And then we get into the next heifer. So we come out here. She's a heifer that's given up quite a bit of size in this group, but certainly a female I appreciate in terms of having a little more shape to her rib. The heifer comes in here, gets pretty flat-ribbed, pretty high in her frame size. I'd like to just tone that down just a little bit. Very useful red heifer that winds up the class, but just not as much balance and eye appeal to her, a little more front end and shoulder.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments. Our placing in Class 2, Shorthorn females. Winning the class is Cash Smith from Fayette County 4-H. Our second place heifer exhibited by Nolan Hunt, Walker County 4-H. Placing third, Phoenix Lanford, Aledo FFA. Our fourth place heifer exhibited by Alejandro Garza, Louisville FFA. Fifth goes to Rachel Fuller, Mount Enterprise FFA. And our sixth place female exhibited by Finley Jones, Aledo FFA. We're now leading in Class 3, and we need to start staging Class 4 Shorthorns, north staging area. Class 4 Shorthorns, we need you to the north staging area. We're leading in Class 3. Class 1 Red Angus start coming to the north staging area. Class 1 Red Angus to the south staging area. Class 1 Red Angus, south staging area. Class 2, get ready. Class 1 Red Angus, south staging area. We need Layla Mizels, Plano FFA, and Trinity Jones, Commerce FFA. Class 4 Shorthorns, we need your heifers to the north staging area. Layla Mizels and Trinity Jones, Shorthorn, Class 4, north staging area. We need your heifers now. After the conclusion of Class 4, we'll move into our heifer division drive. So you Class 7 Shorthorn females, get it on your mind. Class 7 Shorthorn females, get it on your mind.
Actually, a really nice set of Shorthorn females, and actually I think a really logical class winner. The boys heifer we have, she kind of wins this pretty handily. Pretty complete in her makeup. Again, maybe want to ideally clean her up in her front end just a bit, but certainly acceptable there. She's got a tremendous amount of flex in her joints, and like the way she reaches off of both ends, you put her in motion, she really gets out across the ring. And she's a heifer that's got a big amount of volume and capacity to her, and certainly a lot of muscle as well. Heifer in second doesn't hold herself together quite as well, but I think she is a little more moderate in her frame size and probably has a touch more muscle in her compared to the heifer in 3. I think when you analyze this female, you just like to maybe change her out through her rump, just make her a little leveler in her design, change her out through her hip. Boy's red heifer is a heifer that needs to have a little more flex off those hind legs. When she goes, she gets a little posty behind, but certainly a heifer that fits in terms of rib shape and volume compared to the other 3 heifers. Young lady's big framed heifer coming here in 4. I just like to open her up just a bit. As I look at her, she comes right at me. She's just pretty flat ribbed. Like to have a little more volume and capacity to her as we come out. Same way for the next heifer that comes out the young lady has. Here's a heifer that doesn't handle her feet and legs as well. It's a little more awkward on those hind leg, the way she rolls her hock as she comes out. Then we have a heifer that just needs a little more flex in her joints to get out and go and give her a little more longevity to that.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 3 in our Shorthorn Heifer Show. Winning the class, Harrison Bethel, Collin County 4-H. Our second place heifer was exhibited by Kylie Duckett, Smith County 4-H. Third goes to Diego Mayberry, Sheldon FFA. Fourth, Landry Methvin, Plano FFA. Our fifth place heifer exhibited by Madison Luttrell, Sage FFA, and our sixth place female exhibited by Hayden Scott, New Home FFA. We're now leading in class number 4, Shorthorn females. Finish that class, we'll move into our heifer division drive. So class 7 Shorthorns, we need you to the north staging area. Class 7 Shorthorns, north staging area.
Final call for Red Angus Class 1. We're ready to start our Red Angus judging here this afternoon. Final call for 1 and 2. I believe they've been asked to go to the staging area with classes 1 and 2, and we're ready to move in Class 1. Once again, our judge here in the South Arena this afternoon for the Red Angus and ORB shows are Mr. Tyler Cates. And we're pleased to have him with us in San Antonio. He's from Modoc, Indiana, and his family raises Angus and Shorthorn cattle, focus on junior heifers and development of showmen. He is pleased to be in business with his wife Courtney and daughter Piper, and they own and operate Cates Farm Shorthorns and Sunrise Sunset Angus there in Modoc. Mr. John McNamara be your superintendent in charge of the Red Angus show. Once again, a reminder to our exhibitors, be sure and have your original registration papers for the animal you're showing when you enter the staging area. They will be checked for our first and second place winners that go into the division champion drives, so we need you to have those handy. Also, reminder about the no grooming aids on the cattle. This is a go and blow show. I want to commend all the exhibitors this morning for making their class calls over in the South Arena. Appreciate that. Final call for lineup, Red Angus, Class 1 and 2. Another reminder of the rules regarding no spike or cable halters here in San Antonio, so please use a conventional leather halter when you're bringing your cattle to the staging area. At this time, moving into your South Arena, first class of Red Angus, 8 entries in this class of females that range in age from the first part of April through the middle of June. Final call for lineup of Red Angus Class 2. First call, bring up your Class 3 Red Angus, please. Brought over those little Post Toasty bars. Your mom and I both like them real well. And I guess have been here since open, so they're more chewy than normal. It could be Post Toasty bar jerky. I'm still proud to see them and really enjoy them.
I think one of the closer decisions we've had in today's show is here in the class. It's really close on the first and second in this pair between the young ladies heifer here and the heifer DAC here. I think it's a case of when you put them together on profile and balance and eye appeal, this heifer really comes to the top for me. Beautiful design female. I love the way she comes out of her head and her neck, like the way she sits down on her front end. I like to see her reach just a little further off her hind leg, but here's an awfully good heifer that lays in very nice on her front, very nicely patterned, very nicely profiled kind of a female. The other heifer's got a lot more muscle to her, and I appreciate that about her. She shortens up just a little bit compared to the heifer we start with, but here's a high-quality shorthorn female the young lady can be very proud of. Again, if you have the female, I like a great deal. The fattest heifer of the three actually is the heifer in 3. She doesn't have as much muscle as the 2 heifers ahead of her, but certainly a real useful, fine kind of a female. Particularly like the way she gets out, fills her track. We get to looking at the females that we have here. Get to a heifer in 4 here that gets a little off on her hind leg structure, a little low in her pins, comes off her rump just a little bit. I'd ideally like to change her in that, but certainly a very long-sided kind of a female. Our fifth prized heifer is a heifer that starts kind of piecing together. She doesn't tie it together through her neck and through her shoulder, a little weaker in her top. Young lady's heifer coming here next is a heifer that wants to get a little low in her pins, not quite as correct on her rear legs. A little more extreme pattern in the solid red heifer right in front of me. I'd like to tone her down just a little on our frame size, give her a little more shape and muscle, a little bigger naveled on this heifer that winds up the class.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 4 of our Shorthorn Heifer Show. Winning the class is Letty Brumley, Greenville FFA. Second in Class 4 goes to Audrey Fowler, Bonham FFA. Placing third, Wyatt Smith, Wolf City FFA. Our fourth place exhibitor is Jessica Stansell, Maypearl FFA. Fifth goes to Gabriel Malone, Wills Point FFA. Sixth place female shown by Trinity Jones, Commerce FFA. Seventh, Olivia Patterson, Mansfield FFA. And eighth place goes to Layla Mizel's, Plano FFA. We're now bringing in our class winners from classes 1 through 4 for our heifer division.
As we start off your Red Angus show, I think a challenging class. I don't know when they walked in if there's the one that just blew me away. And you know, I understand that the heifer that we start with could be a little fresher, a little more juvenile in her overall appearance. But you get past that, and she's just the best one. She's the soundest in terms of her structure. She's the biggest footed and the heaviest structured, and she's the widest in terms of dimension all the way through. There's fresher, longer, more extended heifers up through their front end, but this is the best cow what they have within this class. I think it's close between second and third. I think the heifer in third, although she's got a notch more depth through her center body, doesn't have as much natural shape to her as she comes and goes as the heifer in second. Heifer in second is really long-bodied. She's high-placed about her pins. She has some shape. We'd like to deepen her down in terms of her center, maybe stouten her up in terms of her bone work. The young man's heifer, that's an advantage that we give her, is like we said, there's a little bit more body there, but she's a little straighter out of her shoulder, a little flatter up through her chest. But I think this heifer certainly handles the middle of her back and her spine better than the young man's heifer that comes out next. The young man's heifer comes out next when she's on her stand, although she's smaller. She's one of the younger heifers. She's got a lot of quality to her. Just she's a little full today, and you can always tell when a young one is fuller than they ever probably have been before. You just need to change her in the middle of her back and the way she's handling her spine. As we get on down, some really good heifers that the young people are doing a nice job with. Maybe you just didn't have the feet and legs that we were looking for today, but let's give them a nice round of applause for that first class of Red Angus.
We're currently staging our competitors for our heifer calf champion in the North Judging Arena, winning Class 1. Kennedy Brogdon, Ellis County 4-H, Class 2, second in Class 1. Hallie McCauley, Rockwell County 4-H. Our Class 2 winners, Cash Smith, Fayette County 4-H, and second in that class, Nolan Hunt, Walker County 4-H. Our class winner out of our third class is Harrison Bethel from Collin County 4-H, and second in that class, Kylie Duckett, Smith County 4-H. And our fourth class winner, Letty Brumley, Greenville FFA, and second in that class, Audrey Fowler, Bonham FFA.
And ladies and gentlemen, over in the South Arena, moving into your judging arena at this time is the Class 2 of our Red Angus show. Have 10 entries in this class. And at this time, I'd like to share with you the winners in Class 1. Taking the blue ribbon there was J.C. Bree Fillon of Klein Kane FFA. Second went to Cale Autumn Jones, member of Tidehaven FFA. Your third place to Keaston Zane Garrick of McClendon County 4-H. Fourth to Travis Barrett of the Leon County 4-H. Your fifth place taken by Everly Sumway of Hayes County 4-H. Sixth in that class went to Kaylee Faye Locke of Mount Enterprise FFA chapter. Seventh to Miranda Taylor, a member of the Alto FFA chapter. And eighth in the class to Catherine Thompsons of Fulcher FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 1 of your Red Angus show.
Wonderful, nice lineup in our junior heifer calf, our shorthorn ring. Not as many numbers as we saw in the previous two breeds, but certainly I think quality is extremely good. I like the females that we have. Beautiful, eye-appealing, straight line, good sound kind of females. Let's give the shorthorn folks a nice round of applause.
And there's your heifer calf champion in our shorthorn show. Comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Harrison Bethel, Collin County 4-H. Will lead in our second place in that class to contend for our reserve honors. And there's your reserve heifer calf. Comes to us out of class number 1, exhibited by Kennedy Brogdon, Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to our winners and all the exhibitors in our heifer division classes. We're now going to lead in class 7, shorthorn females. We'll start our junior classes. Class 8, shorthorn females. We need you at the staging area at this time. Class 8 shorthorn females to the staging area at this time.
Over to the South Arena, we're pleased to have with us Miss Kinley Rathman, who serves as a junior director for the Texas Junior Red Angus Association. She's from Lubbock, Texas, and 4-H member there in Lubbock County, involved in showing breeding sheep as well as steers and heifers. And she says she's enjoying serving on the Red Angus Junior Board, gives her some leadership experience, and we're pleased to have her here in the ring helping to pass out the ribbon awards in the Red Angus show.
In Class 7 is in the ring in our Shorthorn Heifer show, so Class 8 needs you to the north staging area. Class 9, get it on your mind.
Really a nice pair of heifers here, and they're very different. And there's advantages that go both ways, but the heifer that gives me the more maternal, more cow-like look is the young man's heifer we're going to go ahead and start with. Her neck's not always probably as high tying as the heifer that we have on a second. She probably isn't as muscular as the heifer in second. But I like this heifer better in the way she's designed about her face and her jaw and her front end. She shows me just a little more brood cow up there. I really like the heifer through her center body. Both heifers are good enough moving, but I think this heifer has a little added slope to her shoulder and set to her front knee and pastern. She's given up some size to the heifer in second, but I like this one's cowiness and brood cow potential to place over the heifer we have in second. Very well shown, well presented heifer that's good haired and just fit up very nicely. I'd like to change this heifer in the way she's designed about her face. She's a little longer headed and strengthen up her jaw just a little bit. And I think that goes along with her type. She's a little longer and more muscular. I do like the female. I just like the broodiness and the cowiness of the one we start with. The heifer that goes third, I think, does so pretty logically in my mind. You know, this heifer has the same build as those first two, but she's just more upright on both ends of her skeleton. She's straighter out of her shoulder and straighter out of her hock and has a little more chest. But with that chest, she offers more body than the heifer that comes out right behind her. The heifer that comes out behind her has a nice, attractive look and has some muscle shape. Just want to deepen her down a bit. Young man's got another big-bodied heifer that comes out next. Just gets a little more off balance when you get down to the side of her. And as we get down to the other end of the class, some cattle we just like to see a little better in terms of their structural design.
And ladies and gentlemen, we'll let our Shorthorn judge make some comments. We'll be back with some Red Angus results.
In this class, I think we really have some challenges and some give and take on where you're going to put some priorities. It shook out for me to use the white heifer. Longer we're out here, she is the one that travels a little nicer and freer off of both ends. She's a little more correct in the way she lays into her shoulder. Again, not quite as much muscle maybe as some of the other heifers in the class, but I think adequate in that regard. And you get her out here and look how she puts down on her pasterns. I like the slope that she has there, and I think when she goes, she comes off of both ends just a little sounder, a little more reach. Boy's heifer in second, I like a great deal. She's probably got a notch more rib shape to her than the heifer that we led off to. She too is a nice profiling female. Just like to change her hock and change the way it comes off those hind legs. She kind of hits the ground just a little harder, not quite as sound off her hind end, but certainly a real good, useful kind of a shorthorn female. Young lady's heifer that gets here in third, she kind of shortens up a little bit in her rib and certainly shortens up from hooks to her pins, but she's got more performance. She's got more total volume to her than the heifer that comes here in four. Heifer in four, real useful kind of a female that traveled well enough for me to be moved up the line here. Just like to see her just stretch out just a little bit more, change the way she maybe reaches off her front. Heifer coming out next to me as I came at her, she just gets pretty tight in her forerib, just not as much mass and depth as we'd like to see. To me, she's just a little more base narrow, a little bigger framed heifer than I want to be, and the red heifer, a heifer I'd like to just tone down just a little bit. And then the heifer we wind up with, just to me, not quite a femininity to her, to be placed up any higher.
Final call for Class 4, Red Angus to staging. First call, Class 7.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 7 of our Shorthorn Heifer Show. Winning the class, Riley Kerr, Montgomery FFA. Placing second, Cannon Clear, Madison County 4-H. Our third place exhibitor is Aubrey Ramos, Andrews County 4-H. Placing fourth, Jaden Lemuel, Klein Kane FFA. Our fifth place exhibitor, Kenzie Cox, Waller County 4-H. Sixth, Gillian Kaiser, North Zulch FFA. And seventh goes to Garrett Davis, Lubbock County 4-H. We're now leading in Class 8. So Class 9, Shorthorn females, we need you to the north staging area.
And ladies and gentlemen, here in the South Arena, we'd like to share with you our Class 2 results from the Red Angus Show. Taking the blue ribbon was Braxton Hudd of Walker County 4-H. His second, Jackson Lee Bragg, Bell County 4-H member. Third in that class went to Caden Schrader of Burleson County 4-H. Your fourth place to Hunter Faust of the Harrison County 4-H. Fifth in that class going to Brandon Burkhoff of Giddings FFA. Sixth place to Katie Shea Cotton of Harrison County 4-H. Seventh to Henry Green of Bonham FFA. Eighth place to Crockett Gunther of Fayette County 4-H. Ninth in the class going to Presley Carbot of the Bastrop County 4-H. And 10th place, Caden Hagwiskish of Johnson County FFA.
As we get into your final class of Red Angus within this division, the young lady or young man's heifer we're going to go ahead and start off with, really a big ribbed kind of a female. Gives you a nice soft look to her, yet she's still feminine and up-headed, and her neck comes high out of her shoulder, works off of a good hind leg. If we're going to change her, we'll give her a little more slope up front, allow her to take a little longer stride off of her front end. And that's an advantage we give to the dark red heifer that we have in second. This young lady does a nice job getting this heifer set up. This heifer is really long-bodied. She's got probably a little more shape up high than the one that comes out first. A heifer that when she criticize her, compare her to that heifer right in front of her. A heifer that doesn't have quite the center body, doesn't have quite as much bone. The young lady's heifer we have coming out next is one that's got some width and dimension down her top. Just needs to be more attractive up front end. Then the young man's heifer definitely is more attractive up through her front 1/3. Heifer that's just a little harder in terms of her rib cage, a little straighter off of her back end. I thought the young lady's heifer definitely had just a little more size and scale than the young man's. The young man's probably has a little more leveler hip to her, but just need to see a little bit more of that heifer today.
Final call for entry number 52310, Presley Long, Hamilton FFA. Final call for Class 4. They're about to move your cattle in, and the Class 4 moving into the arena.
Class 9.
Results in Class 3. First place honors going for Radford Lewis of Jack County 4-H. Your second place in that class, Kenley Kutak of Flatonia FFA. Third in the class was Annabelle Mary Green, the exhibitor, out with the Bonham FFA chapter. Fourth to J.C. Clay Atkinson of Bowling FFA. Fifth to Lacey Tinley, Tarkington FFA. And sixth place to Riley Summerlet of the Luling FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors in Class 3. Final.
Hunter Jones, Class 9 Shorthorns, we need you to the staging area at this time. Hunter Jones. Now, you Class 10 exhibitors, be ready as well. We only have 2 head in Class number 9, so that'll go quick. So Class 10, be getting it ready. Class 9, Hunter Jones, we need your heifer, north staging area.
We'll be moving into our calf championship drive in a moment. So we need to make sure that we've got our first and second places in the 3 previous classes. And this will be the first call for Class 7. We've got room for you, Red Angus Class 7. In staging, you can bring them in and check them in with the lineup crew.
I stand corrected. This is the last class of Red Angus within this division, and a nice class. I think the heifer that starts off with, she can get a little choppy when she goes a little too fast on the move, but I still think she's as good moving as anything out here, and I think she is the highest quality female as you analyze her from the side. She's attractive, she's well balanced, she's symmetrical in terms of her dimensions. A heifer that's got some width and dimension down her top and out over her hip, and that's an advantage she has over the heifer in second. She's a little higher about her pins, and she sets down off of a more attractive, more secure hind leg and rear foot. I thought the heifer in second was a little fresher and cleaner in condition than the heifer in third. I think she's nicer at the set of her neck and through her throat. I just want to see this heifer travel a bit better off of her hind legs with a little bit more flexibility. Really a wide-statured heifer that comes out next, a heifer that's got tons of rib and tons of volume, just too upright in her shoulder, a little too thick in her neck. The heifer that we have right behind her is a longer-bodied heifer than that one. From the point of her shoulder backs to her pin, she exhibits more length, but she's a little straighter up through her front end. She gets a little straighter from behind as well. The two heifers we have coming out next maybe just don't have that substance and quality of the heifers we have up above them.
And we thank you for the overview. In Class 4, taking the blue ribbon here was Presley Nicole Long of Hamilton FFA. Second in that class to Jolie Clay Hardy, member of the Madison County 4-H. Your third place award went to Aubrey Smith from Mineral Wells FFA. Fourth to Jolie Ann Lester of Gonzales FFA. Our fifth place to Brady Jordan of Plano FFA. And sixth place to Trinity Aroja of Garza County 4-H. Well, we're ready to move in our first and second place winners here in the calf division. They'll be competing for that division banner as well as the reserve honors. You Class 7 Red Angus be checking into the staging area. And let's move up. Class 8, that'll be first call for Class 8. Final call for Class 7 to staging. Representing Class 1 here in the calf division drive is J.C. Bree Phelan of Klein FFA, winning that first place honor in Class 1. And Caleb Autumn Jones was the second there. We're going to have our shorthorn judge make comments on his class.
Another nice set of shorthorn females, and I really appreciate the work these kids go to out here. It's a heck of a lot of work to get them ready and get them shown. Just to have one old guy give an opinion on them today, and I think the heifer that comes to the top has the most of the best. I'd like to lean her up just a tick, but not going to beat her based on that. She is the soundest when you get her out here, and she's got a world of volume and a rib in her. Got a good shoulder in her, nice side view profile to the female. Youngest heifer in the class here comes in second. She's very much like the female we start with, and actually a little cleaner condition, which I appreciate that about her. Not quite as much total mass and depth of rib to her, but a real useful kind of long-bodied, nice profiling female we get into. We start getting a little narrower gauged, a little tighter rib, a little narrower chested in the female that come up here in 4 or in 3, but to me, as I study her, she's sounder out her front end. I think when you look at the female correctly in terms of when she moves, I think she has some real advantages here. The dark red heifer, the solid red heifer, was a problem for me. And again, I realize everybody's going to have different opinions. To me, when she went out and moves. She's just kind of awkward in her movement, the way she handles her rear leg, the way that she handles her shoulder. But when she stands in line, she really catches your eye with a beautiful front end on this female, the way she ties up through her neck and through her shoulder. She just doesn't travel or put herself together quite as well on the move to suit me, but the young man's got an awful nice heifer there. We start getting the heifer here with a ring in her nose, and she's a heifer that kind of wants to open up in her top. She gets her top down, gets her tail head up, kind of high in her pins, but certainly very long-bodied in that regard. The next heifer coming in here just doesn't have as much power and mass as the heifers up on the top end. Then we start getting into some heifers that, to me, structurally have a few more issues to them. This boy's heifer coming up here next. Hind legs, I'd like to change her. She's a heifer that's got too much front end on her in proportion to the back. She needs more muscle and needs to come off that rear leg just a little bit differently. Now, the next heifer we have, I certainly appreciate the leanness that she has. She's one of the trimmer ones that we had in the group. But for me, for longevity, the way she's made through her hip and through her hind end just needs to go just a little nicer. And again, I'm maybe being too critical on her, but certainly to appreciate the young lady bringing her out, she just needs to be a little sounder footed. Next red heifer is probably real close. There just isn't quite enough to her. And then the same way with the heifer that we wind up with, I'd like to see a notch more quality and muscle to her.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols. We'll give you the results of this class after we talk the division in our Red Angus show on the south side.
As we get out here for your first division, a lot of differences in shapes and sizes, and there was, more depth in some classes than there was others, and there's differences in terms of showmanship that we have out here. But I think we just continue doing what we've done all day, try to pick the most complete, soundest cattle that we think are going to be the best cows down the road, and the ones I would take and show next year. I think it gets a little easier once we get the cattle back out here. The young ladies heifer out of our first class, we talked about, she was probably a little far along in terms of her size, in terms of her condition within that class, but she was the soundest. She was the best structured, and along with that, she was the boldest all the way through. She gets a little deeper in terms of her chest, and she's not as attractive as some of the others that we have out here in terms of her front end structure, in terms of her neck. The young man's heifer, I think, out of our second class, that was our best class. I really liked the heifer that was second to her in that class, and I think this heifer is the cow of the bunch. I just really like this heifer in terms of her rib cage. I like this heifer when she gets out on the move. She's got correct slope off of both ends, really good functional hind leg. Sometimes her head could be up just a little bit higher. This heifer's still good chested, good necked. I think, a real complete female that has a lot of cow power. This heifer that comes out of the next class, I love her neck. I love her when she's stopped. I like her hip design. She's big-bodied. I like her back leg structure. Just want to see her have a little more slope up to her front end. She gets a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder, and it takes away from her balance when she get her out on the move. That next heifer is similar in terms of her structure. A pretty nice hind leg, really long-bodied. Drops a nice rib, really level hip. Just gets a little more upright in her shoulder when you set her into motion. There's a second place over there that certainly is in condition, that's really long and shapely. I told in class I wanted to change her and just make her a little cowier about her front end, but I think really, really good quality. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause. I'll go out and pick your two today.
Attention in the barn class 7. We need entering 8929. And ladies and gentlemen, the division here in the calf division going to Braxton Hunt from Walker County 4-H, and we'll move up second place there.
Goes to Jackson Briggs in class 2.
And class 2. Taking it.
Yeah, both of them.
Taking the reserve as well is Jackson Lee Bragg of Bell County 4-H. Class 2 heifers sweep the division. Congratulations to Braxton and Jackson for their heifer calf championship. This will bring us to Class 7 here in the Red Angus Show. And we have 5 entries of females in this class, born during November and December of 2021.
Nice pair of July Shorthorn females that we have, and good things about both of them. Both of them big-bodied, big-rib kind of females that we get into. It's a little harder to evaluate out here. This young man's heifer, I don't know whether it's an injury or whether she's just not going off the front today. She's having a little trouble traveling off her front end. She is longer-bodied. The other heifer's better moving that we're starting with. Both heifers kind of got the same kind of body build. Heifer actually, second here's a tick longer, but this heifer going up on front's got a little better front end on her.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols. Results of Class 9, north side in our Shorthorn Heifer Show. Winning the class, Jacqueline Butler, Anderson Shiro, FFA. Second in Class 9 goes to Hunter Jones, Alito, FFA. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the results of the previous class shown, Class 8. Winning Class 8, Tori Ann Belch, Commerce, FFA. Second in Class 8, McKinley Evans, Idalou, FFA. Placing third, Madison Gonzalez, Hutto, FFA. Our fourth place heifer was exhibited by John Wells, Van Alstine, FFA. Placing fifth, Callan Stewart, Highland Park, FFA. Sixth place goes to Caitlin Murphy, Gainesville, FFA. Seventh, Jackson Ackers, Lumberton, FFA. Eighth, Sophia Patterson, Mansfield, FFA. Ninth, Joseph Dillard, Aubrey, FFA. And our 10th place heifer exhibited by Ryland Cruz, Hutto, FFA. We're now leading in Class 10, which will be the last class of our junior division. Only 2 heifers, so that'll go quick. We'll transition into our junior drive. And so class 13, Shorthorn heifers, we need you to the north staging area at this time. Class 13, Shorthorn heifers to the north staging area.
Really a nice pair of females in this class, and I like them both. I think they're both good heifers. The heifer I'm going to start with, to me, is just kind of the definition of complete. I think she's a really nice shorthorn female. She looks like a cow. She's very feminine in her design, but yet there's quite a bit to her. I like the fact that she's not extremely fat. She's a heifer that's well-conditioned. She's long-bodied. She's good-fronted. And I think as a whole, she just travels just a little bit more flex and ease off of both ends. Really pretty nice shorthorn heifer to come to the top. Now, that doesn't take anything away from this young lady's heifer. Another really good heifer. This heifer actually has a bit more spring of rib than the other heifer that we had. Really opens up down through her rib cage. Not quite as heavy structured, maybe. Some of that might be hair, but I think really, if you look at her, very useful kind of a female that should go ahead and make this young lady a nice cow. And thank you for bringing her out.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 10. Winning the class, Elizabeth Wells, Van Alstine, FFA. And second in our Class 10 Shorthorn females, Peyton Schos, Rockwall County, FFA. We'll now ask the first and second place exhibitors from classes 7 through 10 to enter the ring and stage. And from these females, we'll select our junior division champions.
As we get out here into your fall Red Angus females, the heifer that's going to go ahead and win, you know, we could pick her up in her pins a little bit and square her up in her hock, but I think she's the feminine female that takes still the longest reach off of both ends when you set the cattle into motion. She's the freshest in terms of her condition. I think that's the place we need to start. I think you got two heifers here. There's some trade-offs. The young lady's heifer, the darker red heifer, is a little stouter, I think, when you analyze her up high. And from behind, there's a little more width, a little more dimension. She's a little more upright in terms of her structure off of both ends. Both heifers could be just a shot more attractive. This heifer probably is nicer chested, but also is higher conditioned. This heifer doesn't have quite as much hair to her, but I think this heifer, when you compare to the one right behind her, travels off of a more functional hind leg. The young man's heifer is one that's pretty square up high, has some width and dimension, and she's strong in behind her shoulders, but she just needs to be a little leveler out of her hip. Heifer that concludes the class just needs to be a bit more powerful all the way through.
Appreciate the overview here in Class 7. Final call for Class 8. And Class 9 need to be lining up.
Now leading in our first and second place heifers out of classes 7 through 10. From these females, we'll select our junior division winners. Winning Class 7, Riley Kerr, Montgomery FFA. And second in that class, shown by Cannon Clear, Madison County 4-H. Out of Class 8, the winner, Torianne Belch, Commerce FFA. And second, McKinley Evans, Idalou FFA. Out of Class 9, our winner, Jacqueline Butler, Anderson Shiro FFA. And second in that class, Hunter Jones, Alito FFA. And finally, out of Class 10, winning the class, Elizabeth Wells, Van Alstine FFA. And second in that class, Peyton Schos, Rockwall County 4-H.
Final call for 83637, Addison Elliott. Final call. Your class is ready to move in.
We need Class 13 Shorthorn females, all Class 13 Shorthorn females. We need you in the north staging area. Class 14, get it on your mind.
All right, Red Angus exhibitors, we need your cattle. And this is a single entry in Class 9. It needs to be checked in at this time. Class 10, you need to be here moving in Class 10 to staging area, please. Class 10, we have a real short group of numbers in our senior division, so 13 and 14, we can accommodate you in the staging area as well. Second call for Class 10 to staging. Class 9, you need to be in staging. Single entry there, and all of Class 10 need to be checked into the south staging area for Red Angus Class 10. Taking first place in Class 7 was Faith Lester from Gonzales County. Second in that class went to Hadley Trammell of Mineral Wells FFA. Third to Abigail Atkinson of Gonzales County 4-H. Your fourth place to Jeb Strambaugh of Cotton Center FFA. And fifth place to Aubriel Cooper Alvin FFA.
We get to pick this division of shorthorns. I think we've had a nice shorthorn show with not the numbers that we saw in maybe the other two previous breeds, but the 4 heifers we come back here, I think fit together quite nicely. I think when you think about heifers, again, obviously I want them to be a show heifer, but I also want them to be able to be a cow. And I think when you get to do that and look at the feet and legs and the sounds that we have, I'm very pleased with the lineup we have out here. We'll go out and pick our champions for this division. But let's give these kids a big round of applause for these shorthorns.
And your junior champion shorthorn females comes to us out of class number 10, Elizabeth Wells, Van Alstine, FFA. We'll ask Peyton Schultz to bring her heifer in and compete for reserve.
Our riding got third. And Darren got first.
This particular class, definitely some differences in terms of size and dimensions in this class. And I'll be the first to admit I'd like to see my class winner move a bit freer and easier out of her shoulder. But I think when you get past that, I just think she has to win this particular class because she is so overwhelming in terms of her added advantages in terms of dimensions. And she does so in the nicest balanced package. You know, the heifer that gets out and probably hits her stride, we just want to relax her and have her reach farther off of her front end. I think it gets more challenging after that, and I know the young man's heifer in second is probably the lightest weight heifer in the class, but I thought she was the most attractive and maintained her lines as good as any in terms of her balance. When you compare to the heifer right behind her, she's cleaner up to her front end. She toes straighter away as she comes and has a bit more flex to her. The young lady's heifer in third is certainly bigger bodied, and I like that heifer at times when she's on the move is when she looks her best. When she gets stopped, she gets a little weaker topped and a little plainer front end. But I think she's bigger bodied and sounder structured than the young lady's heifer that comes out next. These two heifers probably need to be a little bit bigger bodied, but I thought the heifer that we have in fourth is just a little stouter and more dimensional than the young ladies that concludes the class.
Opportunity to announce our reserve division champion shorthorn female out of our junior division goes to Riley Kerr, Montgomery FFA. Congratulations to our champions in our junior division and as well as all the youngsters who showed heifers in our junior classes. We need class 13, all class 13. Austin Lilly, Bear County 4-H. Austin Lilly, we need your heifer now in the north staging area. Class 14, we need your heifers as well.
Over in the Red Angus show, have a single entry here in Class 9. I'd like to acknowledge our winners in Class 8, taking the blue ribbon there, Darren Beal of Commerce FFA. Second went to Demetrio Luna, member of Ballinger FFA. Your third place to Gracie Halford of the Burleson Centennial FFA chapter. Fourth to Michaela Stutz of the Tarkington FFA. Fifth to Alicia Lusk of Bowie Austin FFA.
Now leading in Class 13 in our Shorthorn Heifer Show on the North Judging Arena. Class 14, I need all your Shorthorn heifers to the staging area. Class 14, only got 3 and 14, so Class 15, start getting it on your mind.
Just a single entry here, but a moderate square-built female that's got some dimension to her. Young lady's done a nice job keeping this heifer fresh. You know, when you got them that moderate, you got to really be hard on them in terms of the feed to keep them one this fresh, and I appreciate that about her. However that it is, and just pretty far along in terms of her gestation. I don't just love the design, the way she's starting out her udder, but I also have heifers that when they're on the road and show heifers, they start developing a little different. But I think this is a nice female that young girls brought out for us. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Final call for Class 10. We need you in staging. They're ready to move your class in. Class 10 entries. Let's get to staging. We'll be moving your class in shortly. Taking first place honors in Class 9 went to 73208, a single entry there, exhibited by Emerson and Dean of Decatur FFA. We need our whole division. We have a single entry in Class 13, 3 entries in Class 14, and no entries in Class 15. So all of 13 and 14 need to be at staging, please. And we also need our first and seconds here in our junior division. So if you were first and second in Class 7, 8, or 9, you need to be checked in at the staging area for the division drive.
Let's give these shorter exhibitors in this class a big round of applause. They're working pretty hard. This young man's, it's an awful lot of heifer for a little guy, and he's done a nice job with an awful good heifer. She's making a nice udder on her. She looks cowy as can be. You get out here and go. I really like this female. I think a female that's got plenty of front end, plenty of extension to her front end, tremendous amount of rib and body and capacity to her. If I'd change her, I'd lean her up a little bit, but I'm not going to be too critical of her on that. She's extremely good balance, kind of a female. When you get her set up here, it gets her stretched a little bit sometimes, which kind of makes her top down. But when they get her set up, she's pretty good. And then the heifer that's just so logical to go behind her is the boy's dark red heifer. She's very much like the female we start with. I don't think she's quite as clean and nice through her neck and through her shoulder. She's a little deeper through her chest, but certainly the female that I think fits together at the top end here. Again, not showing quite as much nice udder development on her as we see on the one above. The white heifer that comes out gets a little more awkward in terms of her movement, particularly off her front end. Kind of wants to throw those front feet out, but she's the other big-bodied, high-capacity heifer. Young man's heifer is going to calve here pretty quick. She's appreciate the moderation she has. She's certainly a heifer that's got nice udder development, but a little shorter in her side. Then we get into a heifer that's not have quite as much power going in her, a little shallower, not quite as far along in calf apparently. I think as we get to studying her, probably would help her just a little bit. She, to me, needs a little more rib and capacity. The real hairy heifer that we have here is a heifer that's kind of coarse and plain in her makeup. And then we have a heifer here I'd like to see travel just a little nicer off her hooks and her pins. She takes and gets her top up, doesn't run off her hind legs quite as well.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 13. Winning the class, Winston Dreyer, Toller FFA. Second in Class 13 goes to James Clear, Madison County 4-H. Third, Lila Seymour, El Campo FFA. Our fourth place exhibitor is Kai Hayes, Littlefield FFA. Shiloh Smith from Smith County 4-H places fifth. Sixth place goes to Austin Lilly, Bexar County 4-H. And seventh place goes to Braden Drumgoole, Porter FFA. Now leading in Class 14, so Class 15, we need your heifers at the staging area at this time. Shorthorn females, Class 15, North staging area.
This class reminds me of one we had earlier where all three heifers are good. They're very different, and you can justify the top three in any assortment of placings the way you want. And I know the heifer that we're going to go ahead and use is probably a notch bigger frame than some of the cattle that we have used. I think when you get these cattle on the stand, though, she's just got more quality. She's more extended. She's more feminine in her overall makeup. She works off of a functional hip and hind leg. She's a notch tighter hinged about her knee. She doesn't have quite the moderation and softness as the one behind her. But I think when you get these three parked on the side, you can see the appeal of the heifer that we start with and the way she's designed out of her front 1/3. She's got that much length, but on that length, she has some shape, and she's really strong and dimensional down her top and out over her hip. I think it's close between second and third. I admit the heifer in third has got a little bit more bone, a little more foot size, and is a little tucked up nicer in her chest. I prefer the way the heifer in second moves better. I think she takes a longer reach off of both ends of her skeleton. I like the way she's designed. I think she's a little broodier and cowier about her head and her face and her jaw. The heifer that is third is one that is dimensional from the ground up and the rear forward. A heifer that just gets a little tighter off in her movement. The next young lady's heifer is one that, when you compare to some of the heifers behind her, she's a little more feminine and angular. The young man's got a big, long, stout heifer, one that just needs to travel a little bit better off her back end. And as we get on down the lineup, some cattle that just need to be built better from the ground up.
And we'll be ready to move in our division. First and second place, we'd like to acknowledge our winners in Class 10. First place honors go to Maddie Jenkins of Kaufman County 4-H. Your second place to Macy Wims, Kaufman County 4-H member as well. Third in that class going to Faith Nicole Jackson of Friendswood FFA. Fourth going to Reese Church, Fort Bend County 4-H member. Our fifth place ribbon to Gunnar Perry, Bailey County 4-H. Sixth in that class to J.C. Allen of Waldro FFA. Seventh in the class to McKenna Rankin of LaPorte FFA. Eighth place to Dustin Lee, Three Rivers FFA chapter. Ninth to Samuel Hardwick of the Alito FFA. And your 10th place to Kylie Carter of Cy-Fair FFA. Congratulations to all our ribbon winners in Class 10.
Announce the results of Class 14 on our Shorthorn show on the north side. He hadn't talked to me yet.
Nice set of Shorthorn females over here as we get into some of these older heifers. And I'll be the first to say I think the heifer we lead with is kind of on the upper end on size-wise, but certainly a good heifer. And I'm not going to beat her just because she needs to moderate just a bit. She's got a nice udder forming on her. You get to study in the female. Really a good female, real powerhouse kind of a female. Tremendous amount of rib, tremendous amount of eye appeal to her. The heifer that actually reaches and stretches off of both ends a little freer is the heifer that comes in second. She takes a little longer, more progressive stride off her back end. She's not quite as far along in calf and not quite as much udder development to her that I'd like to see at this stage of the game, but a high quality kind of a heifer. Sum up with a heifer that really doesn't have quite as much stoutness to her as the two above her, but really three high quality Shorthorn females in this class.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols. Our results of Class 14 Shorthorn females winning the class, Caitlin Razor, Van Alstine FFA. Placing second in that class, Hope Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. And our third place Shorthorn female exhibited by Amberly Cardwell, Columbia FFA. Moving into Class 15, which will be our last class before we select our senior division winners. So you first and second places out of Class 13 and 14, be getting ready. Also like to make an announcement for those of y'all that are leaving. If you have any changes to the cargo that you came in to San Antonio on your trailer, any additions, you need to go to the Livestock office and change those trailer releases. You need to change, if you have any additions to the cargo, heifers, etc., on your trailer, you will not be allowed to leave without those changes, and you get those at the Livestock office.
Well, here in the South Arena, we've got our class assembled for the junior champion here.
As we get out here, I think you got four really good females. I don't know that there's one that absolutely has to win. but there's really good ones in a lot of different shapes and sizes. The heifer out of our first class has some nice pieces to her. I like this heifer probably the most in terms of her front end structure. I think she's got the most correct angle to her shoulder and has set the best about her front knee and pastern. A heifer that's got good extension up front. She's got good body depth. If I'm going to change her, I'd like to pick her up in her pins a little bit when she goes, square her up and power her up just a shade off of her back end. The power comes in the heifer that comes out next. She's really wide and bold. Heifer that's really long-bodied but still has a lot of shape and dimension to her. Just want to free her up in terms of her angles off of both ends, allow her to take a little longer stride. Really a big-bodied heifer that comes out next that we talked about how good of a job she's done keeping the moderate framed heifer like that fresh in terms of her condition. She gets a little, you'd like to change her in terms of her chest floor, the way she handles her top line and her udder design a bit. And then the heifer that won the last class, a little different in terms of her frame size within the division, but one that we talked about when you get off to the side of her really is put together nicely. The female that has the most quality. She's the most attractive up to her front 1/3. She's as uniform in terms of her dimensions and her silhouette as any we have out here. She's a touch straighter up to her shoulder and doesn't have quite the body and moderation as some of the other ones, but I think her quality out here is certainly something you have to appreciate. Really nice set of seconds. I think there's some give and take. I'm going to take one more look and we'll pick a champion, but let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cates, for the overview of our junior champions here, Class Drive. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the division honors is our first place out of Class 10, Maddie Jenkins, the exhibitor from Kaufman County 4-H. We're going to move up our second place in that class, entry 76233, for reserve consideration. And your Class 7 winner, taking the reserve honors here, exhibited by Faith Daniel Lester of Gonzales FFA. Congratulations to our banner winners here in the division, Maddie Jenkins of Kaufman County 4-H, and Faith Lester taking the reserve banner from Gonzales FFA. Y'all stick around. We'll be right at the senior division drive here shortly. Short class coming in single entry next is in class 13, and we have only 3 entries in class 14, none in 15. So we're also going to need our calf champion and reserve in the Red Angus breed check back into staging for the lineup for the grand here shortly, so bring them on up.
We finish up our Shorthorn show with a really nice high-quality pair, and again, that's where it kind of wins it for. I mean, this heifer calf's pretty fancy, and again, the young lady can be pretty proud of that. And as I said earlier, at the end of the day, it's kind of what it's all about, is what are they going to go ahead and produce, and certainly this female is doing that for her. Might want to refine her teats a little bit, but really a good kind of a female. Plenty big, but lots of rib, lots of volume, lots of capacity to her. Probably surprised a few people by maybe the second one, but this quality of this heifer's udder is unbelievable. I wish all 2-year-olds looked like that. And it's hard to tell on the calves when they're that young. Really not doing it based on that. But I just think you've got a 2-year-old female that's very functional, very useful, and love the udder on this female. Not to take anything away from our other pair that we have down here. Again, to me at this stage, if we're going to show them this age, they probably ought to have a calf aside, and I appreciate the fact that you have that with you. You got a nice cow as well. Rounds off her rump just a little bit more. I don't know why the other few females don't have calves, and I'm not going to be very critical of that because we all have different programs. But when you show at this age, at this stage of the game, it does, I think, is a disadvantage when you come out. If you're going to show them this old, they probably ought to have a baby at side. Now, having said that, this young lady has a nice heifer, and I appreciate her hanging with her, and she got away, just being a little ornery. Heifer, I'd like to clean up her navel a bit, but certainly a little longer body and a little more correct structured than the other dark red heifer here at the end. Nice set of females.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols. The results of Class 15 and our Shorthorn Female Show. Winning the class, Emily Munchrath, Grayford FFA. Second in Class 15, exhibited by Kaylee Corley, Willis FFA. Our third place female was exhibited by Addie Stutz, Mineral Wells FFA. Fourth goes to Avery Dillard, Aubrey FFA. And fifth, Zachary Werchin, Travis County 4-H. We'll now bring our first and second place heifers back into the arena out of classes 13 and 14 and 15 and select our senior division winners.
A nice single entry here, and I think one that has some good parts to her. She's got a big back leg and a big rear foot, a heifer that's got a lot of shape and dimension to her, really powerful down her top and really strong in terms of her top line. If we're going to change her, we could maybe pick her up just a bit in terms of her pins and deepen her down in terms of her rear flank. But I think a nice female that's presented very nicely and shown well. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon here in Class 13 is Chloe Bell Peoples of Rockwall County 4-H. And this will bring us to our final class here in the Red Angus Show. Your senior Class 14 have 3 entries in this class, born during January and February of 2021.
Now leading in our senior class winners in our Shorthorn Show, winning Class 13, Winston Dreyer, Toller FFA. Second in that class, exhibited by James Clear, Madison County 4-H. Out of Class 14, bringing in Caitlin Razor, Van Alstine FFA, showed our class winner. And second, exhibited by Holt Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. And just previously, out of Class 15, the winner, Emily Munchrath, Grayford FFA. And second in Class 15, exhibited by Kaylee Corley, Willis FFA. From these 6 females, our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select our senior division winners. So you exhibitors who had the champion and reserve calf, champion and reserve junior, you need to be ready. We'll transition into the grand drive after we select our senior division winners. With that being said, Chianina Heifers, Class 1, be getting it on your mind. Class 1 Chianina Heifers will move into your breed after we can get the Shorthorns finished. Class 1 Chianina Heifers.
that to him.
You're one, right? Yeah. No problem.
Nice class here, the last class of the day for your Red Angus show. But, you know, I think they fit together pretty nicely. I think when you analyze this heifer up on this end, you know, this heifer, when you get her stopped and put together, you know, everything kind of fits together. I think she's nice structured and loose moving. I think she's got a very nice udder starting and developing that's very good in terms of spacing and teat size. I think she's fresh in her overall type and kind. I just like this heifer a bit better in the way she handles her hip hind leg, and I think she's got a little more slope to her shoulder. There's no doubt the one in second is more powerful. She's more powerfully designed coming out of the top side of her shoulder. A heifer that when you analyze her, you would like to pick her up in her pins. When you get off the side of him, you'd like to balance her from her chest floor back to her rear flank, but very nicely shown, very nicely presented as well. Then the pair we have coming out here, you appreciate for this one being in production. Just wanted to make this cow a little nicer balanced in terms of her front end, level her out and square her up off of her hip and hind leg.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. And ladies and gentlemen, the blue ribbon in Class 14 will be going to Caden Ann Smith at Lavaca County 4-H. Second in that class to Emma Wiggins of Liberty FFA. And third to Kristen Elaine Sinclair of Montgomery FFA. And they'll be evaluated here shortly for the Senior Division Championship. Final call for the calf and reserve calf champions to be in the staging area. We're
No, they're not. Just kidding. Called them twice and they haven't come.
yeah. We need Braxton Hunt and Jackson Bragg from the calf division in the red show to be in staging. We'll be ready for your grand champion drive here shortly.
Well, we've had a nice shorthorn show, and again, seen many good heifers and even better kids. I've enjoyed this immensely today. The surface is great to judge on, and these kids have been so nice and so cooperative out here. I think when you get to our shorthorn division, it kind of falls along with what we've been trying to do all day on this side. I think some very useful females, a lot of freshness, a lot of volume, a lot of capacity to them. Certainly a nice bunch of females they had in this breed. Let's give them all a good hand. We'll pick our champions.
And there's your senior champion female, comes to us out of Class 13, exhibited by Winston Dreyer, Toller FFA. Lead in James Clear, Madison County 4-H, contention for reserve, and he wins reserve. Our reserve senior champion, exhibited by James Clear, Madison County 4-H. Congratulations to all the exhibitors who showed in our senior classes. We'll now bring in our calf division winners, our junior division winners, and our senior division winners to select our overall grand reserve shorthorn females.
As we get out here for your last division, there's some give and take. We talked about the heifer out of the first class has some really good parts. She has a big, stout back leg. She's got some muscle and power. We also wanted to modify her just a little bit. Her neck comes a little low out of her shoulder. Want to give her a little more reach and flex out of her front end and pick her up just a touch in terms of her pins. The young lady's heifer that comes out of the next class is one that doesn't overwhelm you in terms of muscle, bone, or foot size, but one that is so pleasing in terms of maternal qualities. A heifer that's clean and flat about her joints. She's maternal through her rib cage. She's fresh in her overall type and kind and developing a very nice udder. She's not as stout and powerful as the other two heifers out here, but I think she does the most things right. The heifer was second to her in class. You pick that heifer up in her pins a little bit, make her a little neater turn in her crest, and I think she beats this heifer because I do think she's heavier boned and bigger footed. I think a heifer that's got a lot of stature to her maybe didn't do those things for us in terms of femininity, flatness of shoulder, and the way she's designed about her hip, but I do like that female. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go out and show you the two that we like the best.
And ladies and gentlemen, our senior division going to the first out of class 14. And the reserve senior also coming out of class 14. Championship goes to Caden Ann Smith of Lavaca County 4-H, and your reserve senior honors going to Emma Wiggins of Liberty FFA.
Currently staging for our Grand Champion Shorthorn Drive in the North Arena, our Heifer Calf Champion exhibited by Harrison Bethel, Collin County 4-H, and our Reserve Champion Heifer Calf, Kennedy Brogdon, Ellis County 4-H. Our Junior Division winner, shown by Elizabeth Wells, Van Alstine FFA, and our Reserve in our Junior Division, exhibited by Riley Kerr, Montgomery FFA. And we just picked our senior winners and our champion, exhibited by Winston Dreyer, Toller FFA, and our reserve senior division heifer, exhibited by James Clear, Madison County 4-H.
ORB first class heifers, bring them on to staging. ORB first class heifers need to be checked in with the lineup crew over at staging, please.
First call, Kianina heifers. We need you to the north staging area. Kianina heifers, class 1. Let's bring them on up. North side.
We get into our championship shorthorn lineup. I think we've really had a super nice shorthorn show. I think this breed is highly underestimated and highly underappreciated. I think there's a world of potential out there, and I think the cattle we show up here really represent them well. This is extremely close. This is closer than one, in my mind, closer than one of the championships we've ever had in the lineup of the breeds I've had today. I really like all three of the heifer calves, and I like the three reserves on the other side. I think one of the things in your mind, you kind of have to adjust what you expect them to look like at a certain age, and I think calves need to look like calves. If you're talking about a fall calf or a yearling versus the older heifers, then I think we have to adjust our mind just a little bit of what we expect in those cases. But having said that, I think there's 6 really nice shorthorn females. Let's give these kids a big round of applause for all their work.
And your senior champion takes the overall grand champion honors in our 2023 Junior Shorthorn Heifer Show goes to Winston Dreyer, Toller FFA. Last James Clear to lead his reserve senior champion. And our reserve champion comes out of our junior division, exhibited by Elizabeth Wells, Van Alstine FFA. Congratulations to our winners and all the young people who exhibited shorthorn females. I'd like to remind all the two champions in our shorthorn division, be sure and get your bio filled out into the announcer stand as soon as possible. First call, Kianina Heifers, north side. Let's bring Class 1 Kianina Heifers. Let's line up. We're about to start our Kianina Heifers show. Classes 1 and 2. Let's bring them on to the north side.
Kelly. Somebody needs to take him the mic.
I feel like we kind of been cruising along here and getting along almost too good all day. And this breed has brought us a lot of quality, but I think it's been, the most challenging show so far. I think the quality that we have comes to us in different shapes and sizes. And I don't know that there's one that, wins with a 5-point cut as well. These three out here are very different from one another. And I think that was a trend, You try to find the most complete cattle that were the best in the structure and balance, but they came to us in different shapes and sizes. The young man's heifer that's giving him some fits here that wins our first division that's right here in the center, I think probably does as many good things for us as any heifer we have in the lineup. I thought the calf division was probably our strongest division. I think when you analyze that heifer and the one that was second reserve in that division, both extremely high quality. This heifer is as good in terms of her structural design as any heifer we have out here. I love her through her center body. I think a female that's so good in her rib cage. I love her hip and hind leg. Young man's got her set up just right now. That heifer is not the highest tying in her neck, but she's still feminine fronted and good chested. I think just a nice complete heifer. I think the one out of her intermediate division, really attractive from the side and really well shown. She's different, within this breed, within this show. She's definitely bigger framed and doesn't have quite as much body to her as some of the other cattle, but I think she had to win that division in just terms of her silhouette and her extension and her quality. She gets a notch straighter out of her shoulder and doesn't, like we said, you get her out here with these two heifers and doesn't have that swoop to their center body. Then the heifer out of her last class, to me, her advantages are that she's far along in gestation. She is a good structured female that's very flexible, a heifer that's got great dimension to her rib, forming a really nice udder. My question when you analyze this heifer is, does she have all those extras maybe that we're looking for in terms of, she is a little finer boned, is a little smaller footed. She's maybe not got the extra punch to her, but you have to appreciate one that's this age, that's that fresh and has a nice udder and still gets around. The seconds over there, depending on which way I go, are definitely in contention, but I feel like this breed is where I maybe got my money's worth today, and I think you can do different things and justify it. The one thing I feel good about, no matter which way I go, there's going to be two good ones win. It's just coming up with the ones that please me the best, that maybe follow type and kind. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll take one more look at them and get you a champion.
And ladies and gentlemen, Braxton Hunt with his calf champion, entry number 61056 from Walker County, taking the grand honors. And we're moving in our reserve calf for consideration for reserve grand.
Class 1 and 2, Kenny and the Heifers, we need you to report over to the north staging area. About to lead in Class 1, so Class 2, Kenny and the Heifers, we need your heifers at the north staging area.
And ladies and gentlemen, the reserve calf takes the reserve grand honors as well, exhibited by Jackson Lee Bragg of Bell County 4-H. Congratulations. And some special awards for showmanship provided by the Texas Red Angus Association. And the junior showmanship winner today was Rayford Lewis. The intermediate showmanship winner, McKenna Rankin. And the senior showmanship winner, Jolie Hardy. And Ms. Fisher from your association is in the back of the ring and has your awards. So if y'all will come up to the area behind the announcer stand, she'll be happy to provide you with your awards. Once again, the junior, Rayford Lewis, the intermediate, McKenna Rankin, and the senior, Joel Hardy. ORBs, Class 1, need you to be checked into the staging area, please. All right, final call for entry 53839 Landry Austin and entry 76046 Caleb Tucker. Final call. We're getting ready to move your class into the arena and start our ORB show. You want the judge's sheet out of here? Exhibitors in Class 2 of ORBs, you need to be making your way toward the gate of the south staging area. We're getting ready to move in Class 1. I want to thank Ms. Kinley Rathman, the director of the Texas Junior Red Angus Association, for assisting us in the arena with the awards presentations. ORB Class 1, final call. We need you in the arena, final call. Class 2, you need to be standing ready by the gate. We're going to move you in as soon as Class 1 gets to the arena for judging here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our judge for the ORBs is Mr. Tyler Cates, and our superintendent in charge of this breed is Mr. Jason Ott, Texas Life AgriLife Extension Regional Program Director from Uvalde, Texas. Okay. Class 2, Kianinas, we're short Harris Kelly of McClendon County 4H. Final call for entry 63108, Harris Kelly, McClendon County 4H. Heads up in the south arena, loose heifer. Class 2 ORBs, please check them into the staging, please. Class 2 ORBs, check into staging.
Our first class of Kianita heifer, we lead off with a whale of a heifer. I mean, you get up here, you don't want to be too ultra critical, but here's a heifer that not many holes in. Very nice heifer, young lady. We got her presented extremely well. I really like this female. She's complete in her design. She's correct on her feet and legs. She's got a fair amount of muscle to her, plenty of rib, but still very feminine and very calf-like in her appearance. A heifer I like a great deal. Speckled-faced heifer is certainly no slouch, and she got beat by an awful good one. Here's another heifer that has got a great deal of eye appeal to her. Tremendous amount of length. I love the muscle that she has in her, and still, again, very feminine in her design. Travels very, very nicely, very good profiling. Nice pair of heifers. We get into our third hole, a heifer that's probably not quite as much balance and eye appeal to her. She's got a little more off in her neck and her shoulder, ties up just a little high in those cases. But she, too, is a sound-made female that I really like when you get her out here traveling. And then this fourth prize heifer, just a little narrower gauge compared to those heifers that we had up above her. Get on down the line, then we get into heifer here that to me gets a little shallow-bodied, a little tight-ribbed, but certainly long-bodied kind of a female, and she's super green, and her best days may be ahead of her. When we look at this heifer, she's got a little more neck and front end and shoulder than ideally we would like. Tremendous amount of mass and muscle in the red heifer, not quite as much balance, and I'd like to change the set to those rear legs. Gray heifer needs to travel off behind a little different. Same way for the big heifer that we've got here. Kind of extreme in her frame size and not quite enough rib.
Attention Chianina exhibitors, we need classes 3 and 4 in the North Staging Arena, 3 and 4 at this time. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the class winners in the Key Show for Class 1. And your first place honors went to Avery Fisher of Ellis County 4-H. Second in that class going to Madeline McCullough of Austin County 4-H. Your third place honors to Rayleigh Slaughter of Santa Fe FFA. Fourth in that class going to Emma Hartman. Our fifth place award to Jocelyn Davis. Sixth to Shirley Asher of Granbury FFA. Seventh in that class going to Emerson Ecklenberg of the Austin County 4-H. Your eighth place went to Hayden Herzog, Sweeney FFA member. And ninth place to Wade Stutz of Mineral Wells FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Keys in Class 7, you need to be getting ready. We'll have a division drive here, so we don't want Class 7 to sneak up on you. Class 7, be getting ready. Final call for Classes 3 and 4 to be in staging.
Three nice heifers here, and all three of them offer some differences and some places where they're their best. To me, the heifer that wins the class is the combination of the other two. She has the power and the dimension of the heifer that's in second, but she's a little more feminine, a little more youthful, a little fresher up to her front end than that heifer that we run second, particularly in her throat and her chest and her condition. You know, I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to change this heifer when she gets on the move. She wants to get up in her back just a little bit, and coincidentally, it pulls her gut up just a little bit. When that heifer's on the stand, though, I think she balances as good as any. I think, like I said, she combines some of the things that we like about the next two. Without a doubt, the heifer out of our second hole is the most dimensional, the highest performing, and the biggest volumed. At the same time, she's a little farther along. She reads maybe just a little quicker to me, and not quite as feminine and eye-appealing, but a heifer that's still pretty sound for that much power and that much mass. You know, if this heifer in third has a little bit more slope to her shoulder and moves better out of her front end, then I call her the high-quality feminine one that has future, and I use her to win the class. I know she's given up some width and dimension to those two heifers, but from her shoulder back, I think this heifer is designed very nicely in terms of her rib cage, her hip and hind leg. Really attractive up to her front end, just needs more slope to her shoulder and more reach. That's an advantage that goes to the yellow heifer. This heifer here, if she feeds, is going to be pretty nice. I think she's flexible and big-footed, a heifer that's really long-bodied, and when that depth catches up to that length, I think that heifer is going to be very nice. The young man's got the young June heifer in this class, and I know she's not overwhelming in terms of her overall dimension, but I liked her in terms of her structural design, and reading this heifer down the road, I think this heifer is always going to be sounder and have more longevity. The big white-legged heifer coming out next is certainly as powerful as any, probably other than our second. I just want to change the way this heifer is designed off of her hind leg. A real shapely, muscular, moderate heifer that comes out next just gets a little bigger in terms of her shoulder and gets outside of herself when she goes away. But there's just a little more power on that heifer than the young men's heifer that concludes the class. This one's long and got some extension to her. Just needs to be a little deeper.
Thank you very much. And first place honors here in Class 1 go to Jolie Bryson of Cook County 4-H. Your second place award to Caleb Tooker of the Smith and Valley FFA chapter. Third in that class goes to Landry McCall Austin of Parker County 4-H. Fourth in the class to Caitlin Garner of Blue Ridge FFA. Your fifth place award to Hudson Bounds of Callahan County 4-H. Sixth in the class went to Kaylee Jade Miller, member of the Navarro FFA chapter. Seventh to Lindley May Searles of Frio County 4-H. Eighth to Brian Ariello of Jacksonville FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. And we're moving into Class 2 of ORBs. Have 9 entries in this class of March Barn heifers. Final call for Class 3 ORBs to staging. Rather small class, only 6 entries. And it'll take us a little while to get Class 4 in, so if you got an entry in Class 4, need to be thinking about making your way to the staging gate.
Class 2, Keenan and Heifers. We're about to finish judging this class. 3 and 4 only have a single entry, so Class 7, Keenan and Heifers, start making your way to the north staging area. Class 7, Keenan and Heifers.
Wow, these good heifers just keep on coming. And in this class, I mean, this is a top, tough pair. And I'm not going to argue with you one bit if you want to take and switch them. But here's 2 high-quality females. We had a high-quality female pair in our last class. And this show is starting off super tough, even though maybe don't have quite the numbers. To me, and again, everybody has their opinions, and mine are today. And I guess if I see this female, to me, she's just cowy, but yet she's feminine, and yet she's very showy as well. I mean, she may not be the longest neck, freakiest fronted female, but she's sure sound enough. She's good enough. She's tight in on her neck and her shoulder. Tremendous amount of rib and volume to her, and get her out on the move and just floats out there and fills her tracks so nicely. So very, very nice female. Not to take anything away from the other heifer in second, I don't find her quite as wide-based. I don't think she's quite sprung quite as much in her rib as the heifer we start with, but probably a little prettier fronted when you get them on the side profile. But really 2 exceptional females in that class. Get into the gray heifer that just happened to run into two awful good black ones, because here's a really nice female as well on this key side. She gets a little weak in her loin, gets her tail head up just a bit, but she too is a super sound made female that has a lot of good days ahead of her. I really like the muscle that she has in her and the way she ties herself together, just like that. Strengthen her loin, let her tail head down just a bit. Same thing for the next heifer, kind of wants to open up on her top line, gets a little straight off her front end, a super classy made kind of a heifer. The black heifer that comes next, a super long-sided kind of a calf, but also same kind of a problem. We get a little weak top, a little high pin, not as much ribbon capacity in this heifer. Obviously, the female that has the most weight per day of age and capacity is the gray heifer in front of me. And I like that about her. Just like to change the way she comes off this rear leg. She's a little straight off her hock. And then a heifer that doesn't have quite as much balance here in the other, on this class, to wind up the class.
Results of Class 2 in our Kenina show. Winning the class, Brentley Wilkerson, Van Zant County 4-H. Second in Class 2, Madison Evans, Hamilton County 4-H. Our third place heifer was exhibited by Miley Turner, Lexington FFA. Fourth goes to Lexi Renega, Hooks FFA. Fifth, McKinley DeFore, Godley FFA. Sixth, Dawson Malaire, Navarra FFA. And seventh goes to Harris Kelly, McLennan County 4-H. Bringing in class number 3, which is a single entry.
Nice class here. I think we have a pretty logical class winner, a heifer that really, when you analyze her, very pleasing in terms of her structure. Very good footed, very good in terms of her angles, really gives you a maternal look through her center body. She's flat shouldered, she's got a really nice hip design. She's not freaky fronted, but she's maternal in terms of her design all the way through. I guess the other black heifer follows her the closest in terms of being the soundest within the rest of the class. She's got more angle off of both ends of her structure than the two that we have right behind her. She's probably more the right size and has the more correct rib cage in her. This heifer's got she's a little bolder shouldered. She could be just a little deeper back through her flank, but I think this is the soundest heifer of the class other than our class winner, and I think the female needs to be second. I think it's closer between third and fourth. I think the third heifer is plenty big. She's a little coarse, but there is more to this heifer in terms of her rear rib and in terms of her flank, and she's a little leveler out over her hip. I like the hind leg and the flexibility a bit better on the heifer that comes out next. She's got a little bit more set and sets down more collected. This is a feminine, long-bodied heifer the young man does a nice job with. Just want to deepen her up. The young lady is a really good showman. This heifer, when she gets her sets up, shows some really good balance from side. She's really long-bodied. Just want to deepen her up and have her move a little nicer. Big volumed, high-performing heifer that comes out next that just needs to be sounder. Then we have 3 heifers that are a little lighter weight and just giving up some pounds, some dimension to those heifers up on top.
Just a single entry in here, but a nice female that we have, the young lady brought out to me here. She studied this heifer out here. Really like the front 2/3 of the female. Like to maybe change her out her hip and give her a little more levelness from hooks to pins, but a really nice Kenina heifer that we have in this class.
Results in Class 3, Kenina heifers. First place goes to Haley Torres, Fort Bend County 4-H. We'll bring in Class 4 in our Kenina heifer show. Results of Class 2 and our ORB heifer show on the south side. Winning the class is Molly Moss, Montgomery County 4-H. Second goes to Callie Fisher, Kendall County 4-H. Our third place heifer exhibited by Emma McMillan from Harris County 4-H. Fourth goes to Kyron Rodriguez, San Patricio County 4-H. Fifth, exhibited by Steely Beggs, Lockhart FFA. Sixth place heifer, exhibited by Michaela Booth, Commerce FFA. Seventh, Haley Harberry, Smithville FFA. Eighth, William Spangler. And our ninth place heifer was exhibited by Kyle Teague, Orange Grove FFA.
Single entry here as we wind up this division. A nice female, very feminine in her design, very pretty up through her front end. Again, like to change her, maybe a tick back through her hips, but really nice heifer for the young lady to bring out.
Results of Class 4 in our Kenina Heifer Show. Winning the class is what did he do?
Final call for Class 4 ORBs to staging. Please, Class 4 ORB to staging. We also need to be sure we're holding the first and second place back on our classes 1 and 2 for our junior division, calf division drive.
Class 4 results. Winning the class is Cameron McCullough, Austin County 4-H. We're now bringing our class winners in our heifer division. Our class winner in our first class, Avery Fincher, Ellis County 4-H. Second in that class, Madeline McCullough, Austin County 4-H. Our winners out of Class 2 were Brentley Wilkerson, Van Zant County 4-H. Second, Madison Evans, Hamilton County 4-H. Our single entry winner out of Class 3, Haley Torres, Fort Bend County 4-H. And just winning Class 4 and back in the ring, Cameron McCullough, Austin County 4-H. From these heifers, our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols, will select our calf champion, or heifer calf division winners. So Class 7, Kenina heifers, we need you lined up in the north staging area. Class 7, key heifers, you'll be coming right away. Class 8, make ready.
Really a good class of cattle, and I think really a powerful top pair. I'll just tell you the way I see the cattle. The heifer we're going to go ahead and start off with, I think, is a really unique combination of being that powerful from the ground up, from the rear forward, and still putting it together into a functional package. I like this heifer better in the way she's designed up through her shoulder and her front knee. She reaches better off of her front end. I like the way she handles her spine a little bit better than the heifer in second. Really drops a nice rib and very powerful out of her hip. Really a big foot and a functional hind leg. The heifer in second is probably a little taller chested. Really a nice fronted, really long bodied heifer. A heifer that does have a cool hind leg to her. But like we said, she gets a little more upright in her shoulder. A heifer that doesn't show us quite the overall cow dimension of that one that we start off the class. Young lady's heifer comes out next, I think does so because there's just a bit more size and continuation of growth to this heifer over the heifer in fourth. I'd like to see her hind leg a bit more attractive and have a shot more rear flank, but that's a nice heifer that I think just has an advantage just in terms of performance over the heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth is square built. The young lady does a nice job showing. Heifer that just comes to us a little smaller and compact. Young man's black heifer, I thought, just was more attractive than the red heifer that comes out next.
Get into our first division of our Kenina show. Man, what quality. I think if you look at the heifers that we have out, really a nice set. We haven't had very many numbers in some of those classes, but when you come out here and compete up on the top end, we've got a good set of heifers, a lot of different ways you can go. I'm just super impressed by the quality we have of these calves that we have. Just nice females, tremendous show look to them, but also some rib and some volume and some soundness to go along with it. So let's give our keen-in exhibitors a big round.
And your champion heifer calf comes to us out of class number 1 in our Kianina show. It is exhibited by Avery Fincher, Ellis County 4-H. And our reserve comes out of class number 2, shown by Brentley Wilkerson, Van Zant County 4-H. Congratulations to our division winners and all the youngsters that exhibited females in our heifer classes. We'll now lead in class 7 into the North Judging Arena. Class 8, be ready. Class 9, be ready. There's only 2 in class 8, so we're kind of getting into some smaller classes. So be ready, Kianina heifers.
And ladies and gentlemen, on the south, we're moving in our class 4, finally class of the calf division, and we have 20 heifers in this class. I'd like to read to you the results from class 3, and taking first place honors here was Kenley Rathman from Lubbock County 4-H. Second in that class went to Levi Buchanan of Ellis County 4-H. Your third place award went to Addison Grace Corpus of DeWitt County 4-H. Fourth to Carly Dunlap of Barbers Hill FFA. Your fifth place award went to Kaylee Wade Steedmanham of the Barbers Hill FFA chapter. Sixth to Isabella Grace Hartman of Navarro FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in class 3.
On our announcer sheet, our second place in class 2, Madison Evans, is a member of the Hamilton FFA, not Hamilton County 4-H. Apologize for that error on our records. Currently evaluating class number 7 in our Kianina Heifer Show. We need classes 8 and 9 to the staging area. North side Kianina females. Classes 8 and 9.
In this big class, all day, the January class has been one of the smallest in each and every division. But in particular in this class, it's odd that you come out and it's twice the size of the other classes that we've had. And although these young people that are going to get dismissed within this class, I certainly think they need to be recognized because this is not an easy project. It takes a lot of time and dedication and hard work every day. These kids are doing this, and they could be doing a lot of different things, but they've chose to be here and do this, and they got up early, and they've worked hard, and I think we ought to give these young people a real nice round of applause.
Okay. Jolie Zimmerman, Brazos County 4-H. We need your Kianina heifer to the north staging area. Class 8, Jolie Zimmerman, Brazos County 4-H. Please bring your heifer to the north staging area.
Need the mic.
Some classes fall together a little easier than others. This one didn't. A nice red heifer to come here to the top. Probably doesn't blend quite as much, not much eye appeal as some of the heifers that won like that last division. But she's a good, useful female, and I think the most fault-free, and that's why we're going to go ahead and start with her. I think when you look at her, a lot of volume, a lot of rib, a lot of muscle, and sound enough to be up here in our first place. Our yellow heifer here in second, as you get to studying her, she kind of gets pretty vertical on both ends, kind of up on her front end, and as she goes, I just like to give her more flex, more go, but she's got a nice look to her, certainly a nice profile, I find, of a female. And the little boy's heifer coming around here in 3, kind of gives up some size. She's ultra modern, and that's good, but she's also a little plain-headed and a little short-headed in that regard. She is one of the sounder-made, sounder-moving females that we have in the group. Next heifer needs more substance and bone and volume to her. Then the gray heifer we have, just a little more coarseness than we have and a little more shoulder than I'd like to see. Same way for this black heifer we wind up with. Powerful kind of a female, lots of volume, but just a little plainer, not as much balance and profile to her.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that critique on Class 7 of our Kianina Heifer Show. Winning the class is Carly Young, Santa Fe FFA. Placing second, Lynn Leah Johnson, Swisher County 4-H. Our third place exhibitor is Colton Franz, Waller County 4-H. Placing fourth, Mackenzie Sebesta, Snook FFA. Our fifth place heifer was shown by Skylar Wilkerson from Fort Bend County 4-H. And sixth goes to Colton Brady, Carrizo Springs FFA. Leading in Class 8, only 2 heifers, so Class 9, be ready. In Class 10, got 2 and 8, 3 and 9, so Class 10 heifers, be ready as well.
just two heifers in this class, and really kind of different in their kind. I like some things about both of the females. I guess to me, the heifer that comes closer to a show heifer is the heifer we lead off here. Just a little nicer pattern and profile, lays into her shoulder, a little cleaner fronted. When she travels a little nicer off of both ends. Now, having said that, the boy's heifer is certainly a lot of volume, a lot of capacity, a lot of rib. She's got a little extra set to her hind legs, kind of detract from her appearance, but she too is an awfully good heifer with a lot of muscle and a lot of rib to her.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 8 and our Kianina Heifer Show. Winning the class, Jolie Zimmerman, Brazos County 4-H, and second goes to Addison Lehman, Waller FFA. Now bringing in Class 9, 3 entries in this class. So Class 10, we need all 4 Class 10 heifers in the north staging area.
Now that was a class where I got my money's worth. That was a lot of sorting, a lot of different shapes and sizes in here, and you know it's unique when you pull off of initial the ones that hit you, and then you know for me I do a lot of judging by breaking them down and ended up with the one that's got the fewest holes. So you know some of those cattle that didn't initially hit me as hard, the more time you spend out here, the more and more you like them. I'll be the first to admit, I mean the style of this heifer that we use to win the class is not the style I breed, and you know she's a little different than some of what we've picked today, but I think when you break the cattle down, she's just the best. You can't be mad at her that she's got that much stoutness and dimension, and when she does it into a nicely balanced package and she moves as good as anything out here, you know she's just the heifer that needs to win. She could be a little more feminine and ladylike, but I just think she's the best. You know, the young man's Hereford, a colored heifer, she was one of my last pulls on the initial, you know, in her color and her curliness that she has to her hair there on her neck. Doesn't just reach out and grab you, but you start breaking these cattle down. This one's the next, one of the other really sound heifers that all 4 feet go in the right direction. She has reach off of both ends, one that's going to make a cow. She's not only got length, but she's got depth. She just doesn't have maybe that overall substance of the one right in front of her. The young lady's heifer comes out next is one I pulled pretty quick. I really like the hind leg on this heifer, a heifer that's presented nice. The young lady does a good job showing. She gets a little high in her loin and she gets a little straighter in her shoulder, but I think another nice female. This heifer I probably had higher initially. Her black, nice furry coat kind of draws you to her. She's a bigger outlined heifer. When you break her down, you just want to change her out of her hip and hind leg to make her balance a little better, both at the stand and on the move. The young man's heifer comes out next. She stands ahead of the black heifer because she's got more set to her back leg and she's got more sweep to her center body. The black heifer that comes out next is one that I initially really liked just because she's high quality and presented good, and the young man does a good job. When you get this heifer out on the move, she's one of the straighter heifers that doesn't show us quite as much center body. Another heifer I initially liked pretty well, but I just want to change her in terms of her structure. And then when we get on down the line, really good cattle that maybe just don't handle their hind legs or get around the ring as nice as some of the ones up on top.
Isaac Garcia, Class 9, we need your heifer. You're about to miss your class. Isaac Garcia, Class 9, Kianina heifer, we need you to the north judging arena. Isaac Garcia, bringing all Class 10 Kianina heifers to this north staging area as well as this time.
Well, over in the south ring, we're going to be staging for our heifer calf division drive. We'll be bringing those in. I'd like to read to you our class winners out of Class 4. Taking the blue ribbon there was Jade Elizabeth Cox of Granbury FFA, second in the class to Austin Garza of Royce City FFA. Your third place went to Logan Branch of Lumberton FFA. Fourth in the class to Colby Schultz Schulte of Fayette County FFA. Our fifth place going to Lane Jalika of Brazos County 4-H. Sixth went to Caleb Martin, member of the Grand Saline FFA chapter. Your seventh place to Kara Logan of Dayton FFA. Eighth to Laney Lancaster of Tomball FFA. Ninth in the class to Mackenzie Arnold, Red River County 4-H. And 10th place to Kaylee Frank of Dobie FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 4.
Isaac Garcia, we're leading the cattle in the ring. If you're not here, we're going to start without you. Isaac Garcia. Final call. We need you now.
Class 7 ORBs need to be checked in at staging.
We just have the two heifers in this class, and I think a pretty easy placing. Come to the top with this young lady's black heifer. She's the show heifer of the pair. Very nice balance, very feminine, very clean-fronted. Really like the profile this female gives you. A pretty nice heifer to go with that. Nothing to take away from the young lady's black heifer here in second. Heifer gets a little weak in her top, a little low in her pins. Not quite as much eye appeal when you get her on the side view.
Thank you, Dr. Nickel. Results of class number 9, Kenyan Heifers. Winning the class is Ellie Pierce, Hallsville FFA. Second, Marina Gior, McMullen County 4-H. Now bringing in class number 10 in our Kenyan Heifer show. Classes 11 and 12 will be our junior drive classes. So class 13, Kenyan Heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 13, Kenyan Heifers, we need your entries to the north staging area at this time.
Over in our South Arena, we're judging for the Calf Division and Reserve Division Championship Drive.
As we get out here for your first division of AOBs, a lot of numbers, but a lot of quality. I'm real happy once we get these cattle back out here. That young lady that was out of the first class, we called her the combination of the top three. She wasn't the most of any, but she most effectively combined structure and dimension to the highest degree within that class. She combined what we liked about the first and third place heifers into the most complete package. We talked about it. She pulls her top up just a little bit, and when on the move, that kind of brings her belly up a little bit too. But I think that heifer's got a nice future. As she gets bred, that top's going to settle into her. The heifer out of her next class, I believe, she says she is a maintainer, and I love this heifer in terms of her structural design. She's as good in terms of her feet and joints, really good in the way she's made up through her shoulder, really maternal in her overall design. You know, she's a little thicker necked. She's a little deeper set about her neck. so that when you compare to the heifer right behind her. But I do love the maternal design and the function in this heifer. I think as a maintainer, her structure will keep her very competitive on down the line. The red heifer is one that I think, does a lot of really nice things. She beat another really good heifer within that class. But this heifer is unique in the way she has that extra power and extra substance. She's got a great big foot. She's got extra bone. She's got extra hip. She's got a lot of body. But yet she's really nice and attractive up to her front 1/3, and her chest ties into her nice. I think just a nice female that does a lot of good things. The young lady that won that really big class we talked about, she's different in her type and kind. She's maybe not as feminine and maternal as these other heifers, but she's good. She's wide and stout and still gets around the ring, and I thought was definitely the best heifer in that class. There's a second over there that I think's really high quality and got a really nice look to her that's in contention as well. We talked about her when you set her into motion. She got a little straighter up through her shoulder. It forced her head down just a little bit and up in the middle of her back a touch, but she's certainly in contention out here as well. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll go out and pick your champion in reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Cates, for the overview here in our Heifer Calf Championship Drive. And ladies and gentlemen, the Calf Division Championship to Kenley Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H, and we'll move up our entry 81-1251 of Levi Buckman. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the reserve honors, coming out of Class 2, Miss Molly Moss of Montgomery County 4-H, earns the Calf Reserve Champion banner. Well, we're about ready to move in Class 7 here in the ORB show. We have 27 entries here in your November, December born heifers in the ORB class. Got a lineup? Or?
Right, they're Bailey Nobles. 48344. Right, okay. Thank you.
And then you'll just tell,
That's on the third hole.
Getting these May heifers, I think we really have 4 real good females. Again, give and take all day as we've had. And here's a heifer that's certainly the most moderate in the group, but she's plenty big enough. She's a female that when you study her, gets out and goes a little freer and easier than the second place female heifer that you analyze her, probably a little cleaner and nicer through her neck and through her shoulder. Heifer I like a great deal. I think when you get to look at the heifer in second, real cowy in her appearance, even developing quite a nice udder at this stage of the game. If you analyze this female, doesn't want to come off her front end. She ties in a little straighter to her shoulder, doesn't angle back quite as much as ideally we'd like to have, but when you get her standing, you really, really like the female. The heifer in third is certainly massive. She's got lots of power in pounds, certainly a lot of structure, a lot of heaviness to her structure, but to me, just a little straighter off of both ends, a little coarser in her front end. And then the red heifer we wind up with needs to go a little freer off those hind legs. She's a little straighter down through her hock, not giving quite as much mobility.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 10 in our Kianina Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class, Kaylin Acker, Nazareth FFA. Placing second, Abby Duplenchin, Fanadale FFA. Third place, heifer exhibited by Kendall Griffin, Howe FFA. And fourth goes to Piper Riggs, Selena FFA. We'll now bring our class winners and second places back in from classes 7 through 10 and select our junior division champions. Out of class 7, our class winner was Carly Young from Santa Fe FFA, and second in our class 7, Lindley Johnson, Swisher County 4-H. Our winners out of class 8 were Jolie Zimmerman from Brazos County 4-H, and second in that class was Addison Lehman. Our class 9 results: winning that class, Ellie Pierce from Hallsville FFA, and second, Marina Gior, McMullen County 4-H. And just winning class 10 was Kaylin Acker, Nazareth FFA, and second, Abby Duplenchin, Fanadale FFA.
ORB exhibitors in Class 8, you can begin checking your cattle into the staging area. ORB Class 8 to staging, please.
Class 13, Kianina heifers, we need you to the north staging area. Class 13, Kianina heifers. 14 and 15, be getting it on your mind. We're still looking for a bio on our champion shorthorn. So if you've got that completed, please bring it to the north announcer's booth. Bio for the champion shorthorn. You finish that, please bring it up to the north announcer's booth.
as we get out here in this particular class, just an enormous class and a lot of quality. I actually prefer this class over the big class we had before. I thought there was more initial pulls, and I think we actually pulled a couple more. There's a lot of good cattle out here, and there's a lot of good showmen out here that didn't get pulled, and that's not indicative of how they did. Maybe they just didn't have the animal that was right for me today. Again, this project takes a lot of hard work and dedication, and these young people put in lots of hours that nobody sees. And so at this time, I think the exhibitors that are getting an excuse need for us to recognize their hard work and give them a big round of applause, and then we'll sort through the ones we have left.
We need following numbers for lineup in Class 8 and the ORB show. We need 80474, and we need 98282. Hope Schreiber and William Davis to the staging area for Class 8.
We don't have real large numbers in this division, but we've got a lot of quality in the 4 heifers we come back. When you think about the Chianina and the percentages that can come together, it doesn't take a whole lot of percentage in those to be in the key class. But I think if you get to looking at the females that we have, they do have some similarities. And again, I appreciate the eye appeal, the look that they have. This division, probably the first division, it doesn't really fit together quite as well, but I think.
Exhibited by Kaylin Acker, Nazareth FFA. And your reserve junior division winning Chianina heifer comes to us out of class number 9. Ellie Pierce, Hallsville FFA. Congratulations to our winners and all the exhibitors who showed in our junior Chianina heifer classes. We'll now move along to class number 13. Let's lead those into the North Judging Arena. Class 13, Chianina heifers. Class 14, have a single entry in that class. So class 15, let's get your heifers to the North staging area. Leading in 13, only 1 in 14, so class 15, let's get those up to the North staging area as well.
Another really good class with a lot of differences. The heifer that won the class, though, she was initially my favorite, and I think she stuck out throughout the class. She's not perfect in the way she comes at you out of her front end structure, but she's the best in terms of her structure out here. And she too combines that with having a really nice balanced maternal look, really good swoop to her rib, really good hip and hind leg. I think it's closer between second and third, and we're going to go ahead and go with soundness. I think the young lady's darker colored heifer moves out of more slope to her shoulder. She's set further back at her knee and her pastern. However, that she's not as long and she's not as level out over her hip. She maybe isn't as eye-catching, but I do think that this heifer is a moderate, stout heifer, and I like this heifer the best in terms of her structure out of the rest of the class. The young man does a really nice job, and this is an attractive heifer that has extra substance and dimension, and he does a really nice job. If we could just give her a little bit more flex off of both ends, that would be ideal. The next young lady's heifer, maybe the stoutest heifer that we have out here, a neat marked heifer the young lady does a real nice job with, just a little coarser and straighter as well. The young man's heifer, you give her a little different back leg and she can play up towards the top. I like the maternal look to this female and the swoop she has to her rib and extra shape, just needs to travel a bit better off her hind leg. The young lady's heifer right behind her is sounder off of her back leg. She just gets a little plainer up to her front end. Young man's heifer's got some sleekness up to her front end. She's long, just like to stouten her up at the ground and gets a little outside of herself. We get on down here, cattle that are good, just things that we wanted to change about them. Maybe didn't give us that overall just eye appeal and look to them, but a really nice class.
And we thank you for the overview here in our Class 7 of the ORB show. Taking first place honors was Wyatt John DeBerry of Lamb County 4-H, second in that class to Emily Nicole Harvard of Barbers Hill FFA. Your third place went to Alexandria Durham of the Godly FFA chapter. Fourth in the class to Shelby Sue Cox of Hayes County 4-H. Fifth going to Gage Seymour, member of El Campo FFA. Sixth in the class, going to Leela Pettis of Hebronville FFA. Our seventh place ribbon to Hudson Schreiber, Gray County 4-H member. Eighth, going to Mason Warbach of the Marion FFA. Ninth in the class to Emma Nevetis, Hebronville FFA, and your 10th place to Kaylee Krennick of Harris County 4-H. Congratulations to the ribbon winners in our Class 7 ORB. Class 8 moving into the arena at this time. Another large class, 26 entries in this age category of females born during September and October of 2021.
We get in this class, I think we really have a logical female to come to the top, a heifer I like a great deal. Certainly a show heifer in her appearance. Granted, I suppose I'd like to see her a little leaner, but I could say that about a lot of them today. I think as you analyze the female, she's sure got things put together in the right package. She's extremely attractive when you get her on the side view profile. She's extremely massive in terms of her rib shape and the volume and muscle. She handles it very, very well. Second prize, I think we start getting into a female that gets a little bolder and shorter shoulder. I think when you get to watching this female, she gets a little weaker in her loin, a little higher at her pin set. But I think as you analyze the female, she's probably a little sounder with a little more flex when you get her on the move versus the long-bodied heifer we have in third. The long-bodied heifer in third is easily the longest side of female we have in the group, and I like that about her. She's certainly a female that's got a lot of attractiveness to her. I just like to give her a little more slope and set to her hind legs. She kind of gets a little straight behind. Then we come in with a heifer that to me doesn't travel quite as nicely. Again, a little weaker top. And then the frailest featured heifer we have down on the end. But nice set of 5 heifers in this class.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 13, Kenyan Heifers. Winning the class is Cora Hardy from Wise County 4-H. Placing second, Maddie Smith, Henderson County 4-H. Our third place exhibitor is Paige Davis, Lubbock County 4-H. Fourth, Emma Hollis, Will Dorada, FFA. And fifth goes to Avery Smart for Liberty County 4-H. Have just a single entry in Class 14. So Class 15, we need your 3 heifers out of Class 15 to the north staging area. After Class 15, we'll pick our senior champion, Kianina heifer.
A single entry here, but boy, a heifer that could beat a bunch. Certainly one of the nicer pattern females we've seen today. Very straight line, very nice profiling kind of a heifer that gets out and moves very well. Now, she's not as massive as some other ones, but I think she's certainly enough to her, and certainly a female that I like a great deal. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments. Winning Class 14 is Corey McCurley from Hampshire Finette FFA. Now leading into the ring, class number 15. You first and second place heifers out of 13 and 14, be ready.
ORBs in class 9 and 10. If you could, move them on into the staging area, class 9. Real small class of 3 head. We can handle class 10. That's a 7 head class. So make your way to the staging area, please, and check them in. We'll move along pretty quickly once we get through class 8.
We're on our last class of Kianina heifers before the senior drive. Then we'll pick our overall grand reserve in our Kianina heifer show. So you Main-on-Jew heifers, start getting it on your mind. Main-on-Jew heifers, first call. We'll be through with the Kianinas pretty shortly. So Main-on-Jew heifers, if you're in those first classes, be getting it on your mind.
Again, we find ourselves in the same situation with these really big classes of a lot of good cattle and a lot of good kids. And, you know, as much time as they've spent on this project, they didn't get probably as long in the ring as what they'd like. But I think we definitely need to recognize these young people that have put in all this time and effort on these cattle that are getting excused because they've done a whale of a job. Let's give them a nice round of applause, please.
We got our last class of Kianina heifers. Again, some give and take that we have here. And there's a heifer that I like to maybe, you know, make her a little more feminine about her front end. I think if you analyze the heifer, she's a little shallow in terms of her heel. Look at her front end, just probably, as I analyze the 3 heifers, she has the fewest problems that we have, and that's how she comes to the top. She is certainly a female that looks like she has a lot of cow potential. The black cow in second here, she starts getting a little narrow out through her pins, doesn't travel as well off her hind legs. And then we have our red female that I appreciate the cleanliness and condition she has, but just not enough stoutness to compete with these other 2.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on Class 15. Winning the class is Donnie Smart, Austin County 4-H. Second in Class 15, Kylie Teague, Orange County 4-H. In third place, Adriel Romano from Jacksonville FFA. We'll now bring our class winners and seconds from classes 13 through 15 back into the North Judging Arena and pick our senior division winners in our junior Chianina Heifer Show.
He's moving fast for having a hunter. It is? Okay. Oh, Lord help me. Sounds like it. That guy's moving pretty fast over there. For 125 head. I thought we'd beat them first, but how do we wait? Checking papers. Oh, please don't do that. No. I don't know. No. Mammy.
ORB Class 9, we need entry 60770, Jacob Williamson, to report to staging, please.
My husband's here, so you can. I'm not pregnant yet. He's over there in the bleachers. Oh, God. Oh, no. No.
I believe these are September, Octobers within this in this division. I think you get these top three up here. I think they're definitely different, a lot of differences, but that's what you're going to expect when you're getting composites of a lot of different combinations. I think the young man's heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with is the most attractive female that's as good as any in terms of her structure. I love the way this female is angled up through her, the way her neck ties out of her shoulder. She's very slender about her neck. She goes back into a big sweeping rib cage. Female is clean and flat about her joints. She's maternal in her overall design. She's not perfect in the way she moves, but I prefer the way that she moves more within herself over the two heifers that come out next. You know, the heifer that comes out next is, you know, like a heifer that we used earlier. She's not exactly my type and kind, but I think when you analyze this heifer and with all that width and dimension that she has, she's still probably as collected on the move and has as much reach as most of the cattle out here. She just gets a little wide walking, and that's because she is wide. She's not as feminine as that one in front of her, but I prefer the way that she moves out of her shoulder when she comes at you over the heifer in second. The heifer in second, if you can fix the way that she moves out of her front end, a heifer that really have to appreciate for her performance, her width and dimension. The young lady does an excellent job showing her. I love her hip and hind leg. When you watch that heifer come at you is where you want to change her. The white heifer is one that doesn't reach out and grab you right away, but in terms of a structural design, she's probably one of the better ones of the cattle we have remaining. I thought there was a little more grow in this heifer than the white-legged heifer that comes out next. The white-legged heifer has built nice, and you do a good job showing her. Heifer is just a little more conventional in her overall type and kind. Then a bigger, stouter, bigger volumed heifer coming out next, but probably not as nice in terms of her front end attractiveness or her movement as those two in front of her. Then as we get on down the line, really good cattle the young people have done a really nice job with. Cattle we probably just want to see get out and reach a little bit longer off of both ends of their skeleton.
We're going to be moving in our Class 9 here in the ORB show.
Pick our last division in the Chianina Heifer Show. I think there's really three nice females or five nice females out here. And I think good cattle come in a variety of sizes and shapes. And so I think when you think about this championship lineup, we have some different types. We have some of them that are a little longer and maybe a little straighter lined, and some of them more massive and more powerful. But I think when you look at the heifers that we have, we've seen a lot of quality. And I think we see heifers that put just an awful lot of good things in one package. It's not easy to get them this place and get them ready and get them out here and get them shown. These kids have done a wonderful job. Let's give our Chianina exhibitors a good hand. We'll pick our division champion.
And our senior division in our junior Chianina show comes to us out of Class 13, Cora Hardy, Wise County 4-H. And Class 14 grabs the reserve senior champion honors. That female is exhibited by Corey McCurley from Hampshire Finette FFA. Congratulations to all the youngsters that showed in our senior classes. We'll now bring in our heifer and junior division winners along with the just now selected senior winners and picked our overall champion, Chianina heifer.
We'll get caught up here in the South Arena with the results from Class 8 of the ORB show. First place honors going to Carson Peterson of Grayson County 4-H, your second in the class to ticket holder of the Hale County 4-H. Our third place going to Brinley Kate Kevinger of Palmer County 4-H. Your fourth place to Jacob Signs of PSJ High School at Far Texas. Our fifth place in the class went to Rayleigh Hackey of Royal FFA. Your sixth place award to Cole Kabuka of Hayes County. Seventh in that class to Judson Voigt, Aldo FFA chapter member. 8th in the class to Dakota Wright, Grapevine FFA. 9th to Brindley Pick of Mount Clam FFA. And your 10th place award in this class to Cassidy Dico of East Central FFA.
We're now leading into the North Judging Arena, our previous division winners, to pick our overall Grand Reserve Kenina female. Our heifer calf champion was shown by Avery Fincher from Ellis County 4-H. Our reserve champion heifer calf was exhibited by Brentley Wilkerson from Van Zant County 4-H. In our junior division, our champion female was exhibited by Kaylin Acker, Nazareth FFA, and our reserve junior heifer exhibited by Ellie Pierce, Hallsville FFA. And just selected in our senior division, the winner was Cora Hardy, Wise County 4-H, and our reserve senior heifer exhibited by Corey McCurley from Hampshire Finette FFA. From these 6 heifers, our judge, Dr. Dave Nichols from Manhattan, Kansas, will select our overall Grand and Reserve Kenina heifer.
Need to have Class 10 final call. ORBs in staging. We have a division drive, so this will be first call for ORB Class 13 to staging.
As we get this class out here, to me, they kind of fit into 2 pairs. I thought the 2 up on this end were probably a better combination of having some performance and some power, but still doing so in a fairly decent package in terms of structure. I thought it was close. I think the white heifer's got more bone and more muscle. I prefer the black heifer's more maternal look to her. She has more sweep to her rear rib and flank. She's a little more feminine out through her front end, and that's why she's going to win the class today. Like we said, the young man's heifer's got more bone and more muscle, and I think she has that advantage certainly over the heifer we have in third. The heifer we have in third profile's really nice, and this young lady does a nice job showing her. She gets a lot of miles out of this heifer. You know, this heifer is not the flashiest in terms of her color or the stoutest and most powerfully constructed, but I think when you compare her to the heifer in fourth, there's just more size and length, and I think as she projects down the road is probably a more properly sized female. The young lady's heifer, no doubt, in fourth, has more shape and bone than the one right in front of her. Just comes to us a little smaller and a little piecier and not quite as feminine in her overall design, but a nice class of females. Let's give these 4 exhibitors a nice round of applause.
We need Class 1 Main Anjou heifers to the north staging area at this time. All Class 1 Main Anjou females, we need you to the north staging area at this time. Class 2 Main Anjou heifers, be getting it on your mind. Class 1 mains to the north staging area.
As we come on down to our Main Anjou Kenina heifer championship, I think we have just an outstanding set of females. These folks have done a nice job. I really like all 6 heifers. As I said, not all show cattle have to look the same. There are strengths and weaknesses that we've got, but I really think we've got 2 that fit together quite nicely. I think this breed can be very proud of the cattle you've had here at San Antonio. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. We'll pick our champions in the key division.
There's your grand champion Kenina heifer of the 2023 San Antonio Junior Breeding Heifer Show, exhibited by Cora Hardy, Wise County 4-H. We're now bringing in Cora McCurley from Hampshire Finette FFA, our reserve senior champion, to compete for our reserve overall grand honors. And there's your reserve grand champion Kenina female, coming to us out of the heifer calf division exhibited by Avery Fincher, Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to our winners, as well as all the junior Chianina heifer exhibitors. Just as a reminder, we need the Grandin Reserve bios filled out and returned to the north staging area. So you champion reserve Chianina heifers that have just won, you youngsters get those bios filled out and back to us at the north announcer's booth as soon as you can. We'll start with Class 1 Main on Jew heifers. We need you to the north staging area now.
And ladies and gentlemen, over in the south arena, we're judging on our Class 10 ORBs. I'd like to share with you the results from our judging of Class 9, and taking first place honors in the blue ribbon there is Jacob Williamson of Abernathy FFA. Second went Isaac Ray Garza, member of the Veterans Memorial FFA chapter in Mission, Texas, and third in the class to Kayleigh Count of Harris County 4-H. Fourth to Brianna Sarino of Somerset FFA. Attention ORB exhibitors, we're judging on Class 10. We'll have a division championship drive. Their class numbers 11 and 12, so Class 13 ORBs need to report to staging. Class 13 ORBs to staging, please.
We're currently leading in our first class of Main on Jew heifers in the north judging arena. So Class 2 Main on Jew heifers, we need you to stage your cattle in the north staging area. Class 2 Main on Jew heifers, we need you to the north staging area at this time. Class 3, be getting it on your mind. Main on Jew heifers.
Nice class of cattle here. I think one of the deeper classes in terms of, quality from top to bottom. I think though in this particular class, the young lady's heifer, that's not a great big one, but she's the best heifer. And from the time she walked in, I liked her the best because I thought she was the best structured. I thought she was the most feminine and cow-like in her appearance. She gives up some size and power to those two behind her, but I like her particularly better out of her front end structure over the heifer we have in second. I like some things about this heifer in second. I love her hip and hind leg. I think she's got a lot of width and dimension to her. And then that's an advantage she has over the one in third. I think not only is she more attractive, tighter in her chest and throat latch, but she's got a more powerfully constructed hip and hind leg. I like the way the heifer that comes out next moves better out of her front end. She toes straighter away than the heifer that we have in second. This is a broody heifer in terms of length and depth, a heifer that's going to make a really nice cow. She's just a little frailer. You'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone and foot size, but I think she's a little more maternal than the heifer that comes out next. I like the heifer that comes out next. She's well presented. The young lady does a really nice job with this heifer. She's square built and she's cool necked. I'd like to see her a little cleaner and flatter and more feminine about her joints and more feminine about her type and kind. And the heifer, no doubt, that comes next is more feminine in her type and kind in terms of flatness of shoulder, a heifer that's just a little taller and not as stout. And when she gets out on the move, you'd like to change her as well. The young lady's heifer we have coming out next, I like her length and I like her levelness over the one behind her, but she gets a little straighter out of her shoulder. She wants to tuck up in her flank a little bit as she moves. And the heifer that comes out next, real wide-bodied one, just a little rounder in her overall makeup.
Thank you, Mr. Cates, for the overview of our placings here in Class 10. And taking the blue ribbon was Avery Tatum McInvale, member of the Hopkins County 4-H. Second in that class went to Jose Jimenez of the Eagle Pass FFA chapter. Third to Stephen Gunn, Waller County 4-H member. Fourth to Catherine Elizabeth Hill of Burleson County 4-H. Fifth to Dakota Franz of Waller FFA. Our sixth place to Kimber Sebestia of the Snook FFA chapter. And seventh place to Ashton Lovell of Clear Lake FFA. We're now staging our first and second place in the junior division for that championship drive.
We've found some Simmental papers that were turned into the announcer's stand. The present owner, Earl Sanders, Dayton, Texas. So if you've lost some Simmental registration papers, we have these at the announcer's booth. Simmental heifer papers, present owner, Earl Sanders, Dayton, Texas. We need a microphone. Microphone, please.
Get into these first class of these heifers, kind of a tough sort. A lot of good heifers, but not anything that kind of jumps out and grabs you. I think when we get to looking at these females, this stage of the game, you just got to look and see what's the potential up the road. And I guess for the heifer I start with, to me, she's the most fault-free that we have. When she stands there, we got her set up a little straight right now. But she gets out and moves as well as any that we have. A little more length to her than some of the other heifers that we have. Still some moderation to her frame size. Certainly the heifer in second, really a nice female. I'd like to change the way she ties to her neck and her shoulder. Really like the way she comes out to her hip and her hind leg. We get our third prize heifer. This is the freest moving heifer that we've got in the group, but she gets a little extreme in terms of her frame size, and she's also just a little flatter in her makeup compared to the other heifers that we have. The red heifer that turns the bend, first thought we would go ahead and use her. The more you study her out here, she's a heifer that doesn't quite travel quite as well. She kind of wants to drop her pins just a little bit. Boy's heifer coming around here next. It's a heifer that kind of rolls this hock behind and kind of lays in a little straighter through her shoulder. The next heifer has as much muscle as any of the heifers had, the boy that's trying to get stepped on. But you watch how she comes off her hind leg there. She's a little shorter in her hooks to her pins. You just like to lengthen her out just a little bit more there. And then we get a heifer to me that doesn't have quite as much balance going for her, as well as the heifer that winds up the class. Just a little piecey in terms of how she's put together.
As we get back out here, I think there's a lot of heifers in contention out here. I think they just are a little different in their overall type and kind, and I hope that as I talk through them, you'll kind of see the direction that I'm going and how I see the cattle. The young man's heifer out of the first class, I think, is a real nice combination of having a flexible skeleton with being broody and dimensional in her overall makeup. I think a heifer that's probably got as much slope to her shoulder as any that we have out here. Real big, nice swooping rib cage, real nice hip and hind leg. When she gets out here, she maybe, although she's probably as long strided as any, she can get a little outside of herself, but that comes with that heifer having a little more power and dimension to her. The young man's heifer we got coming out next, this young man does a real nice job showing. This heifer's got really good parts and pieces. She's got the neck that I like the best out of anything out here. I like her in terms of her center body. When she get her out here, you know, her balance isn't quite as good as maybe a couple of the other ones. Her chest protrudes just a little farther. When you analyze this out from the side, she has that big rib, but she's a little higher up through her flank, maybe not as attractive in her pin set, but I like that heifer. She offers a lot of good parts and pieces. Maybe it doesn't blend together as good as a couple of the other ones. The young man's heifer came out of the next class. He won that class of a top pair that were a little stouter. I thought she was a little longer and more feminine. You get her back out here, and she doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal that a couple of others do. The young lady's heifer that just won that last class we talked about, she's not the biggest one in the world, but she's put together nice. You know, you analyze her balance is very good. Her parts all fit together. She with being pretty moderate, she could take just a notch longer stride, but I still think that heifer's sound. The young lady does a nice job. I think there's a heifer that wins. I think it gets close for reserve, but let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll go show you the two I like the best today.
We need entry 99021, Gracie Tinsky of Fort Bend County to staging for Class 13. And ladies and gentlemen, Class 7, Wyatt DeBerry taking the division championship here in the junior division. And we'll move in entry 47831 for reserve consideration. And ladies and gentlemen, your reserve goes to the winner of Class 10. That's Avery Denham McInvale of Hopkins County 4-H, taking reserve honors here in the junior division.
I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the results of our first class of Main on Jew heifers over on the north side. Winning the class is Cadence Tucker, Willis FFA. Second in Class 1 was shown by Ainsley Bailey, Wise County 4-H. Reese Swab showed our third place female from Guadalupe County 4-H over in the Main on Jew Heifer Show. Class 4th place, Brooklyn Galden from Blue Ridge FFA. 5th shown by Briley Tucker, Willis FFA. Our 6th place heifer exhibited by Robert Searles, Frio County 4-H. 7th, Cash Miller, Randall County 4-H, and our 8th place female exhibited by Maddox Steele, the Woodlands FFA. We're now judging Class 2 on the north side in our main Anjou heifer show. So Class 3, we need all your heifers to the north staging area. Class 3 only has 2, so Class 4 be getting it on your mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in the South Arena, we're into Class 13 of your ORB show. We have 11 entries of heifers in this first class of seniors.
Okay, in this class of females, we've really got a nice heifer that leads us off, I think, pretty handily. The boy's heifer down here. I hope he realizes he's got a really good one. And when you stand away from the heifer you have, just so nicely balanced. When you get her here on the side of you, you really like this heifer. Get her out and move. She's got more ribs, she's got more muscle, and she still handles it very, very well. She really like the stage that she's in. The calf, she still looks like a calf, but very, very feminine. Nice heifer, young man, you've got to lead this off. Not to take anything away from the little girl's heifer, another nice female that we have here. Probably a little bigger framed heifer in here in second. And again, not quite as nice when you get her on the side view. Not as much muscle shape to her. Probably not quite as long and far along condition-wise as the heifer we lead with. The young man's heifer in 3, again, I think her best days are ahead of her. Just one a little greener in her makeup. But from a design standpoint, she's got the structural correctness. She lays in her shoulder nicer, got more slope and angulation to the front end, comes off that hind leg with more authority than some of the other heifers we have in the class. 4th prize heifer is a heifer that's a little challenging for me. I think she's got a lot of good things to her, but she doesn't blend her parts together quite as well. She gets a little heavier shoulder, doesn't balance quite as nicely, but certainly a powerful hip kind of a heifer when you get behind her. Coming down to a pair of 2 heifers that really are nice females, very long-bodied, travel well, but just not as much balance and much quality that we see out here as the rest of the class.
Class 14, ORBs to staging, as well as Class 15. 14 and 15 to staging in the South.
Results of our Class 2 main Anjou females. Winning the class is Zachary Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. Second in Class 2, shown by Brooklyn DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. 3rd place female, exhibited by Pecos Worrell, Gillespie County 4-H. Our 4th place winner, Emma Grace Schmidt, Smithson Valley FFA. 5th place goes to Tyler Marburger, Cedar Creek FFA. And our 6th place heifer was exhibited by Walker Massar, Rogers FFA. Now leading in our 2 entries in class number 3. So class 4, we need your heifers to the north staging area. Class 7 main Anjous. We've only got 2 in Class 3, 3 in Class 4. Then we go to the heifer drive, and then we'll start on Class 7. So Class 7 mains, you need to start making your way to the north staging area. We need Daisy Bartley from Tatum FFA and Tanner Hoskins from Victoria West FFA to the North Staging area out of Class 4 Main on Jew Heifers. Tanner Hoskins and Daisy Bartley, we need you to the North Staging area at this time.
These poor young ladies are fighting these heifers, and that's a challenge when you get these little heifers to try to evaluate them. If we had them at home, we just turn them loose and we evaluate them a whole lot better. Both heifers are fighting the halter, and that makes it kind of hard to evaluate. When we do get them going and get them set up, I just think there's a little more refinement, a little more balance, a little more eye appeal in the heifer I'm starting with versus the heifer in second. I think when you look at the female we come with on top, to me, she's made right out her top and out her back line, out her hip, and then out her hind leg compared to the heifer we have in second. The heifer in second, no doubt, has more performance, more weight per day of age, but she's also got a little more chest in her. She's got a little more set to her hind leg, not quite as much balance and eye appeal as the heifer we lead off with.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, for those comments of Class 3. Winning the class is Kylie Sobchak from Hardin FFA, and second is Hadley Polarelski from Shelby County 4-H. Now leading in class number 4, Main on Jew Heifers. After the conclusion of this class, we'll select our heifer calf division winners. So class 7, Main on Jew females, let's start bringing them to the North Staging area. Class 7, Main on Jew females, North Staging area.
Really a nice class, and I think the quality of this class is the fact that, I think the bottom end is really good. I think throughout this show, this is probably the class where the other end of the class has more quality than any other, and not that that makes you feel any better, but it should, because this is a really good class. The whole time, it kind of came down to these two. For me, I thought they were the two best. I think these are the three best structured, but I just thought there was more to these two up here on top. The heifer we're going to go ahead and start with, there's a lot of female here. She's really long from the point of her shoulder back to her pins, yet she still has a lot of width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. A female that, she doesn't have as attractive tail head set. She doesn't have quite as much swoop to her center as the heifer that we have second. But I like this heifer better when you get her on the move, although the heifer in second sets down soft. She gets a little bow-legged as she goes away from you. She just doesn't show you the maternal cow power found in that young man's big stout heifer to start off. This heifer is very neatly made, and this young lady does an excellent job showing her. This heifer is neat-necked and big-bodied and got some feature to her. Where you want to change this heifer is there isn't as much cow dimension in her in terms of forerib. When she goes away from you, she gets a little bowed at her hock, but she still has quite a bit more to her than the heifer in third. The heifer in third, I opted to put her above two that are a little bigger, a little more powerfully constructed females, because I did think she got out and flexed with a little bit more freedom and ease. If you want to say that there's not quite enough heifer here and drop her down a couple, that's fine, but I thought she was a little fresher in her condition, a little sounder today. This heifer coming out next is one that's got some neat parts to her. She's really big-ribbed and stout heifer that when you get her on the move, she gets a little straighter up to her front end, and with the roundness she has to her hip, she also gets underneath herself just a tad, and that takes away from her balance a little bit there. Another big, bold female that's got a lot of performance to her. A heifer, I just want to change the way she's designed at the ground. She's a little longer toed and shallower heeled. Consequently, when she gets out on the move, she gets more rigid in her rear pass turns. Young man's heifer is one that I liked her broodiness and length better than some of the heifers we have coming out next. She maybe doesn't have the extras, but I like the smoothness, the length of body, and the femininity that she has over some of the others. The blue roan heifer I thought just had more body and substance than the young lady's blaze-faced heifer. I do appreciate this heifer is laying down a nice udder. Just needs to be more of her. There is more of the heifer coming out next, but she's a little straighter shouldered and a little shallower. The two heifers we have coming out next, young people doing an excellent job. Cattle just maybe need to get out and travel a bit better.
We need entry number 67269, Derek Campbell, for the Class 14 lineup. Your class is about to move into the arena.
This class of heifers before division, I think we have a pretty easy winner in the boys' heifer. When she gets set up and starts behaving, as I said, these calves are hard for these kids to show, and I appreciate the challenge they present. I think when you get up here and get this heifer set up, she's got the most quality, the most eye appeal of the group that we have. I think when you analyze her, particularly the way she's made over her top and out through her rump, she has some real advantage in terms of having more total muscle shape to her than the other two heifers that we have. The heifer in second, just a little heavier shoulder, a little heavier fronted, kind of a female that lays in also a little straighter there, but certainly I appreciate the tremendous length she has through her rib and out through her rump. Then we wind up the class with another real useful kind of a heifer. The kids have brought a lot of good heifers to me today. Here's a heifer that for me, just a little more front end on her, not as much balance and eye appeal as we see in the rest of the class.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols, Dr. Nichols, for those comments on our fourth class of main Anjou females. Winning the class is Zachary Casas from Huffman FFA. Second goes to Daisy Bartley, Tatum FFA. And our third place exhibitor is Tanner Hoskins, Victoria West FFA. We now are going to bring our class winners from classes 1 through 4, along with our second place exhibitors in those classes, and select our heifer calf division winners.
And we're into Class 14 here in the South Arena in the ORB show. Give you a quick rundown on the placings in Class 13. First place went to Keegan Hurst of Bland FFA. Your second to Jalen Lamb of Bandera FFA. Third in that class to Callie Roberts of the Needville FFA chapter. Fourth to Raylan Smith of the Columbia FFA. Our fifth place to Mia Burns of Dallam County 4-H. Your sixth place award going to Jimmy Randall the fourth of Waller FFA. Seventh to Lauren Krennick of Harris County 4-H. Eighth to Madison Fritz of Medina County 4-H. Your ninth place award going to Grace Lovetinsky of Fort Bend County, and 10th place to Robert Boson of Galveston County 4-H.
We'll be leading in our class winners from classes 1 through 4 very shortly. I'd like to take this time to announce those winners. Our first place exhibitor in Class 1, again, Cadence Tucker, Willis FFA. Second was shown by Ainsley Bailey, Wise County 4-H. Out of Class 2, our winner, which will come back in, Zachary Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H, as well as our second place exhibitor, Brooklyn DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. Our first and second out of Class 3 that will be coming back in to compete for our division awards is Kylie Sobchak from Hardin FFA, and second is Hadley Pohalski. I hope I got that close, from Shelby County 4-H. And out of Class 4, our winner just now, Zachary Casas, Huffman FFA, and second, Daisy Bartley, Tatum FFA. I'd like to announce that we've been handed a debit card Independent Financial is the banking institution. Heidi Geyer. If you're missing a credit card, we have it at the announcer's stand. Debit card been turned in, the name on the card, Heidi Geyer. Independent Financial is the banking institution.
We've been informed by the superintendent's office over here that we're going to go to the Supreme Drive. We're going to call those animals up to staging in the south around 6:45. We're shooting for a 7 o'clock start to the Supreme Drive with the presentation of the scholarships somewhere around 7. And once again, procedure for that is that each of the champions and reserves in their respective breeds will have a handler, and then they can stage in the south, and the exhibitors move to the north for lineup for the scholarship and buckle presentations, and then we'll follow the instructions of the lineup crew for the parade of champions in the judging.
Another nice class over here in your ORB show. I think the young man's heifer just puts the most together into the most feminine, soundest package. You know, I don't know that she's the most powerfully constructed one we got, but I think there's no doubt when you analyze the cattle in terms of the angle and correctness to their skeleton, she's the one we like the best. She's very feminine. She's ladylike about her head. She's fresh in her overall design. I think just a nice place to start. The young lady's white heifer is the most like her in having some length and extension. I love the hip and hind leg on this heifer, a heifer that has some body to her. When you compare her to the heifer that in third, I think she's more attractive and longer bodied. She's got a little crest to her neck. She's a little, could use her toes shortened up just a little bit, but I think this heifer's got quite a bit of good in her. I think it's close too between the next two, but I thought the young man's white heifer was bigger footed and heavier boned and stouter from behind. I think when you got her on the move, she needs to be able to flex just a bit nicer. Young lady's baldy is more feminine. Heifer that's sleeker about her neck. Just want to make her more dimensional when you analyze her from her pins back, and the heifer wants to get a little in at her hock and up underneath herself, but I liked her femininity. I like her swoop to her belly and her balance better than the big stout heifers coming next. These two heifers have kind of fit together as they are big dimensional heifers. I thought this young lady's heifer just showed me more rear rib, appeared to be a little farther along in terms of gestation. Just want to make her more attractive up through her chest and move off of more powerfully constructed hind leg. And that's an advantage that we do give to this heifer. She's got a better hind leg, a heifer that for her age, I'd just like to see her showing a bit more calf. The young man's heifer we have coming out next, I thought just more eye appeal and quality than some of the cattle we had on down the line. Very nice class. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you much, Mr. Cates, and we appreciate the overview. In Class 14, first place in honors going to Jake Tobias Heyman of the LaPorte FFA. Your second place to Emma Zeller, Kendall County 4-H member. Third place goes to Carson Addington of Ponder FFA. Our fourth place to Kaylee Kelly of the Fayette County 4-H. Fifth in the class to Kayla Tusha of Liberty FFA. Sixth place honors went to Brianna Newman of the Upshur County 4-H. Seventh to Derek Hempel of Victoria County 4-H. Your eighth place to Cristobal Ann Bass of Alvin FFA. Ninth to Hunter Goodman of Shepherd FFA. And we're wrapping up the class with Bryson Goodman of Shepherd FFA taking the 10th place honors.
We get in our first division here in our Main on Juve show, I think really a nice set of females. As I mentioned, it's hard for these kids when some of these calves are just acting up a little bit, and it's late enough in the day we're going to see some of that happening as well, but it really makes them a little harder to evaluate. But when you do, I think we come down with really 8 pretty nice Main on Juve heifers that got a world of potential ahead of them. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause for what they brought out.
We've got Class 15, final class here in the senior division in the ORB show in the arena at this time. So
and your calf champion comes out of class number 2. That female is exhibited by Zachary Buchanan, Ellis County 4-H, excuse me. And there's your reserve heifer calf champion. Comes to us out of class number 4, Zachary Casas from Huffman FFA. Congratulations to our winners in our heifer division and also to all those youngsters who showed in our heifer classes. We're now leading in class 7, our first class in our junior division. Class number 7, let's lead them into the North Judging Arena. So class 8. We need your heifers staged, only 3 in class 8, 2 in class 9. Got a pretty big class 10, but 7, 8, and 9 will go pretty quick. So class 10, get it on your mind.
I think this is the class that everybody's been looking forward to. This is the last class of the day, and these young people have had to wait till the very end, and I think that we definitely needed to give them their time because these are 2 nice females. I prefer the black heifer. I just think she's a little leveler in her overall design and a little longer strided. I realize the young man's heifer is really muscular and has some bone to her. I just like to lengthen her out and level her out a bit. But let's give these 2 people a nice round of applause for these 2 heifers they brought out.
thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, first place honors in class 15 going to Lucy Yarborough of Santa Fe FFA, and the second to Colton Jordan of Victoria FFA. And we need to line up our champion classes, need our heifer, champ, and reserve back in the arena for line up for the drive, and also the junior to be into staging. As soon as we get through with the senior division, we'll be moving into our grand drive here in the ORB class.
Class 8 and 9, Main on Jew heifers to the north staging area. Classes 8 and 9, Main on Jew heifers to the north staging area. Again, you youngsters that were fortunate enough to be named Grand Reserve in your particular breed, we need those bios that were handed to you filled out and returned to the announcer's stand as soon as possible. We'll need those for the awards presentation during our Supreme Drive this evening. So Get those bios filled out and back to us as soon as you possibly can.
As we get out here for your final division, really good quality. You can look out here and you can appreciate the job that these young people have done getting these cattle to this point. They're doing a really nice job exhibiting them. This young man's heifer out of the first class, I think, does a lot of good things. I think she's just a long, broody female that comes and goes with a lot of width, yet with that amount of length and that much power, still a heifer that gets out and reaches off of both ends. She's making a nice udder. We talked about, she could be pulled up just in her pins a bit. And, for as far along as she is, she could have just a little bit more sweep to her rib. But I like that heifer really good in terms of her structure and cow power. I think that's going to make a heck of a brood cow for that young man. The heifer out of the next class is one that I think you really have to appreciate for the way her neck ties out of the top of her shoulder really high. She probably does have a little more sweep to her rib. Really a nice hip and hind leg to this heifer. When compared to the one in front of her, she's maybe a little straighter and up about her shoulder and knee. It doesn't come at you and go away with quite as much width and dimension. Then the heifer out of the last class is one that within her class, she was just more angular and feminine. The heifer that was second to the heifer out of the first class is one that I thought had really nice parts and pieces. Cool necked, big sweep to her rib. Heifer that when you got her out on the move was just a little bow-legged, but another nice heifer. And then the white heifer, one that's long and powerful and had a nice hip and hind leg, just didn't balance up quite as good as that one in front of her. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think it's a 3-horse race, and I'll go out and pick the 2 I like the best.
Need those calf champions and juniors, reserves and champs to check into the staging area. We're going to be moving right into our grand champion drive. And out of class 13, Tegan Hushed, Bland FFA.
Yes, that's right. No,
Taking the senior honors here. We'll move up the second place in that class, entry number 83006.
Really another nice class of Maine on Jew heifers. And again, I compliment the quality of these kids that brought me all day. And again, they've been so nice and polite, and I appreciate the opportunity to do this so much. I think our top pair is extremely close. And again, as I said, it's just one guy's opinion one day. But to me, she's fresher. To me, she's leaner, and that's why we're going to have her up here. Ideally, maybe I'd like to see her go with a little more flex to her front end. But here's a really nice heifer this little girl's brought me. Really a nice fronted heifer, a heifer that's really strong out through her hip. And I like her a great deal. Now, the boy's heifer's really a wonderful kind of a female with a lot of rib, a lot of capacity to her. Again, a little fatter down through her brisket. But certainly a lot of muscle working in her and a lot of quality in this heifer. We get on our white-footed heifer. I think she's first getting a little straighter up to her front end. You watch her move. Doesn't take the stride off of both ends that the other 2 heifers ahead of her did. And then we wind up a class with really a useful kind of a female, but structurally, to me, not a sound from the ground up. So 4 real nice females.
And taking senior reserve champion was entry number 79807, Emma Jean Zeller of the Kendall County 4-H.
I'd like to take this opportunity to give you the results of Class 7 in our Maine Anjou Junior Breeding Heifer Show. First place, Kinley Thomas, Hockley County 4-H. Placing second in that class, Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Third place goes to Sarah Lotta, Hampshire Finette FFA. And fourth, Matthew Payne, Dayton FFA. Now leading in class number 8 in our Main Anjou Heifer Show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back in the South Arena for your ORB show, we're lining up for our Grand Champion Drive. And we've got our 3 division winners in here, along with their reserve counterparts. John. Get that mic.
Well, I just want to say that I've had a really good time today, and you know this is work, but when you get this kind of quality and get to work a show of this quality, it's not really work. And I really appreciate. I haven't had to wait on cattle getting to the ring. I know it's a little slower process having to get everything verified, but that's just part of it. My ring help has been tremendous. Those lining up the classes have been really good. I think we should give them a nice big round of applause. As we get back out here, for as many different breeds as we had, as many different types and kinds as we had, I think these 3 females are a lot alike, and I'm very happy with the cattle. Like I said during the Angus show, I think we're so blessed to be able to do this and live where we do. And you young people are so blessed to have your ag teachers and your fitters and your parents and everybody that helps you out. So let's thank those people at this time as well. Let's give these young people a big round of applause. I'll go pick your 2 I like the best today.
And ladies and gentlemen, from the calf drive, the grand champion in the ORB going to Kinley Rathman with her heifer, Red Leaper 2238K. We'll move up our reserve from that heifer division, entry number 76620. Is there any way we could get our reserve grand announced? And ladies and gentlemen, Molly Moss taking the reserve grand honors here, both from the heifer division. Congratulations to Kinley and Molly on their grand championship.
One of the tougher classes I've had to sort today is this one, because all 3 heifers have similar strengths and similar weaknesses, and it's really hard in here. But I'm going to use the boys heifer that actually fundamentally she's just sounder. When you get out here and get them to walk, she's got more flex off of both ends, and when you study her, she's not quite as eye appealing through her front end, so she gets a little plainer on the profile. But when you think about from the ground up and from her cleanness to her joints and the way she reaches off of both ends, I think she's kind of where we need to go. The heifer in second doesn't have quite as much width to shapes and width to her rib cage, a little flatter in her makeup, but she still travels better than the heifer I would love to start with. But as this heifer gets out here, she labors just a little bit more on those feet and legs for me to be used up any higher.
And our results in Class 8 in our Main Anjou Heifer Show. Winning the class is Bryce Martin, Gainesville FFA. Second in Class 8 is Brooke Hydo from Fort Bend County 4-H. And third in Class 8, Jordan Bruner, Howe FFA. Now leading in class number 9 in our main Anjou heifer show. So class 10, we need to have you staged and ready.
Well, we'd like to take a moment to thank Mr. Tyler Cates for his services today in the South Arena. He's judged some 375 head in 5 different breeds, and we appreciate his efforts in working with our exhibitors today here in San Antonio. Just a quick reminder about Supreme lineup beginning at 6:45, and the awards presentations set for 7.